Hi everybody, welcome to the 2020 David C. Johnson Memorial Squash Tournament. We are up to the quarterfinals. We've got 4 great matches today. The top 4 seeds have all made it through. Some of them had a little bit of a tougher road than others, but we've got 4 matches for you. So let me take you through what the top of the order is going to be. Our first match here, starting at 1:45, the players are on court now and starting to warm up, is our number 1 seed. They were the last match on last night, Zach Alexander and Scott Arnold, and they are playing Clinton Leeuw and Omar El Kashef. That is our first match coming up, and I'll tell you a little bit about the players more as we go. Just as you're on your screen right now, those are the number 1 seeds, Zach Alexander on the left and Scott Arnold on the right-hand side of the court, and we'll be getting that match underway in just a little while. The second match of the day at 3 o'clock Eastern Time will be Michael Ferreira and Will Hartigan. They are the number 4 seeds, and they are playing a really interesting team of Ryan Cuskelly and Cameron Pilley, who many of you know were number 11 and 12 in the world in singles just within the last couple of years. So they are incredibly experienced and the world doubles squash champions in softball squash. So they played very well in their opening match, and they also had to get through qualifying. They're the only qualifying team that is still alive in the tournament. Our 5:45 match has Adam Bews, who is the pro here at the Heights Casino, and Colin West taking on the number 3 seeds of Eric Bedell and one of last year's champions, Chris Callis. I should have mentioned earlier that our number 1 seed, Zach Alexander, was the other half of that defending champion team from last year. And finally, in the nightcap, we have the number 2 seeds, James Stout and Yvonne Badan, taking on a former Heights Casino pro, Graham Bassett, and a Heights Casino homegrown player, Ahmed Anvari. And Graham, as you may know, is also the chair of the Squash Doubles Association. So these are 4 really potentially interesting matches today. We had one amazing match yesterday between 2 young guys and 2 old guys, and that was Michael Ferreira and Will Hartigan playing against I suddenly blanked on Chris Walker and Clive Leach, excuse me. And Chris Walker is 52 years old, Clive Leach is 47 years old, and the match was decided, the first 4 games went by 15-14, 13-15, 14-15, 15-14, 15-9 scoreline. So it was almost as close as you could possibly get for 4 games, and the 5th game was entertaining at the end as well. So we've seen some great squash so far, and we're looking forward to today. So let me tell you a little bit about the first match. Our 145 match, as I said, is Clinton Leeuw and Omar Kashef. They got here by beating Andre Vargas and Caio Martino 3-1. And then in the nightcap last night, Zach Alexander and Scott Arnold beat Reed and Dressen and Jeff Osborne 3-love. So they've both gotten here fairly comfortably, and it'll be an interesting match. Zach Alexander, who we just saw on the left-hand side of the court, he's from Australia. He lives in Greenwich, Connecticut right now, and he is our defending champion here at this tournament. He played last year with Chris Callis. Chris Callis was scheduled to play with Manik Mahor, and they had been on a real roll this season, winning 3 tournaments in a row. But Manik, unfortunately, has had some injury troubles in the past few years. He tore his Achilles tendon 2.5, 3 years ago. And this year in the O'Reilly tournament, he went for a ball and did a grade 3 tear of his hamstring. So he had to pull out, and he pulled out a little bit late in the tournament because he was really hoping to play. And that meant that some teams and some seedings got rejiggered. So instead of coming into this tournament as who would have been the prohibitive favorites with Chris Callis got another partner. And Zach Alexander wound up partnering with Scott Arnold. So Zach is number 8 in the world in the SDA rankings, and Scott, his partner, who's also from Australia, is number 4 in the SDA rankings. Scott right now is living in Toronto and is a member of the Toronto Racket Club, and he has won the Canadian National Doubles Championship 4 times, all with Robin Clark. And he has won a number of tournaments on the SDA Tour as well. That's why he's sitting up there at number 4. Last night they looked good. They didn't look as sharp as you might have expected, but I'm thinking that today, with some another competition and the fact that they are the number 1 seeds and have gotten a match under their belt, that was their first match yesterday, they are going to be out and looking to really consolidate today. We'll see whether the fact they finished at almost 9:45 last night and it's 1:45 in the afternoon, whether that has any impact on them today. Their opponents are coming onto the court right now. That's Clinton Leeuw on the left, and his partner is Omar Kashef, who's on the right. Clinton is currently ranked number 24 in the SDA, and Omar is ranked number 22. But they are a good tournament, good players. They've had a good tournament not too long ago. They were the finalists at the Pittsburgh Golf Club Challenger last year. Clinton is one of the better singles players in the event. He got to a high world ranking of 79 in the world. Omar, who was actually a pro here at the Heights Casino for a little while, for almost 3 years, I think, is now in Pittsburgh. And he also is a very good singles player, but he does a lot of his work on court as a teaching pro, where he's fairly beloved wherever he goes. They played quite well yesterday. They were our opening match of the day, so this is 2 times in a row that they have opened the tournament. And they won the first couple games and dropped the third, and then won the fourth against Andres Vargas and Caio Martino. So we're looking forward to see how well they can do against the number 1 seeds. So I'm really happy to be joined today by a guy who commentated with me 2 days ago, and he was on the court last night late. And I'd like to welcome from Australia. He took a 15-year break from the tour and came back and played. You look good last night. I'd like to welcome Jeff Osborne. Jeff.
Oh, thanks for having me back.
Yeah, nice to have you. What did you think of your match last night? I mean,
Look, those guys were too good. We had some great long rallies, and I felt like we were in there, and we created some opportunities. But Zach and Scott were just too good, finishing the rallies off, and I was a little frustrated with myself at times because
we saw you do after one error. You dropped down and did some push-ups to try and convince yourself not to make that error anymore.
A little self-punishment, but I would have liked to have played a little bit better. But I think even if I had have played to my expectations, I think those guys probably were a bit too good. So they're going to be real tough to beat in this tournament. Scott's so good on that right wall, and he bangs the ball so hard, and Zach, he just, he keeps putting the ball in play and in good positions, and then when he gets an opening, he's just lethal. So, those guys will be good.
Well, one of the things I noticed, Jeff, last night was in each of the games you guys got better. So, that's, to me, an encouraging sign. Not only, and we did mention the fact that you and Reed joined forces all of 5 days ago, and you won 2 rounds in the qualifying, and played last night. And the really sort of encouraging thing, particularly after you've had such a long break, is that literally in each game, you in particular played better and better and better.
No, thank you.
And in the third game, you sort of nailed some forehand drives for winners. You were starting to get, you were pushing up in the court the entire match, but you were actually really starting to sort of take some control. And against Scott, that's hard. So it was impressive, And if it had been, I don't know about 4 out of 7, but maybe 5 out of 9. You might have come back and taken that match.
I don't know whether the match. I would have liked to have snuck a game, but And look, I really enjoy playing with Scott because on the right wall he moves really well, and even though we're both very high position players, we don't get in each other's way very often at all, and I think it makes for good squash, and it makes for good attacking doubles, which we really love. And while I'd love to be playing tonight, I'm okay with the result, and the competitive nature of me is never happy with a loss. But I'm really looking forward to watching what happens here. I think personally, for my own ego, I'd love to see Scott and Zach just destroy these guys. But look, these Omar and Clinton, I saw them play at the Briggs Cup in December, and man, they've come a long way. Omar obviously just crushes the ball on that right wall, which isn't going to bother either Zach or Scott today. They both handle the pace really well. I probably expect to see them slowing the game down a little bit and trying to just control the pace a little, with Scott being able to turn it up whenever he wants, and Zach shot making. But man, Clinton can rattle off some shots, can't he? He hit some good ones yesterday.
He did. They looked strong yesterday. They were. That match was a little bit unclear how it was going to go, and they played well and took it to. I think they played Vargas and Martino, and they did their job. It's going to be interesting to see because they have been playing well. They're an experienced team. They've been playing together for a few years, so they know how each other moves. But Zach and Scott are a taller order.
Yeah, and look, I don't know how accurate it is, but I was speaking to Clinton yesterday, and he said that himself and Omar played for almost 2 seasons and didn't win a single match. And they kept showing up and getting into qualifying and kept losing. And it's only really been this last season that he said that they've started to win some matches. And I think, for the guys who are just kind of picking up doubles, that are in the qualifying, just knowing that it takes a little bit of time to learn the game and learn the shots and the positions, and now I think these guys are a real threat, and I know if we were playing them today, I think it'd be a real tough matchup. So yeah, this will be a great match today. This will be a lot of action.
Well, one of the things that's interesting is Clinton is probably the best singles player of all 4 of them who will be on the court today. You don't think so?
Look, I'm not a gambling man.
Yeah.
But if I was,
who would you put your money on?
I think Zach would take them all.
Really?
Yeah, I think Zach. Zach's still got it. He doesn't play all that much anymore, but Zach was top 30 in the world, right? He was, or maybe close to that. So he's a very good singles player, and
yeah, you're probably right.
But that being said, Clinton's still pretty active on the singles. He's very fit. Scott was an amazing singles player, but you know, Scott to be lucky to last 5 shots these days. I think he's not the fittest singles player on the court, and Omar's you know, at a solid 225. I think he might struggle on a singles court at the moment, but that extra weight definitely helps him crush the ball on the doubles court.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I might have been biased just because I've seen Clinton. Clinton has played in a lot of tournaments that I've been to. All right, we're getting underway.
Let's
so
go.
just again to orient everybody, Clinton
Alexander
Leeuw
Arnold to
and
receive.
Omar El Kashef, they are in the white,
Games,
and they're playing the #1 seed, Zach Alexander, who's on the left-hand side of the court, and Scott Arnold, who's on the right. They are in the all-black. So it should be pretty easy to tell the two teams apart, and we are underway.
Mikey Ferreira on the microphone. Oh, lucky backwall Nick. Look at that.
Right from the start.
So I think we'll see Scott and Zach just kind of take a little bit of time here to work their way into the front positions before they start really asserting themselves here, just to kind of test out the patience of the team in white. Yeah, look at that. Great drop, Zach.
And now
You know, it was high, but it still found the nick.
Yeah. He did that a bunch of times against you guys yesterday, too.
Trust me, I noticed. He's got a great cross-court drop. He's missed that one there, but you know, again, they weren't able to capitalise, which is good for them. That front right's a tough corner with these two guys, just because Clinton is so quick up there, and you know, you can hit a great shot to the front right, and you're going to be seeing it come back, unfortunately. I think the key to this match is the front. Sorry, that was the front left. The key to this match is the front right, where Omar's not the speediest guy to the front. Good cover from Clinton.
Level 1-all.
Now it's interesting in the earlier stages here because not right there, but we've seen Scott be in front of Omar more. And yesterday, when you were playing against Scott, you were actually in front of him, I would say 70% of the time. You were playing very high, and he was having trouble getting up in front of you.
Yeah, I like to push up. Oh, that's an interesting call.
Level 1-all.
Could have been a stroke. Yeah, look, Omar tends to sit back a little bit. And in the match yesterday with Andres Vargas, I was speaking to Vargas between games and just was trying to encourage him to play that front right corner a fair bit, because Omar did drop back every time he took a wind up. So nice of Zach there not to tattoo.
Well, you saw that Clinton was sort of saying thank you.
It's a nice thing to say. I think even though Zach and Scott haven't played much doubles together, you know, in their younger years, they spent a lot of time training together. Slept in the same house for a while and trained together day in and day out in the Australian Institute of Sport back in Brisbane for quite a few years, so they know each other really well. That's a great 3-wall.
3-1.
Bang. Yeah, Omar's nowhere near that. Quick serve.
It's really a reverse 3-wall.
Yeah. It's a favourite of Scotty's because he can hit it a bit harder and it stays down.
Well, you may be surprised to know this, but I actually spent the better part of the year at the AIS once upon a time.
In Brisbane?
Yes, I did.
Good times. There's some grueling workouts have gone on from that place.
Yeah, it was. I was very lucky. Both Jeff Hunt and Heather Mackay were coaching at the time. And
now 3-all.
The players that were my era who were starting off there were Rodney Hill, Anthony Isles, Sarah Fitzgerald, Michelle Martin, Danielle Drady. It was, you know, I wasn't anywhere near the caliber of those guys, but they let me come in and train with them, and
it's a pretty good stable.
Yeah, it was
3-4
it was
left.
great for me. Great experience.
Good hands to Zach there. He's yeah. Well, both these boys have spent some time there, and that's you know, for a while for Australia, that was our factory that produced a lot of our better players. So
Yeah.
4-all.
Scott with a bit of an error
Right.
there.
The Australian Open was actually held there the year I was there, and I made it through qualifying, but I played Chris Dittmar, who was the #1 seed in the first round.
Tough
People
first
were
round.
thinking, oh well, he's the #1 guy in the U.S. Let's see how he does. It did not go well.
This was a hard man to get a point off.
I asked him after the match if he'd like, if I could buy him a drink, and he said, I don't mean to say anything, Will, but I think I need to get a workout in. I was like, okay, thanks. Thanks, Chris. Thanks a lot.
He was very fit, so he did. There's a good rally here, bit of movement going on, and the boys pushing the ball around. Good duck. Good duck, Omar.
5-4.
Yeah, Omar just
Left
not
side.
reading Scott's movement there. Hopefully he'll pick that up as the game goes on. Scott signals whether he's
Second
going to hit
serve.
a forehand or backhand pretty early, so he's that's why he's good to play with on the right wall, because you don't really ever feel like he's going to hit you. Oh, Omar.
Oh.
5-all right side. Sorry, coming in. 5-all.
Might have been an interesting shot if you had pulled that off.
Yeah, it's ambitious, but it could have worked well. Just couldn't lay it down. Oh, Zach with an error. We haven't seen Clinton rattle off
5-6.
any of these incredible winners yet, so
Left.
I'm waiting to see when he turns that on.
Yeah, Jeff, I don't know what you think, but it feels to me like all four of them are sort of, it is early afternoon. Zach and Scott played, as you know, late last night, and
And
I
out,
feel like this is
7-5.
everyone sort of just starting to feel their way into this match.
Yeah.
But this is good for Clinton and Omar. They have a 2-point lead.
Scott looks so slow out there, but he gets a lot of balls. Just lumbering up there and playing a good shot. It's a good angle. He's pushed Omar back there, just looking for that option to go in the front corner, but Omar defending well.
Nice
Good
shot.
angle.
Good angle.
7-6 left.
Broke it right around him.
Yeah, I mean,
Perfect
Omar
spot.
leaving that ball just kind of in the middle of the court, it's not good for his partner. It's a good lob.
Down.
Down.
Yeah.
And
Omar's
out,
got to be
7-all.
careful there, because Zach's got a good forehand drop off that, and even if that goes up, he's going to be fighting to get to the front of the court there. It's a good ball.
7-8 left.
Don't know whether Zach was expecting that. Good ball. They get to the business end now. You can see the intensity starting to pick up a little. Here goes Scott with the wind up. I thought Clinton and Omar would be hitting it a little harder to start this game, so
7-9 right.
it's been interesting.
That's a little bit of what I meant, but I sort of felt like everyone's sort of feeling their way into it a little bit.
7-9
Yeah.
thin on
That
the
was
right
the
side.
first point where
Sorry,
there was
9-7. Right.
people were sort of starting to tee off
9-7.
on the ball.
Yeah.
But again, another 2-point lead, so they've been not just hanging in. They've been even or up most of this first game.
Yeah, I was just speaking to Will Hartigan. That's a great
Yeah.
shot there from Omar.
10-7.
About what's going to go down with the change of scoring to 11 points for a couple of tournaments, and we're just talking about how many matches won and lost, from 10 all. So it'll be interesting to see if the boys can get back to 10 all here. What happens from there? It's a good spot.
10-8.
Zach with a little inside ball that goes down the middle.
Sorry. Yeah, it's these guys. They're coming in. 8-10. Is it? Almost the first.
Oh, with a little bit of a shove there on the Scott Arnold hip.
8-11.
Look at that. Oh. It's a good box out.
I think he had the right to do that. He was
absolutely. Be mad not to. That's back all Nick.
And out. 12-8.
12-8.
Yeah.
This would be a little bit of a shocker if we had
Yeah, well, upstairs at lunch, the overwhelming favourites were definitely Arnold and Alexander to win this tournament. So it'll be interesting to see what happens if they drop this first game.
So just talk about that for a second. When you say upstairs, what are you talking about?
They just had a bit of a lunch on, and upstairs for the tournament. That's a great shot. That's a no-let.
No let.
Yeah.
12-9.
They had a bit of a lunch on, and the talk amongst the patrons was that these guys are the better team and the most likely to win. So we'll see if that materialises. But yeah.
Oof. 13-9. Right.
All right. Here we go. Business end of this game now. Oh, Omar had the option.
And out. 10-13. Yep.
So this will be a big comeback here. The boys will put a bit of effort into this, I think, to try and really peg their way back.
I think generally speaking, when you are the underdog, it's more critical for you to win that first game than if you're the favorite.
I'd agree with you. What a great shot from Zach there. He's pushed
11-13.
He just found the right spot
big one,
there.
and then he just got that nick on the side wall. He's very good at putting them together when it counts.
Well, Jeff, the intensity has now really gone up. You can just hear it in the way the ball sounds.
Yeah, everyone's really putting it together here. And what's interesting is the pace has gone up, and Scott and Zach have definitely look like they're a bit more in control of this rally. But wow, Clinton.
That's a great shot by Clinton.
Yeah.
Zach, 11-14 right.
He rattles those off from time to time.
Campbell.
So 3 game balls for the upstart, Clinton Leeuw and Omar El Kashef, against the #1 seeds, Zach Alexander and Scott Arnold.
Oh, there he is. Same shot.
Wow. 2 very decisive reverse corners. That's an impressive first game.
Yeah, I think the Arnold Alexander team are going to come out a little bit stronger this next game because they kind of let that one slip.
You know, I don't want to put too much on the hours, but I definitely have noticed a correlation when a team that plays the last match of the day is on first. Team or individual. Happens in singles too. I feel like there's just something about it, just hard to get the body going. You know, I guess just to wake it up, to sort of get re-geared again. And I think part of it is physical, part of it is psychological, that you feel like, God, I just played, and here I am again.
I can tell you, I mean, myself physically, I feel I feel good right now and ready to play if it was available. And I think, Scott and Zach having a 3-setter last night probably physically are fine, but I tend to agree with you on the mental side is, just getting your mindset ready and aggressive for today and getting going. I think Scotty had a Pro-Am match earlier this morning, so he's been out on the court and had a bit of a go, but yeah, they definitely want to pick the intensity up a touch for this next game.
We're about to see some nice shots at the end here by Clinton. Watch this reverse. Boom. Then he did the same thing on game ball right here again. It's almost the exact same replay.
Yeah.
And that shot really, in a lot of ways, was the difference there.
Yeah.
That when it came time, he pulled in some good shots. And to give Omar some credit, he boxed Scott out a little bit over there.
Yeah.
He didn't back down. I think Scott's a big guy, and it's easy to sort of get, I don't want to say intimidated, but at least physically, you have to really make up your mind that you're going to physically compete with him.
Yeah.
And I thought Omar did that well.
Yeah. I mean, between the two of them, there's probably 400 pounds on the right wall there.
Be nice.
No, it's accurate. But oh well. Scotty and I were probably pushing close to that yesterday as well, but so I don't think physically Omar is going to be intimidated, but it'll be interesting how things come out this game. Like you said, Scott's got that front position and is dominating play a little bit there. We just need to see the Aussie boys turn that into a game or two to bring this back. So I'll be interested to see what happens here.
It is interesting because I didn't feel like Zach and Scott made a lot of errors. I felt like that game was really on the rackets. Clinton and Omar did make some big errors, but they also made a bunch of winners, and they were the ones who were sort of dictating. So we'll see whether Zach and Scott start to dictate, start to hit some more winners.
Level.
See what happens here.
Yeah. That'd be good. And I had the privilege of being at the Commonwealth Games just a year or two ago, which is where all the Commonwealth countries compete in various sports, a little like the Olympics, and Zach played doubles with Dave Palmer and won the gold medal against the English pairing of Daryl Selby and Adrian Waller, and Zach's performance in the final was nothing short of unbelievable. He was amazing out there and almost single-handedly won the gold medal for himself and Palmer. Palmer being over 40 years old.
Yeah, that made big news because it was David Palmer coming back. He's won Commonwealth gold in singles and doubles before.
Yep.
Obviously, 3 British Opens, one of the all-time greats. And for him to come back and get another gold medal. And Zach, is obviously a huge part of the reason he did get a gold medal.
No, well, because they played some great matches leading up to the final, but in the final, Dave just didn't have a great day, and it was a tribute to his mental strength because he really, really toughed it out, and he just wasn't seeing the ball as well as he normally does on the day, and Zach took control of the game and really just brought everything together, and they toughed out an amazing win. And the atmosphere there in front of a home crowd was just phenomenal. And Zach being from that part of the world as well, it was a pretty emotional day for those boys. So, Zach's got the ability to take control of a match and
right side,
and really, really do some damage here. So, I think Zach probably wanted a stroke on that one. Yeah.
Yeah. He had sort of this forlorn look when it was just a let.
That's some tight ball work down that left wall. I like Clinton's crossing. He's very aggressive on the cross. It doesn't take much for him to get across to that side wall, and I think that creates some openings.
Down.
Ooh. There's a good reverse. Yeah, it's down. Sorry, Emma.
Too low.
Yeah.
Left.
In yesterday's match, I was refereeing Omar's match, and he got into it a bit with me over a couple of calls because he wasn't happy with, but I think he's a massive competitor, and he'll work his butt off to win a game.
Level. 2 love left.
Well, that was Clinton just replaying the favor when Zach didn't hit him. He took it easy on Zach.
Yeah, a late turn on the ball is always a good idea for a lap when the ball takes an unexpected bounce.
Oh. Yeah.
Ah, wow.
Did he make that?
Yeah, I don't know whether he hit it cleanly.
2-1 right.
Oh, Zach.
Wow.
I don't know why Zach was back to Scott. There's zero chance of Scotty Arnold getting up there. That's down.
3-1 left.
Yeah, that's not a good error there, Clinton. You can hear a bit of Mikey Ferreira in the microphone there, having a chat to a few of the guys there, just watching this game unfold.
They played well.
He's going to be up last today, I think, and I'll be excited to see how that match goes down.
No, they're the second match on. They're 3 o'clock match.
Wow, there you go.
You go to the lunch.
The double boast.
Wow.
Love a double boast. He just jammed that ball in there. Hit 2 side walls before the front wall, and the ball
And
just
out,
stays up there.
2-3. Win did the same, don't worry. His is worse.
What's it?
2-3.
All right, tight gaming. He's left that one on Scotty's racket.
3-all,
He's
left
got lucky
side.
that Scotty's missed that, because that's usually right in his wheelhouse.
Yep.
So Arnold's still trying to find his way out there today.
It's not the super decisive start that you thought might happen here in the second game by Zach and Scott.
Yeah. Oh, they kept playing. There'll be an appeal here. Zach's generally pretty good with calling his bounces, so we don't really know what happened there.
3-4, Clint right.
And for the crowd at home, there's 3 referees
3-4.
up there, and so in any instance like that, you can appeal to all 3 referees, and collectively they make a decision. It's the majority rule. So when 3 guys say it was up, chances are it probably was up.
Well, there were 1 or 2 calls that were missed yesterday on not ups.
And out
We
5-3.
saw a couple of balls that referees called, and we could see it pretty clearly on the replay that they
Double.
that they got it.
They got it. You know what? You know what's really blown me away on PSA TV is when you watch the matches on there, when they do the slow-mo replay of what looks like a double bounce, the amount of times that racket's actually under the ball is a lot more than I expect.
Yeah.
And it's made me kind of rethink balls that actually
5-4.
look down probably
side.
probably aren't half the time, maybe even more. Especially with this ball skidding through a fair bit faster.
Yep.
It's a good ball, Scott. Zach with a good drop, but Omar's got the wheels. Oh, Clinton's got the wheels. All right, Scotty, rip it. Trouble.
Going for Philadelphia there. It didn't quite come off.
Got the back all first.
5-all.
That's a wood shot. He's at the top of the frame and
And
it's
out,
gone in.
5-all.
Lucky one. Take him.
Yeah, The expression used to be you pay for all parts of the racket.
That is true. Wow, Zach. I mean, you just
5-6,
chip
left
that in
side.
there.
Clint.
He does a good job of just laying the racket back on that. And,
Yeah, it
and
just died.
yeah, half pacing it in there. It's tough to read because it looks a lot like his lob. Oh, here's the wind up. Yeah, Zach just taking a bit of control here, which is what he really needs
And
to
out.
do.
7-5.
That's
Beautiful footwork.
almost exactly what Clinton's shots look like at the end of the first game.
Yeah.
See, good.
No, it's hard to see that
He
one.
was down.
Yeah,
It was
Down.
down.
did not make the front wall.
8-5.
We need a direct line to Mikey.
Yeah.
Wow, Omar.
Nicely done.
Nice shot. 8-6.
Great
Right.
reverse.
Oh.
Great drop.
And out. 7-8.
Yeah, it's some great balls down the wall there from Clinton. Stuck both of them. Wow. Didn't want to miss that one. He did the work to set that up and then
7-9. Left.
had the opening and couldn't finish it off. So 7-9 here. This will be a
7-9.
this will be a big point because you definitely don't want to be down 3. If you're 10-1. And both teams understand the importance of this one. The Scott, that's too good.
Play let. 7-9. Left side.
It's nice.
7-9. Left side. Clint serving. 7-9. Left. Clinton serving. Left side. 7-9.
I think Omar's just happy to have gotten away with that call there because he may not have received a lead if I was the one up on the referee chair. Thought he was in a bad position and Scott hit a good ball, but yeah, the refs obviously thought he could have got a racket on it, so
Yeah.
we're playing that one again. Oh, and he's buried
8-9.
Wow.
It's a bit of a miss hit, but take it all the same.
Yep.
Level. 8-9.
Defensive from Zach. Yeah, good angle. Omar not
And
moving his
out.
feet to get
10-8.
across to that one properly. Just needs to take a bigger step there.
Clinton's playing well.
Mikey's happy with how Clinton's playing there,
10-8.
which is nice.
Can hear the referee's commentary a little bit, but he's right. Clinton is playing well. He's made very
Yep,
few
10-8.
unforced errors. He has made a couple, but
Yeah, but I think there have been errors in the pursuit of a good shot. So in this game, when you're going for it, you're going to make a few errors, but you want them to be for the right reasons.
nice shot.
That's good. Zach got up there all right, though.
Yep.
And they've put themselves in a bit of a position there by going short twice in a row. It's good defensive from Clinton. He does defend very well, doesn't he? And then, you know, he quickly turns his defense into attack. Zach. So that's where Zach's really good. That ball in the middle, broken play.
11-8.
Just
Left
rolls
side.
that into the front corner. Omar really needs to get up and get that.
Clinton was upset because he was going for the nick
nick.
there.
Second serve.
Yeah. Yeah, and he knows missing it has severe consequences. You know, and that's a trade-off, right? Omar's a big guy and he smacks the ball, but it means he's not getting up for that shot. Oh my God!
Nice shot. Look at this. Look at the way he takes it out of the
11-9
air.
right.
That's
Wow.
beautiful.
Yeah, Zach a bit upset with himself for hitting such a crappy ball down the wall there. Clinton taking great advantage of it. Oh, that's into the floor. It's not what you want at this point of the game.
12-9, left
After
side.
they're sort of hanging in, keeping it close.
Yeah, Omar just needs to be a bit more patient here, right? That's a good shot. Yeah, he
nice.
just caught Omar off again. Look, there he is,
13-9.
another foot and a
Right.
half behind Scott, and then took a step backwards as the ball was hit again. So it's a long way to the front when you're doing that.
It's interesting. I mean, as I'm watching this match, it doesn't look like Zach and Scott are doing anything spectacular, but here they are with a 4-point lead, about to even the match up 1-all.
Yeah, I felt that was the same last night. I didn't feel like they did anything spectacular. They just kept finishing rallies and winning them. Here we go. That's where Zach's good, and he's just missed that one.
And
Top of
out,
the tin.
10-13.
Yeah, he likes that shot. Omar was all over it though that time.
Yeah, Omar saw it coming.
Yeah, 10-13.
It's great.
And out.
All right, let's see whether Zach and Scott can close this game out, or whether Clinton and Omar can put up a little resistance here.
A couple of big points at 10-13. I think
You can see the intensity's gone up here again.
it's definitely raised. Zach with a good ball down the middle, giving himself an opening. Scott having to push Omar across to the wall there to get some space. Scott's got to be careful there with that. Oh, Omar got it. God, he's good defensively. Zach knows what he's doing on that right wall. Spent a bit of time over there, and Clinton had the winner, but he went for it a bit too much
Clinton serving left, 10-14.
there. Here we go, game ball. What do you reckon happens here, Will?
Well, I'm thinking that we're headed for one game all. That's my prediction.
Yeah, it's too
And
tight.
there we are.
All right.
It is, in fact, one game all. All right, so, Jeff, if you were Clinton and Omar, you started off well, and Zach and Scott didn't do anything spectacular, but they just beat you by 5 points in that game. What are you going into? What conversation are you having between games here?
Look, if I was Clinton, I'd probably be telling Omar that he needs to stay up and push up on the court and try and get in front of Scotty a little bit. And then they just need to cut out. I think you could probably put him down for maybe 6 or 7 errors in that game that weren't really necessary. And so, if they cut half of those errors out, instead of it being 10-15, maybe it's 12-all and we're in a different game. So that's probably what I'd be saying to those guys. And I think Zach and Scott are probably talking to each other about just not leaving any open balls for Clinton and just working Omar over a bit and making him under pressure. I think most of the openings they've got have been from when they've put a bit of pressure on Omar. He's left a nice fat one out there, and that's put him in a position where they're like that, where they've got that there. But that was Clinton leaving the opening. But there's Omar with a bit of an opening and Clinton with a great drop shot. It'll be interesting what happens here. I think we'll definitely see some intentions in the first 5 points. We'll see what happens as the boys come out of the blocks. Clinton's thinking aggressive there. You can see he really wants to step in and go for it, but he definitely needs to keep things rolling, and we need Omar to really step it up. So I don't know what they want to do.
The one thing I'd like to see is Zach and Scott just look a little bit sharper. Now, they ended some points very nicely, particularly Zach towards the end of that game. He had some beauties.
Yeah.
He sort of sensed where the open court was and put the ball to the open court, not dramatically, but I'd like to see more of that.
Yeah.
And I'd like to see them hitting the ball a little bit tighter, at the beginning of the game. Because at the beginning of both those games, both the first and the second, they were loose, and they were giving Clinton and Omar some opportunities, and
they'll take them.
And I think for the number 1 seeds, I just want to see them I want to see them look a little tighter, a little bit more grooved. Admittedly, they're brilliant at finishing the point.
Yeah.
But I'd love to see the point be a little bit closer to the side walls, just a little bit tighter, a little bit more precise. I guess that's really the word I'm looking for, precise.
Yeah, and interestingly, I think the longer the rallies go, I think that probably benefits the Aussie boys a little bit more, and so they'll probably want to make the rallies go longer, because the longer the rallies go, the more opportunities they're going to get to really do something with the ball. So.
Now, interestingly, it seems like I'm just thinking in my head through that last game, I don't remember a ton of winners. I remember one reverse corner, but I don't remember a ton of winners from Scott. The winners I'm remembering.
Scott has not hit a bunch of winners today. I feel like he hit more last night. Maybe that's because I was over on the wall with him, but he...
No, I mean, he's clearly a great shot maker, and he can also drive that ball down the wall super well, and he hasn't really done that so far, so, in this match.
One love left.
Tight one there. So, look, one of last night's match, we saw Clive and Willie Walker just put in an epic performance for a team that is 6 months out of qualifying for the Century doubles. They managed to really stick in a massive 5-setter with some amazing shot making. There's some vintage Leachy. Everything from the shot making to couple of disagreeing with the refs. When Clive's really into it, you'll hear a bit of no from him after a point.
Two love right.
Get Zach with the hands.
That's a great shot.
Great hands. We saw a bit of that from Chris on the left wall last night. So that team will be hard to beat in the Century next year, and maybe for the next 10 years if they want to play the Century doubles a few times. But it's unfortunate they didn't get through, because I'd love to see them play again today. But this team will go through, and whoever wins this match, I think, is going to have a good run after this. So we'll see what happens here. Zach with a little look away.
Hand out. 1-2. Yeah. I think it's gone.
You didn't check it though, boys. Got to check that ball.
Nice
All right.
Clinton. Balls are down there.
Well, we have a broken ball, and so that means we will spend a little bit of time warming it up here. Does it benefit one team more than the other here?
What's interesting is it depends on what kind of ball they get back in this. And sometimes the balls you get out of the box are a little faster than others. Some are a little squishier and slower than others. And I think Omar and Clinton are probably hoping for a real fast rocket, which will suit them because it means they can lay some shots in there. But look, once the ball gets warm and it really starts to heat up a bit, it turns a bit rubbery, and it's
a little bit softer.
A little bit softer.
So if you're a shot maker, what you like is a fresh ball.
Good hard ball is nice, right?
You can sort of lay it down a little bit more precisely.
Yeah.
And as it gets a little softer, it befits the power players maybe a little bit more.
Yeah. Well, more so just as it gets softer, it sits up a bit. And guys with a bit better touch, like your Zach on the left wall, are probably going to do really well. So we'll see what happens. This ball doesn't look particularly fast at the moment, so we'll see how it goes. So as they're getting ready to start things up again. Scott finding the nick in the warm-up. Let's see if you can translate some of that into the game, Scotty. Come on. It's a cold day outside. Scott's come down from Toronto. He should be used to this.
Omar serving.
The wind chill this
Score is
morning
1-2.
was 10 degrees Fahrenheit.
Which puts us somewhere in the -15 kind of area of Celsius.
Yes.
No wonder I was hurting on the way here.
It was chilly this morning, for sure.
I left home a couple of weeks ago and it was 95 degrees, so 95 to 10's a bit of a gap.
Yes, that's a change. for
Okay.
sure.
I don't feel so bad now. I thought I was just being a bit of a sook.
No, I actually,
All right, 1-2.
you know, I work out with my trainer outside all year long. And
Ah.
we had a session scheduled for this morning, and he did text me and said, you know, at that point it was 7 degrees wind chill, and he said, I think
1-2.
you should sleep in.
Generous bloke.
So,
Yeah, wow. All right, here we go. So 1-2. It's almost just like starting the game over again with a fresh ball here.
yeah, especially right at the beginning of this game.
Oh,
That's
wow.
a nice
That's
shot.
really smacked.
2-all left.
Yeah, Omar's got to go across
Sorry,
and volley.
guys.
What
that
I
if
like
he's got
about
any
that so
chance.
much is the angle. You know, it's not just the pace;
Yeah.
it's also the placement of where that is.
Yeah, it's a thing. Good players, you know, really have an amazing sense for where the other players are on the court before they strike the ball, and so they can really pick out angles before they have to do anything. So, a bit of a duel going on the right wall here. I like this. Omar's definitely wanting to.
He's trying to tee off in a big way there.
Ah.
And
that
now
up?
4-1.
No, it was down.
Down. I think the score's wrong on our screen. It was 2-all, but it's really 4-1, according to Mikey. But there we go. Back up to date. This is the start that Arnold and Zach won. So now what they'll try and do is drag a few rallies out, really make them long, get on the end there. Scott with an error.
4-2 left.
It's not his day. Doesn't really need to be for them to win with Zach on the other wall, but he probably needs to stop shooting a bit. That's a bit more of what you need from Scotty. Jeez, that was crushed.
That was really crushed.
Good to see him wind
5-2
up.
right, Zach.
And that's the hard part when you're going to crush the ball that hard, is getting it to bounce twice before the back wall.
For
And,
sure.
He did that very well there.
Level.
Yeah.
5-2 right.
Just took a funny bounce out of the back there. Omar not quite experienced enough to know where to be just to avoid that let there, but Scott being a nice bloke and not hitting him. Ah. Geez, Clinton can
And now
bury some
3-5.
short ones in there. He goes for it a bit. It's nice to see.
That's a tough ball.
Zach with a good gag.
It was a good dig.
Yeah, Omar just putting it straight back on Zach's racket though. Here we go, a bit of heat here. That's a good drop. It's a great drop.
Nicely done.
Zach
That's a
just
great point.
can't leave that open for Clinton. He's just too
4-5.
fast up there.
Left side.
Bit of a comeback here from 4-1.
Well, Clinton's
4-5.
playing quite well right now.
Yeah.
I think if I were coaching Clinton and Omar, I would be telling Omar to keep pounding the ball and keep going for position.
Yeah.
4-6 right.
Let Clinton finish your points.
Let Clinton, you know, be the shooter here.
Yeah.
I know he just made that error, but he's been the hot hand.
4-6.
Just missed the nick there. It's a good skid post. This is a pretty big rally here at 4-6. Watching the boys work hard for position. Oh, Clinton, what a great drop shot. He had Zach backed up against the wall.
5-6.
Really
Left,
put that
left.
together.
5-6.
We just got a visit in the commentator booth here from Damian Mudge, who's, without question the best doubles player in history. And
won this event a few times.
yeah, what is it, 17 in a row? Pretty nice record there.
Is it only 17?
Thank
17
you.
with 4 different partners.
I only showed up for the lunch
6
late
all
once
right.
as well, which is a good effort.
But Damian is missed on the tour a lot. Tour obviously will go on, but what a presence he was. And it's fun to have him back in his stomping ground. Now
7-6
that was
left.
That was Mudge-esque.
forget what I say about Omar maybe not going for it. That's
He's just
he's gonna
buried
hit
that.
it like that. Shoot all you want.
You almost need a crowbar to get that one out of the nick. It was buried so deep. All right, 7-6 here. They've regained a bit of a lead. The team in white. Scotty with a late cross. All right, this is a couple of big points here. I think the Aussie boys want to regain the lead a little bit. Trying to work some position. Just a
And now
racket error there
7-all.
from Omar.
Yeah, that's a funny one too. It's
The beam.
7-all.
Caught the beam.
the beam, the Heights Casino beam.
Yeah, I mean, Omar's played a bit here. He should know about the beam.
7-8 left.
It's a good two-wall boast. Not a shot you see that often in doubles. Zach's good at getting that angle there just behind Scott. You've got to get up earlier than that, mate. He's managed to get up there and under it, though, which is good. There we go, that's trouble. The reset in the rally here. Clint
Wow.
just wrecked that into the forehand. Look at that. Drop. Didn't even bounce.
9-7.
But this is a
Right.
little bit of what I was talking about, Jeff, in terms of Zach and Scott. I just don't feel like they're keeping the ball that tight right now. And, Clinton and Omar are getting their opportunities. And I feel like Zach and Scott are banging the ball around a little bit without... I just would like them to see them...
Do a bit more with it.
I think the word I keep thinking in my head is just a little more precision, a little more width on the side walls.
Bit accuracy. Scott!
10-7.
He's got a good backhand there.
Left side.
He just needs to kind of put that in. He's really trying to bury that in the nick rather than just put it in and make Omar go up and get it.
This is getting potentially interesting here because if Clinton and Omar actually hold on here
Take a 2-1 lead.
and take a 2-1 lead, that's all of a sudden time for some concern for our number 1 seeds.
Yeah, that ball's been hit rather hard
And
by
out
Scott there.
8-10.
Into the side wall right by Clinton, and he couldn't get it back.
Of course, I shouldn't be premature. It's not.
No, we're a long way to go in this game yet.
Yep.
It's only 10-8. But I think the concerns are legitimate.
So let's just keep in mind that they were down 10-7 and see what happens here.
Clinton again.
8-11. Left side.
Yeah, he's not quite hit that one clean, but it's gone for a winner.
He's used his frame a few times for winners. That's a nice shot. That
It's
was
hit well.
But see,
And
that's
out,
kind of the width
12-8.
that I'm talking about that I would be expecting a little bit more from Scott and
Yeah.
Zach.
12-8.
Yeah, Scott was probably a bit wide there, but wow.
Did he make that?
I think he did. I mean, he's had to flick it
Yes,
off
he
his
did.
head,
Wow.
13-8.
come off the throat of the racket, but it's a winner, 13-8.
I'm
Yeah.
telling you,
Out.
Jeff.
I want to say it was like 8-all at one stage, wasn't it?
No, they
close.
were up 10-7 there for but I think it might have been 7.
It's a good run of points.
6 out of the last 7 points, if we're right about that it was 7 all.
Zach and Scotty stepping in and hitting him a bit harder, and Clinton just going for a bit too much there.
Yeah.
I think it's Clint, 13-9, second man, left side.
Technically there, his body weight was heading backwards as he's trying to hit that shot, and it's really
39.
hard to hit a reverse while you're going backwards. You really want your body weight going forward toward the
39.
front wall as you're playing that ball. So Clinton just not quite stepping into that shot like he should.
But as you said, he's been the shot maker here, so
yeah,
it was probably the right shot.
14-9.
Wow.
Gamble.
Wow, that's a big error.
That's usually Scott's.
Jeff, that is a big error.
Yeah, that's one of Scott's favourites, that low and hard.
So we were talking about a 2-1 lead, and then we said the game had a long way to go, but here we are, and it's very possible that they may actually pull this off.
Yeah, Scott, that's a bit better. Step forward into that.
And out 10-14.
Good reverse. If they come back to 14 all here, it's going to be mentally a tough one for Leeuw and Kashef to get over. So I think for their sake, they really want to finish this game off. We'll see how that comes together. They're going to have to work hard for it. That's not going to do it, Clint. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Just took a backswing onto the side wall
He
there.
actually had a slip there. I don't know if you saw it when he was trying to get across. He slipped.
The scramble.
14. Okay, so it was.
It's a long way to go before it's 14 all.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
There it is.
Clinton buries a cross-court nick. Yeah, you probably wouldn't expect that if you're Scott, understandably.
So here we are.
2-1.
Number 1 seeds are down 2-1. This is definitely a surprise.
Yeah.
We knew that Clinton and Omar have been playing well, but we sort of were predicting that Zach and Scott were going to find some range. But I've been saying it, I don't want to be overly critical of them, but it hasn't looked to me like they've been precise. It hasn't looked to me like they have been as energetic as they might be. And I believe what you said, that this is not physical. This is maybe just a little bit of being mentally stale here. But if you're ever going to have a wake-up call, this is it.
Yeah, well, it's now or never, right? Like, the boys have got to get after it. So it'd be interesting to see what they do. I think they've got to be careful not to go into their shell and not play shots. They still need to do that. But, yeah, they're going to have to really take control here.
All right, I asked you last game if you were coaching Clinton and Omar, what you would say. Now, if you're coaching Zach and Scott, you have a game plan?
I think they just need to work harder for their positions to get themselves in that spot where they've got the openings, and then they've got to take them. I feel like they've created some positions and not taken advantage of them, which they need to do. Look, unfortunately, Clinton hit some shots there that were just probably not the cleanest, but were outright winners. But there was only maybe 3 or 4 of those. So, when they're at 7 all or 8-7 or whatever it was, I think they've really got to kick on there rather than letting them get to 14.
Would you consider keeping the ball away from Clinton and really pounding Omar?
Yeah, I'd definitely consider that. I think Omar, they haven't tested him under pressure yet. And I think they could really test him a lot and make him see a lot of balls, and just see what happens with that. Omar's probably been the most susceptible to racket errors at this point.
So here would be my game plan a little bit.
I want to hear it.
See what you think. So I would be playing the majority of the balls to Omar right now, and I would be taking them off pace.
Yeah.
Because I feel like Omar actually responds quite well to the pace. He hasn't shrunk down from the pace at all.
He handles
and when
it.
you're blasting it at him, that's where he sort of gets geared up. And if you're lofting it at him or hitting a little off pace, he gets a little bit more time, and that's where he's made his errors in my mind.
I'd agree.
So I would be thinking, slowing the pace up, looking for some precision, keeping it to the right side of the court, and then when you get an opportunity, zing a ball in there and have Zach do his shooting.
You think
But
that means battery?
I would be keeping the ball on the right side of the court as much as possible if I were Zach and Scott here.
Yeah.
And not just pounding it, because Omar's responding, I think, very well to the pounding.
Yeah, oh look, he likes to pound it himself. So,
Adam.
Well, it will be interesting. This is a great test now. If you are the #1 seeds and you've got a tournament to win,
I think that
sometimes having a little bit of a challenge is a good thing early in the tournament to prepare you mentally.
Yeah.
But you got to get through it. That's assuming that you emerge on the victorious side of this. They've got some work to do now.
And well, this would be the biggest win for Clinton and Omar of their career if they can manage to pull one of these next 2 games. So we'll see how this all comes together as the crowd hushes to watch this. There we go. That's a bit more like what they want.
Yep. So just to remind you all where we are, this is the quarterfinals of the David C. Johnson Memorial Squash Doubles Tournament in Brooklyn Heights, Brooklyn. We are watching our first match of the day. We're in the quarterfinals. 4 quarterfinal matches coming up today.
1-1 left side.
And these are our #1 seeds who are in the black, Zach Alexander and Scott Arnold. Zach is on the left-hand side of the court, and they are playing Clinton Leeuw and Omar Kashef, who are in the white. Clinton is on the left-hand side of the court. Omar is on the right. And we have a little bit of a potential upset brewing here.
Wow.
With Clinton and Omar actually being up 2 games to 1. They've played quite well. Zach and Scott have played less well for them. And we're interested to see what's going to happen next. My name is Will Carlin. I'm the host throughout this entire tournament, all matches of the main draw. And I am being joined right now in the booth here with Jeff Osborne, who played against Zach and Scott last night.
Yeah, Scott just had an opening there. He really likes to hit that cross-court nick, and he's just missed that one. Just falling off the ball a little bit as he struck it. That's a good ball. Yeah. I haven't seen Omar hit many backhands that have done very well, so... Oh, Omar, what are you doing over there? He's not watching the ball. That's a rookie error there for a guy who should know better. Oh, Omar with the winner. He's rattled off a Nick Bose there. It's good. Real good. Scotty got the opening there and just couldn't quite convert, so they're back into the middle of this rally. See who can create the next opening. Zach. It's not going the way of Zach and Scott here. They're having to really work, and they're not getting on the end of the points like they normally would.
I will tell you something. I feel potential upset is becoming increasingly, I don't want to say likely, but increasingly possible.
We'll see if Zach and Scott can up the intensity a bit. Oh, wow, Clinton.
Well, they're not following my strategy, Zach and Scott.
Clearly not listening to the broadcast.
But I do think it's a mistake to be giving Clinton so many opportunities. He's hot. And if he's hot,
he's hit quite a few winners. Oh, that's trouble. Yeah. Too good. Omar's got a cross there. Yeah, so this is an important little section of the game here where one team could get on a little bit of a run, which you've got to be careful that that doesn't happen. So they want to make sure that they either split points here or get a couple extras. That's a great ball from Zach. Just got the right angle around Clinton.
That's 2 good shots in a row by by Scott, who...
I think that was Zach that hit that winner.
Oh, was it Zach?
Yeah, he hit that on the forehand and hit that really well. So I think he needs to take control here. He's probably got the hotter hand out of him and Scotty. Here we go. Going back at Clinton's not going to work. Clinton, great forehand.
Jeepers, that had some pace on it.
Yeah, Zach was not expecting that at all. Trying to get the quick serve in here, but Omar with the goggle wipe.
You can hear the crowd now starting to buzz.
That's again, same
Wow.
spot.
Hand out 7-4.
Jeez.
All right, just setting the stage, everyone. If you're just
7-4.
joining us, this is a potential very big upset brewing here. Our number 1 seeds who are in the black, Zach Alexander, Scott Arnold, are down 2-1, and they are down 7-4 in the 4th game against Clinton Leeuw and Omar Al-Sharaf. And Omar has played on this court a lot of times. He was one of the pros here for 3.5, 4 years. And Clinton, who's on the left side of the court in the white, has been the man with the hot hand.
Yeah.
7-5 left. Clint.
Zach with a great drop shot there. All right, 7-5. Bit of a comeback mounting from the Aussie boys here.
You don't. Good, you. Could be.
Mikey thinking there could be an upset here as well, so... Oh, Zach loves that shot. God, he's good at it.
Nice shot.
As soon as he goes back there, Omar's just
It's
got to
good,
start
it's good.
sprinting forward.
Oh.
Because he just hits that shot almost every time. He really likes it. As a former right waller.
Yeah.
Where's Clinton going?
You should just play with that.
Looked like he was pointing to his hand. I wonder if he got a cut or something.
Maybe a bit of blood on the thumb.
So this is the first quarterfinal of the day. This is a 145 match.
Blood on your hand.
And it's got blood on the hand. That's Clinton Leeuw.
Blood.
Got hit.
Mudgy must know.
Who inflicted the blood?
I know, it's gone dead, dude. I don't know what happened.
That's the referee's voice you're hearing. That's Michael Ferreira, who's the referee. And now at this group shot that you're looking, Mike is in the front row there with the gray jersey on. He's talking to the all-time great Damian Mudge, who was just in our booth a little while ago. Sitting right behind Michael Ferreira is Whitten Morris. Got a bunch of great squash fans and players in the crowd here. Way over on the left-hand side of the screen, you see two people talking and laughing. That's Tim Wyant, who's the executive director of the Squash and Education Alliance, and he's talking, you can't see her now, but talking to Emily Ash Lundstrom, who is a multi-time national champion in mixed doubles and women's doubles. So
It's online. Look at it, right? Damien.
crowd here is interested and enthusiastic. Now in hardball, the blood rule is that you have to staunch the flow of the blood, and you're not allowed to have it start bleeding again. I don't know if it's quite as draconian in doubles.
Yeah, no, we like a bit of blood in doubles, but I just ran out then and saw Clinton, and on his knuckle here, he's taken a bit of skin off. There's a bit of a flap, and he's just got a bit of blood. Obviously, his blood pressure's up. I'm breathing a bit heavy because I just ran out there, but his blood pressure's up, and he's just having a bit of trouble stopping the bleeding. They've found some Band-Aids, but I think they really want some plaster tape just to make sure it doesn't go on. It's on his racket hand.
Yeah.
So, look, I think in reality, there's probably not all that much he can do to stop that bleeding completely.
This is a big moment, though. I mean, you know, they are
7-6,
2-1. It's at a critical moment. They were up 7-5 in this game. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens, whether or not Clinton and Omar can sort of hold it together here, keep their nerve, and actually emerge with the win.
Mudge there sitting next to Mikey Ferreira, who's due to go on shortly, but you know, Mudge obviously having won this tournament a few times knows what the court's like out there, and you know, just behind Mikey there is Whitten Morris, who probably more than most guys that I've seen can absolutely crush the ball. Witten hits it so hard. And I would have liked to have seen him on this court, but you know, Damien really just a great mover and a really strong guy. He hits the ball so hard, and on this court where the ball rockets around, he was just nasty out here, and it's no wonder he won this tournament. Did you say 17 times in a row?
17 times in a row.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So, yeah.
You talk about, Rafael Nadal in tennis, you know, 12 times for the French Open, and Federer 8 times at Wimbledon, and now we've got Djokovic having won 8 times. So anyway, my point is, let's just double that.
Yeah. No,
you double their 8s, and you're still not caught up to Damien, who's won this 17 times in a row.
Yeah, no, it is funny in the on the SDA Tour. It is really funny how different every court plays. You know, every court definitely plays a little bit differently. The ball slides off the side walls differently. The ball comes off the front wall at different pace, and so you know, the ability to adapt. You know, obviously Mudgee has spent pretty much the majority of those 17 years at world number 1, and you know, his ability to adapt to all of the courts is phenomenal. But some courts definitely suit other players a little bit more, and this court being a little bit of a faster court than most, just because it is it's actually underground, this court, which I was reading is quite interesting. They had to dig a massive hole. They found a massive boulder and they couldn't get it out of the building, so they had to dig a bigger hole to stuff the boulder in before they put the court together.
That's almost right. It's what they did was, I talked about this on air just a couple days ago, so I'm sorry if I'm boring anybody again, but in the middle of the Depression, they decided that they wanted a doubles court because some of the members had some time to spare, now being unemployed, and they hired a team to dig it out, and they did find that it was mostly granite and you know, really hard rock down here, and so the cost would be too high to continue on, so the members themselves took it on themselves to break apart the granite.
No way.
And to actually take it out by hand through individual pails up to the street and dump it.
Great shot.
And one of the reasons that this court plays the way it does is behind the two of the side, the front wall and the front parts of the two side walls is solid rock.
There you go. That's why it comes off so good. Yeah.
So it's one of the reasons why this court plays so consistently.
It's laid onto bedrock.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, brilliant. All right, so Arnold and Alexander have come out firing this game. Oh, Clinton just missing that cross-court drop there. That would have been a devastating blow. Arnold and Alexander lucky to still be in this rally, I think. So it'd be a good one for him to win. Oh, just got the angle and Clinton couldn't get some strings on it.
Now, Clinton threw his racket up there. You know, one of the things I would just... They're in a very good position. You know,
yeah.
I would be keeping calm here and really...
Not getting frustrated.
Trying to really make sure that you don't.
Yeah.
9-7.
But they were up 7-5, and 7-6 is when Clinton got hurt, or you know, had to take a little bit of time for it to get his hand bandaged up. And they have not won a point since coming back from that.
Yeah, wow. Jeez, that's tight. He likes that shot. Come on, Scotty, get back there. That's it. He's very good defensively, Scott Arnold. Yeah, the heat does not worry Zach Alexander at all. Oh, there's his favourite. The forehand into the front left. Great shot. And a good rally.
That's really nicely done. Yeah,
that's what Team Black need more of.
These last few rallies have been the best that Zach and Scott have played all day, to be honest.
The blood breakers actually served them. Trouble. Ooh. interesting call.
What do we got? Will, what do you got? Yep, let 10-7. Right.
Playing a let here. You know, Zach overhit that reverse and didn't really get out of the way, and so there was potential for that to be a stroke.
Yeah, I think it was a close call. I'm not critical of the decision, but it was a close call for sure.
Wow. Ooh, Mikey
Let,
doesn't like that
10-7.
one. He called let. Okay. Yeah, bounced a little bit there.
I'll tell you, that one was also close to being a stroke.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Good bet there, Scotty.
Nice
good
get.
get.
That's a good dig.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Watch this. Watch just how precise this is. That's great stuff.
10-8 left.
He really likes that shot.
That's what I mean.
They're only 2 points down here to finish this match, so
See, that's the shot that I really think they should have been doing more of. That lob over to Omar's side.
definitely turn up the heat a bit. Scott loves that shot. He's just a real good blast down the middle
this
there.
down on the
11-8
back
right.
end.
And unfortunately, Clinton has to cover the sidewall there and a little bit of the middle.
Yeah, that's a tough ball.
Yeah, real tough. Yeah.
Well, this is the
12-8
by
left.
far the best that Zach and Scott have looked really over the course of 2 matches. This little stretch here, this is the best. That's the best they've played.
Yeah, and Omar just off the boil a little bit there and let the boys back in, which is not what you want to do. Here we go. He's going to crush this. Sure. Yeah. Oh, that hit Omar.
13-8 right.
Oh, man.
Yep, that's going to be a loss of point.
Yeah, Scott was coming back to cover Zach there, which is interesting. Scott should be covering anything other than himself.
Nice. That's.
Uh-oh. Alright. Zach's just missed that trickle boast there.
Hand out.
It was the right shot.
9-13.
That was the part of the court that it needed to get
Coming
to.
in.
Yeah, I think both those boys would have got the ball no matter what, though. But he maybe needs to hit that a bit harder and try and jam it into the nick.
Level. 9-3.
Nevertheless, this has been a very nice stretch. So they were down. Scott and Zach were down 7-5 in this game, and it's now 13-9 for them. So out of this, they've won 6 out of the last 8 points.
Yeah, it's a good comeback. I think.
And it's really been wow.
That's a
9-14
it's
left.
a straight nick. Love that one.
This is the best shot of 2 days for Scott
Scotty.
there. Yeah, that's.
They really needed that to take this to the 5th. And
Wow.
Scott,
Yeah,
okay.
cross-court nick.
2-all.
All right. Scotty Arnold is awake.
That
ladies
is
and
a
gentlemen.
very nice stretch. I really believe that is the best I've seen Zach and Scott play in 2 matches now. A very nice stretch. They showed some real, gumption there to sort of make sure when they were down 2-1 that they did not let this get away from them. And we'll be very interested to see if they play like that in the 5th game. I think they're going to win a decisive 5th game.
Question is, can they play like that?
Well, I haven't seen it until this little stretch. I mean,
Yeah.
I know how good they are, and they played against a good team last night. You were part of that team, and I didn't think they were playing their best, but they put it together when they had to.
Yeah.
And then here, I didn't think they were at their best even in the 2nd game, which they did win. But that stretch there,
Yeah, they're
of the
hard to
last
beat when
10
they play
points,
like that.
That's top squash.
Yeah.
And that's sort of what I've been waiting to see. And I'm going to be very interested to see if they can hold it together here. Because if they do, I think they're going to win a decisive 5th game. But if they don't come out prepared to play, Clinton and Omar are ready to go at it.
Those boys in white are really ready to rumble. So yeah, we'll see how this all comes together.
But in the second half of that game, you did see them start to finally play Omar a little bit more, and you saw Zach hit some lobs over to him on the cross-court side, and I think that really does make a difference for them, to sort of be able to sort of mix that pace up to Omar. Omar, throughout this match, has been responding very, very well to hard, to pace. And I will say that some balls down the middle there, middle of the court with pace, that worked very well for Zach and for Scott.
They got a few pop-ups doing that, didn't they?
Yes, and the other difference that you called was that Scott woke up.
Yeah. And look, I think throughout the match they've got positions where they've got some pop-ups and they've had the ball there ready to do something with, and they haven't quite executed just putting it away.
Yep.
Which they're both very good at. And so that little stretch at the end, they earned the positions, they got the pop-ups, and they just buried the winners. And so we need to see more of that.
It was really impressive.
Yeah.
That was impressive squash.
Yeah, I think if you look at the way that match ended, you saw Scott step up, take some.
The way that game
ended. Game ended. Sorry, you saw Scott step up and take control and really hit some good shots.
Yes.
And then you saw, Zach just get himself in his positions, whip some really nice forehand into the front left, and it just.
There were a couple of beautiful shots.
It looked nice. But I think Omar and Clinton here could really come out and cause a bit of trouble, because if this gets nervy towards the end of the 5th game, with the higher seed and the expectations, I think,
I agree with you.
Clinton rattles off some winners, man. He really hits some good shots, and I think I could see Clinton, if this gets tight, hitting a couple of winners and taking this match. So, it's a coin flip for me.
Yeah, well, I will say this. If Zach and Scott played the way they did the last 10 points of that game, they're going to win this match, no problem.
Yeah.
The question is, can they, and will they?
Wow.
Will they stay up at that level? Because that's
I think
a level.
we're about to find out.
But that's a level I've been looking from them for 2 matches now, and I'm very excited to see whether or not they can do that, because this is what they need to do if they want to win the tournament.
Yeah. They've
They've got to play close to that level in both the semis and the finals if they get through this. So
absolutely, and we're an hour and a half into since when the warm-up started now, so it's been a quite a long match, and this game here could potentially go another 20-25 minutes if or even longer if things get really tight. So yeah, the next match was due on at 3 o'clock. That's obviously not going to go until after 3:30 at this point.
Yep.
I think the 7 p.m. is probably going to be looking at a 9 o'clock the way we're going. Ooh. What happened there? Did you see that? I think
It's a little
Clinton's hit the
there.
little roll corner, yeah. Nice. Scotty went for his neck. You have to be cautious about that front left corner, because it's a tough corner to hit winners. Wow, Scott.
That's
Here he
a nice
goes.
shot.
Again, look at that body weight into the ball. Snap.
Beautiful.
Good technique. Clinton, you can't afford those, mate.
No.
Although this is the time of the game where he needs to start finding his angles, and if he's going to miss a few, now's the time to miss them. Good lad. I mean, Omar's got Scotty out of position there, though, and rather than calling a lead, I'd love to see him step in and hit that backhand really hard down the wall. But I understand his position there, playing a lead. Oh, that's gone straight into the left bum cheek.
Wow.
And he hit that too.
Yeah, he hit that.
I love that he didn't even flinch. Animal. That's what we like to see. I'll head to the locker room after this and see if I can get a look at that that bruise. I love a good bruise. I wonder if Omar's got the gall to go straight back at him and hit him in 10. We'll see. Oh, Scotty.
Wow.
Maybe feeling a bit guilty there.
So 2 games all and 2 points all in the 5th game. Just again, just to reorient everybody here, number 1 seeds in the black, Zach Arnold, Zach Alexander, and Scott Arnold are playing Clinton Leeuw and Omar Al Kashef, and we are at 2 all and 2 all.
I like this when we get Zach running over to cover the right wall.
The number 1 seeds are down 2-1.
Just got that ball right on his racket. Managed to chip the cross-court drop for a winner. It's great to see.
Hand out. 3-2.
Couple of big rallies coming up here. Both teams want to make sure the other team doesn't get away with the lead. Ooh.
Let.
It's actually not a bad strategic move there from Clinton, just hitting the deck rather than actually getting out of the way. Seeing he's a non-striker. Zach's got to be careful here with Clinton. Oh,
wow.
Yeah. Omar, great shot, mate. Little hold it,
That's
flick
it.
the burst.
4-2.
Done.
He had Zach dropping back there.
All right, well, the number 1 seeds are in trouble here at the start of the 5th.
2-point buffer.
It's not at the critical stage yet, but it's not the decisive start that you would want, were you they?
Yeah.
Let.
I want to see Omar just stand a little bit in his ground there and just take a little step to the left as Scott turns and let Scotty really drill that ball. But, you know, obviously we don't want to see guys get hit, so. Error.
Clinton right.
It's a good middle ball.
I still think that Zach and Scott would have done well to keep the ball on the right-hand side of the court, but they're playing a full court game.
Yeah.
4-3.
Yeah, if you're Zach and Scott here, you really want to keep this a 1-point game for as long as possible before you make your run at 8 all or whatever, when they usually like to run a few points off.
Such a nice performance by Omar and Clinton.
They're good. They've come a long way. Both these boys are going to challenge a lot for semi-finals.
Hand out.
Omar just needs to cut out a few of those errors, right?
He really does. I mean, that's why I would go over there, is that he's the one who's
more susceptible.
He has hit some good shots, but Clinton is the one who's really been hitting the winners, and Omar's been doing such a good job of staying consistent that.
Oh, that's he's a non-striker, but he's not made a massive effort to get out of the way, and Scott's got. Sorry, Zach's got the whole court to play there. I mean, yeah, it's an interesting call, that one.
Play on, guys. 4 all. Scott right.
The one counter to that, Jeff, I would say, is that Zach waited, and sort of.
He could have stepped in and played it.
It forced Clinton to sort of have to keep moving, and at that point, you know, if Clinton had hit the ball instead of Omar having hit the ball, it would have been a stroke.
Strategic positioning from the non-striker.
Down.
Well, Omar got up there. Scott overhit the reverse a little bit, and he's just had a bit of a
5-4.
Just muffed it.
Oh, confusion. All right, they're back in position here. I think Zach needs a little bit more of that.
That's a nice lob.
Yeah. Good get. Oh, Zach. That's not like Zach.
Zach, right.
Yeah.
When
He loves that shot.
Omar has just played consistent like that,
5-all.
they're keeping them in the points. Omar consistency, Clinton shot making.
Yeah.
And that combination has worked extremely well for these guys.
Yeah. Good volley there, because that ball was going to die. Oh, wow. Just straight on his
Watch
racket.
just how casual, just
Yeah.
very like, no problem.
Yeah.
Yes, you've hit it hard, no problem. I'm just going to hit a nice little volley drop.
Yeah, I know. Look, Omar should know
It's,
better. He
Zach
can't
on
just
the left.
put it straight onto
6-5.
Zach's racket. He needs to break it onto the wall or do something more with the ball. Oh, I don't know about
Let.
that. It's a let.
6-5.
I think Zach got a bit lucky there. Omar, error. 7-5. This is where they've got to be careful here. If the team in
7-5.
white's not careful, this could turn into a 10-5 lead real quick. Zach's opening up a little bit and trying to really bury the ball a bit. Yeah, that's Zach's favourite. Loves that.
Watch
Took
this.
the big swing wind up and then dropped it in there. Yeah, no chance.
Left
Shot.
side.
Beautiful.
Zach. 8-5.
They really want to get a bit of a run on here. And Clinton and Omar really need to slow things up.
They have to stay just totally present right now.
Yeah, if they get this next point, it's only a 2-point game. They lose it, it's a 4-point game. It's tough.
This
tough
is
ask.
a big 2-point swing right here.
I think so. Good shot, Omar.
Nice get.
Quick.
Nice coverage.
Good cover. Trouble. Oh, and he hit the nick.
Thanks. Thanks,
That's
Bedell.
very honest of you, Clinton, because I thought maybe he got under that, but
Yep. Nice.
great
call.
rally. 9-5.
9-5.
Wow. Okay. Well, is this where we see the quality of the number 1 seed start to shine through? We'll see if the upstarts have got what it takes to really peel this back and make a massive match of it. Oh, Scott. That's good, Omar. Well played. Back Scotty out there.
Hand out.
That's
6-9.
Zach just been a little lax with that next shot. He needs to really bury that in there. He was a bit worried about hitting Clinton on the head, tomahawk style.
Well, they're definitely starting to play Omar here.
Yeah, a bit of raise in intensity as well.
Oh. See, that's the thing. When you start to play one player, the shot maker suddenly feels when he gets his opportunity, oh, I'm
gotta do
supposed
more.
to do something.
6-10.
And that's, that's an error.
Yeah, and not the kind of error that Clinton really wants to make there. So at 6-10, they want to be careful. Clinton needs to hold his serve for a couple of points here if they want to stay in this. Clinton, that's another error.
Hand out.
Just feeling a bit of
11-6.
the pressure. And this could be the difference, right? This is the difference between two guys who've been at the top of the rankings for quite a few years here versus two guys who are new to this part of the tournament.
Look at this shot.
Zach really just burying that in the front right.
That's beautiful.
12-6.
Omar's got to
From
get
so
up there.
deep in the court.
Yeah. Lessons to be learned, but Clinton had a little chat to him, which I think is smart to break the rhythm a little bit, just to calm things down. They need to recenter. Omar's got to push up. There we go, Omar. Give it a tonk. Good get. That's trouble. Scotty.
This is very smart play by.
Yeah, this is what the boys in black really want.
Down.
Yep. That's a quality point.
Yeah.
Taking the pace
13-6.
off.
Zach overhit that ball, but Clinton just feeling the pressure there, right? He really felt like he had to do a lot with that ball.
Yep.
I mean, if this game finishes with in the next 2 points, it will not be indicative of how close this match has been, because 6 is not what these boys deserve.
No, but
Scott.
it'll be nice because Zach and Scott have shown much more of why they're the #1 seeds at the end of both the 4th and the 5th games.
When it counts.
14-6.
Yeah, I think just for the sake of the scoreboard, I'd love to see the team in white get a couple of points here and at least get to double digits, but I don't like their chances at this point. I think Scott and Zach are a bit too clutch when it counts.
Down.
No, an error from Scotty. Here we go. Trying to
14-7.
whip the winning reverse off the back wall. It's
Well-
not really his best shot.
No, but Scott has played well in the last 2 games here. His 2 best games so far of the whole tournament, in my opinion.
He definitely lifted. Overhit a little bit. God, Zach
great.
is good up there.
All right. Well, the #1 seeds have made it through. It was not easy, and it was not pretty for a large part of the match. But at the end of both the 4th and the 5th games, they showed why they're the #1 seeds, in my opinion. I mean, they really,
That's when it matters.
they both strategically got there, and also they tightened up their game, and they were the most precise they've been in the entire tournament. At the start of the 4th and 5th games, a little less so, but at the end of those 2 games, very nice play.
When it counted.
And as you say, when it counted, but also strategically they got better as well. So that's a nice sign. And sometimes when you are the #1 seed, having a tough, game, a tough match, can really toughen you up for the later stages.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing for them, and it'll hold them in good stead for their next match. But I'm really interested to see what happens next. I think we've probably got a little bit of a break here while the other teams warm up. But our those guys now go through, and they're going to play the winners of this next match, which I think out of all the quarterfinals has the highest likelihood of an upset, and I think this will be the most tightly contested match of the quarterfinals about to come up between Cameron Pilley and Ryan Cuskelly, just recently retired from the PSA World Tour, and both top 20 players, against Will Hartigan and Mikey Ferreira. Mikey's just a quality player. He's got that double-handed backhand, and he can whip some winners over there.
Yeah.
And Will's been really solid on the right. They're a great team. They've proven themselves, and against the upstarts in Cuskelly and Pilley, I think it's going to be a really interesting matchup.
Well, it's a matchup where it's very, sort of similar to Cuskelly and Pilley's first round, which is they're the upstart team. They have, in terms of singles, they would crush everybody else in the entire tournament.
Yeah.
And they're learning doubles very, very fast.
Very fast.
But Michael Ferreira and Will Hartigan, they've got a lot of doubles experience, and so it's going to be interesting to see whether the experience can hold off the sort of new and sheer athleticism of Cuskelly and Pilley. I'm really eager to see that match, but let's just wrap up the match we just saw. So we have, we have Zach and Scott, who are the #1 seeds. They haven't played together a lot.
Yeah.
They both have very, very strong resumes in doubles, and it took them a little while, but I was very impressed with them at the end of the 4th and the end of the 5th.
Yeah, me too.
It was the first time I was really impressed all weekend, but I was very impressed with them at the end of those 2 games.
Yeah, and look, I mean, doubles is one of those games where, when we get to this round of the tournament, the quarters, the semis, the games are close. The teams are pretty evenly matched, and what it comes down to is who, at the death, has the chops to really finish a match. And those boys proved tonight, that they deserve their ranking. They deserve their seeding in this tournament as the #1 seeds, because when it really counted is when they're at their best. And while they probably would have liked to have seen that match go a little more one way. I think they're probably in the locker room right now, happy with how the match ended.
Yeah. Well, it was impressive. All right. Well, everybody, we are. That was our 1:45 match. We are about to start the 3 o'clock match, even though it's 3:35, and we're going to take a little bit of a break while the players warm up. Get ourselves some water and go to the bathroom, and we will be back right after that.
Looking forward to it. It's going to be a great match.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back to the David C. Johnson Memorial Squash Tournament at the Heights Casino in Brooklyn Heights. We are in match number 2 of the day. These are the quarterfinals. We just saw Zach Alexander and Scott Arnold take out Clinton Leeuw and Omar El Kashef in a very interesting and exciting 5-game match. We are about to see number 4 seeds Michael Ferreira and Will Hartigan take on Ryan Cuskelly and Cameron Pilley from Australia. And at 5:45 we have Adam Bews, the hometown pro, and Colin West taking on the number 3 seeds Eric Bedell and Chris Callis. And the night match at 7 o'clock will be the number 2 seeds James Stout and Ivan Badan taking on another former Heights Casino pro Graham Bassett and a Heights Casino prodigy here, Ahmed Anvari. So we're about to get into the second match of the day, the Michael Ferreira, Will Hartigan taking on Ryan Cuskelly and Cameron Pilley. Ferreira and Hartigan got here by virtue of an incredibly exciting, certainly the match of the tournament so far, 5-game match over Chris Walker and Clive Leach, 3-2. The first 4 games were all decided in either by 1 or 2 points. I think 3 of them were 15-14, 1 of them was 15-13. And Ryan Cuskelly and Cameron Pilley actually had to qualify, and they got here by winning in their qualifying over Jack Vasti and Nishad Lawan 3-love, and then they took out Will Mariani and Justin Todd 3-1. My name is Will Carlin. I'm being joined here again by Jeff Osborne. Jeff, welcome back. Thank you for being here again. And as you said, this match has a lot of potential to be extremely exciting. Why don't you tell us a little bit about why you think that's the case?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a great match. Just on a matchup, the big unknown being Cuskelly and Pilley, who are quite new to the game of doubles, really just picking it up, and they're picking it up rather fast. The hardest thing when coming from singles to doubles is, where to stand and where to hit the ball, and they both really picked it up quite quick. They're both very creative players who have brilliant racket skills. They're both top 20 players just recently. Wow, Mikey just burying that reverse. He's so good there. So it'll be interesting how they adapt. I think this is probably the toughest match that they've ever been in on the doubles court. So I'd be interested to see how they respond to this. Their strength really, Pilley being so tall and really can crush the ball. He can cause a bit of trouble there. Look at that boast.
Wow.
Just rolled the racket around that.
Dead roll.
Yeah.
Nice.
Going in.
And then Cuskelly just has this ability to hit a reverse from behind his body, and it's so hard to read. It'll be interesting if Mikey starts to pick it up.
He pulled off that reverse a bunch of times last night.
Yeah.
And it was very impressive.
That's going to be an outlet. He did not see that at all.
2-1.
Oh, Pilley. Great shot. So, Pilley's got on his red shirt there. He's got the Yamba Mamba. Yamba being where he's from in Australia, which is a small town which very closely resembles Paradise. Oh, there's that reverse. God, he's got a good wrist. Just in northern New South Wales. And, it's about 20,000 people in this town. And, what great shot. And just up the road from Yamba is a little town called Evans Head, which is where Ryan Cuskelly's from, which is an even smaller town. And, these boys grew up, Cuskelly a little bit younger, but playing each other. I actually grew up only a half an hour from Cuskelly, and, there was a lot of good juniors in the day in that place. And, these two obviously made the pinnacle of the sport.
Well, let's talk about that for a second, because Ryan Cuskelly got to number 12 in the world. He was in the top 20 for 45 out of 46 months from 2015 to 2020 when he retired. And these two actually are world doubles champions in softball squash.
4-2.
He won his second Australian national title last year, and he's now living in Greenwich. And as you said, he just retired at the end of the Tournament of Champions from the Pro Singles Tour.
Yeah.
And Cameron Pilley has been ranked as high as number 11 in the world, so one spot better than Ryan.
I think Pilley's other achievement probably is making the final of
5-2.
the season-ending tournament as well. Do you
5-2,
remember when he managed to go through Nick Matthew and, geez, he had a good run that time. He's a brilliant singles player.
Yeah, I mean, super great. 3 times Commonwealth Games gold medalist in doubles and mixed doubles. And, of course, he's married to a former and maybe returning again PSA player again, Lena Hansen. And they just had their second child, which is a little boy, so they now have a girl and a boy. And he's living in Connecticut right now. So they are they always were popular players, both of them, but they've got even more fans in the U.S. now than perhaps before.
Well, and if you get the chance, I'd definitely go to the trouble of finding Cameron Pilley on the socials, particularly Twitter and Instagram, because he likes to post a little bit, and his posts are always quite funny. So you'll find Cameron Pilley on there. Behind the backer from Cuskelly into the ceiling, unfortunately.
Coming in 3-5.
Yeah, 3-5 here is a good start for the boys in red.
Yep.
You know, and the other team that are here in blue, Mikey and Will, they're quite an accomplished pair, yeah.
Yeah. So Michael Ferreira is number 12 in the SDA. His partner for a long time was Ivan Badan, and they have won a bunch of tournaments. He went to Trinity College, where he was a member of Trinity's team that won 4 national championships in a row, and he's won, as I said, just a bunch of tournaments. He was also a finalist right here at the David C. Johnson in 2017 with Ivan Badan. He's won all sorts of titles, and he's one of the really top doubles players.
You know, and interestingly, Mikey doesn't work as a squash pro, and we joke around that he's got a real job, but he for guys who don't hit balls all day for a living, he's definitely one of the strongest players out here, and definitely one of the best couple of left wallers in the game right now, and he's real tough. And what about Will?
Well, Will is number 14 in the SDA, so I mean these guys are a real, they're both ranked
Coming in
very high
7-3.
on the SDA. He went to Cornell, class of 2012, so he's the youngest of all 4 of them out here, and he's been a pretty darn good player. He won the William White doubles with Addison West, which is sort of one of the top amateur tournaments, and he's done well on the SDA Tour, obviously well enough to be number 14, which means you've had a lot of good results. His regular partner for a while was Matt Dominic,
8-3.
and this is a relatively new partnership between the two of them. They looked solid in their first round. They didn't look spectacular.
8-3.
I think they had a little bit of an off night, and they caught Leachy and Chris Walker on, and they played really well, and it turned into a real match, right?
It turned into a real match, and it was really exciting. I mean, it was
Best match
certainly
ever.
the most fun I think the spectators have had so far in this. I mean, when you have 4 games that are 1 or 2 points, and they wind up at 2-2 at the end of those 4 games, it's got to be exciting. And the fan sympathies were probably more on the side of the old geezers, but
it's great to see.
But probably for the sake of the tournament, having the younger guys go through. Although it would have been interesting seeing Clive and Chris play against, these Australians, but.
Yeah, it actually would have been an interesting matchup because the experience that Clive and Chris have is amazing, and so
8-4.
Yeah, but
Ryan from the left.
Look, this is already proving to be a good matchup to start. 8-4. Cuskelly and Pilley have taken a little bit of a lead here. Cuskelly's whipped
Left
some
side,
reverses
8-4.
from off his left hip there, just brilliantly so far.
He did that in the match yesterday as well, whenever they played. I can't remember now. I've watched so much squash. In the first round is their first match. But he was hitting that reverse really, really well. It's a shot that he hits that ball very late and sort of deck to his body, and he also keeps his head
Coming in
down
5'8".
and really is sort of watching where the ball makes contact with the racket, and that winds up making it very deceptive.
Yeah.
It's you
It's a bit
don't really see it.
Federer-esque, isn't it?
It is a bit Federer-esque. I actually made that comparison the other day when they were playing, and it's really pretty to see.
Yeah, it is good. And the good thing with Cuskelly is with that reverse is he can whip it in over and over again and just hit it a little bit high. And then as he gets a little bit more confident as the game goes on, he can slowly just bring it closer and closer to tin, which means by the end of each game, he's getting into a position where he can start burying some winners. God, Pilley just crushed that overhead at Mikey, but Mikey has no problems dealing with it. And there's that reverse we're talking about. Look at this. Whip. Come on.
Unbelievable.
That actually hit the nick in the front wall.
5'9".
Died up there. So, yeah, that's...
But in terms of reverses, Michael Ferreira is no stranger to being able to hit a great reverse also.
He can lay it down so well with that funny backhand. Wow.
He's got a two-handed backhand that is very unusual. There have been a few players who have had two-handed shots, but it's very uncommon. And he gets the ball to lay down on that reverse as well as anybody.
And even more uncommon, you know, most of the two-handed players, they put their dominant hand at the bottom of the racket and their non-dominant hand at the top of the racket, whereas Mikey, he holds the grip, you can see, really high, and he uses his left hand on the bottom of the racket to create leverage. It's I've tried it. I can't do it.
It's
great
really,
shot, Will.
It's really an interesting shot.
Yeah, he's whipped that in for the reverse
6'9" from the right.
And what we tend to think of when we think of Ferreira and Hartigan is that Ferreira is more the shot maker and Hartigan is more the steady Eddie and can hit some balls hard. But Hartigan has some shots.
He definitely has some shots. He can put them away. But I think, you know, Hartigan knows his role, which is to open the court up for Mikey, and then Ferreira really can bury some balls. Hopefully not into the tin like that one.
So now if you are Michael Ferreira and
10-6.
Will Hartigan, and you're playing these guys who obviously you know about them and they're storied guys, tell me about nerves. Are nerves a factor here? Are you sort of a little anxious and getting going?
I doubt it for Mikey because he's been in 100 quarterfinals. He knows exactly what he's doing. Oh, that's
Yes,
crushed.
that's
Boys are on that though.
10-6.
You know, but I think they're probably going to go out there and, you know, anytime you got a left-hand, right-hand combination, you probably want to pepper the middle of the court a little bit, hopefully create a confusion on both backhands. Shot Will. He just crushed that low and hard.
10-7.
And I think, you know, probably their only weakness right now is you have a bit of an ability to put Cuskelly deep in the court and open up that front left. And he's got the wheels to cover it a little bit, but if you can lay it down, it's going to be real tough to catch. So if Cuskelly pushes up and puts that pressure on, he's going to be real tough. But let's see how this comes together. Hartigan with an error. Pilley got off lightly there. Pilley hit a bit of a fat one down the wall.
11-7 left.
11-7's probably a real good lead for the team in red here. A bit better than what they expected, I think. Oh, Will. Oh, it's still going. It's still going. Look at this. Just defensively, they're just that mindset to be able to hang in there and keep going when they're out of position is really good. So that's a good get from Pill.
He's deceptively, I talked about this a little bit in their first round as well, because he's deceptively fast. You know, a lot of times in the past, as I'm sure you know, the taller players were not thought of as being very agile.
Yeah.
But these days, the tall players are incredibly agile, and Cameron's a good example of that. He moves very well.
Choke.
And he gets a lot of balls back because he knows how to get his body down to the ball and get it up there.
And he's long, right? He's got massive reach.
Yep.
I think Cuskelly got lucky to get a stroke there. I think he was onto that a little bit late. I think when you look at the replay there, Cusk, you'll probably say got off lightly there. But 12-7's a good lead for the two boys from country New South Wales to take into the start of this first game.
I didn't
Let's
put
see
you
if I
on the
can-
spot, Jeff. What were you predicting?
Coming in, 8-12.
I spoke to Will at lunch actually, and I said I think he needs to be careful here because I think Cuskelly and Pilley might lift a little bit here from everything that they've done previously, and they
No net.
Oh, no let.
9-12.
Wow, that's
I'm predicting Cuskelly and Pilley to take this in a real tight match, but yeah, what do you think of that last call?
I didn't like that call.
Yes, net.
I loved it.
You did?
Yeah, well, he had the opportunity to hit the ball. He didn't hit it, and then he went around and he had nothing but front wall in front of him, and I think he's got to hit that. And the tendency to be a bit air on the side of caution is not something that serves you well in doubles. You've got to actually
10-12.
just throw caution to the wind and have a swing. Pilley with a bit of a 2-wall there. He's got to get that shot out of his game. It's a good single shot, but it doesn't serve you well on this court. Oh, wow. Well. Hartigan. Oh. So again, Pilley and Cuskelly in a heap of trouble. They've managed to fight their way back in and stay in the rally here. Ah, Cusk with a bit of an error. They're up
What are you
12-7.
calling?
Yep. The gap is getting
Well,
closed
he
here
thought
rapidly.
it was double bounce. So
It's interesting because you might
11,
think
12
that
from
with
the
all
left.
their singles experience, they would be very good at closing out games. But they, this is where the experienced doubles players also know how to compete.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think one of the main differences in doubles is you've got
That's a
wow,
nice
great
shot.
Pilley.
Watch this. This is a very, very nice shot.
Yeah, I think in doubles it's
11-13.
rare in a really tight, solid match that you get a really easy opening to win the point, and you really have to take a few risks. Whereas in singles, you can really just earn an opening that should be pretty easy to take with the smaller court and the slower ball. So.
shots.
Cusk. I think he was trying to reverse that, and it's gone into the nick instead.
Wow.
That'll work a treat.
14-11 game ball.
So
he hit that shot the other day, where it looks like it's going to be reversed and he hit the front wall sidewall. I don't know whether it's
intentional.
I don't know that.
It could be.
Could be.
Yeah, I was joking. That's a good.
It's
lad.
working.
I was joking around with Scotty Arnold yesterday in our match that sometimes you just hit the ball into the area and you're not really sure what's going to come of it.
Exactly.
Another let.
That's
14-11. The boys did well. They could have easily wound up in a 12-all situation here, but they've managed to get a couple of quick ones. And they're up 14-11 here. So if they manage to peel this game, we'll see what happens with it. But they've still got one more point to win, and sometimes it can be the toughest point to win.
Oh, wow. Nicely done.
I think that was hit a bit funny from Mikey. It kind of died a little bit rather
Yeah,
than
it
skidded
died.
through.
It looked like he was really winding up to
14-12.
have it go deep, and it wound up very short in the court.
Hey, it worked out.
Its own sort of deceptiveness.
2-4. I think they really need to be careful here because Cuskelly could whip a reverse winner here very easy. You just got to watch him. Make sure you push up as soon as he's got every opportunity. Oh. Here's Pilley. Oh no. Didn't do much with it.
I thought he was going to wind up on that one.
So did I. This is a great rally. There's a lot of movement out there.
Yeah, this.
Mikey
wow.
with an error.
Game 15.
Pilley just put that one right on his toes.
Right on his toes.
We'd call that a Yorker in Australia. That's it's a great shot right on the toes, and got the point.
All right, so let me. I mean, that's a very interesting game because you might have thought that Michael Ferreira and Will Hartigan would come out and sort of really strategically take to these guys, but I think we found in this tournament a number of times when the team that's expected to do better, they've taken a game to sort of get into it. And I'm going to be interested to see the adjustment now, because I feel like it's like you have a new team, a team that's very talented and is coming up, and now you've taken the measure of them a little bit. And now can we adjust, or are they just better athletes and better squash players?
I think it's become evident that every match that Cameron and Ryan play, they're getting better and better. You know, one of the reasons why they are and have been so elite at singles is they're fast learners, and you know, learning fast and learning quickly is a skill within itself, and these boys have shown that they're very fast learners on the doubles court. They're getting better every match, and tonight being the best test they've had so far of their skills on the doubles court is really going to see whether they can just step it up in level, which so far so good.
Yeah, and it should be exciting to see. Now, if you are Hartigan and Ferreira, what are you thinking about doing here? Do you have a game plan? Are you playing one of the two players more? Are you changing pace? What exactly are you doing to try and throw off the Team Australia?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think you probably want to make sure you're pushing Cuskelly deep.
Cuskelly deep. Okay.
Yeah, because he's not as dangerous from the back corners.
And we've seen how good he is with that reverse.
Yeah, you just can't leave any fat ones open in the middle, so he'll wreck those. You know, Pilley hasn't really stamped himself on the match just yet. He's hit a couple of winners here and there, but for the most part, you know, I think both these boys will be okay with the pace that Pilley can generate.
Yeah, and you know, the interesting thing about Cameron is, you know, I mentioned this the other day, but he still holds the world record for the hardest hit squash ball ever, which is 178 miles an hour. But even in singles, he only would bring that out occasionally. He was not somebody who was just, you know,
he's not a basher.
He's not a basher.
That being said, I'd really like to see a couple of the doubles boys get on that speed gun, because I think there's a few boys that they've got a couple of levels above what Pilley's capable of right now. But that being said, the more Cameron plays, the more he's finding that sweet spot to really crush the ball. And he's
games.
I feel like the power is improving with the more doubles he plays.
All right, we are back for, again, just to orient everybody, we are in the second match of quarterfinal day. And this is our number 4 seeds who are in the black, Michael Ferreira and Will Hartigan. Ferreira on the left, Hartigan on the right. And they are playing team in red, who are another Team Australia. They are Ryan Cuskelly, who's on the left, and Cameron Pilley, who's on the right. And Cuskelly and Pilley have a potential upset coming if they won the first game, which was not totally unexpected because they're very talented, but obviously they are not seeded. In fact, they had to make their way through qualifying to get into the main draw here. And they're doing quite well against the number 4 seeds.
Yeah, they had a couple of good matches in qualifying, and we're definitely too strong for there. And I think next season we're going to see these guys as regular semi-finalists, if not better. So this will be a real good test. It's their first super tough test, and Pilley again. That's 2 great winners off Pilley's racket. Just chipping that one into the side front
from deep in the court too. I mean,
great control.
It's a quick lead, you know.
They did this in the first.
I know. I'm thinking somehow that Michael and Will are going to, you know, sort of adjust and get into this, but this is getting to be danger time quickly.
Oh, Mikey, 2 nick attempts and just Pilley getting his racket under both of them. Oh, trouble. Good cover, Mikey.
Yep.
Cask just couldn't find the nick. This is a great rally. Look out, here's the reverse. Couldn't find it.
Oh,
and Mikey, good trickle.
Done.
Cuss just tried to get the 3-wall reverse, and Mikey just got up there and trickled that in.
4-2.
Now that was more of the type of point I was thinking that Ferreira and Hartigan were going to come out with. They've got to get going here. If they let Cameron and Ryan get too big a lead, it could be big trouble to try and come back on this team.
Pilley and Cuskelly are not going to give up a lead easily. If they can get one, they will hold on to that thing real well. There's that reverse. She whips it from the strangest position. It's great to see. Good dig. Hartigan with the wind up. Oh, Cuskelly had it there.
Yes, he did.
Got the ball he wanted.
Coming in 3-4.
Ugh, just miss it. Actually, you know, it might have been interesting for him to hit a backhand reverse there.
Yeah. I actually was hoping he was going to hit a backhand drop into the corner and make Hartigan go up and get it. But
either way, I think you and I were both thinking it should have wound up in the front right-hand corner.
He needed a bit of a screen from Pilley. Look at this. Straight into the nick. Yeah.
That's the shot we were thinking before. But
that's the corner.
It's working out all right.
All right. Well, they're off to a good start here. Mikey wants to hold onto this serve for a little while here if he can. We'll just backing Pilley out there. There we go. Dangerous game up the front there with Cuskelly and his racket skills. Oh, good
Nice
get.
cover.
Oh, and he's got that as well. Bury
Wow.
it. Oh, I'm going to go no let.
Yes, let.
Yeah.
Yes, let.
Yeah, it's a bit wide, Mikey, but
It's your serving from the right.
I mean, he probably would have hit the sidewall if he hit him, and he was on it
3-5.
a little late. So, anyway.
I think a let was a good call there.
Yeah, I think in hindsight.
I heard you say no let, but I think he had a play on the ball.
Yeah, good shot, Will. He's good when he gets up there on the scramble, Will.
4-5.
All right, 4-5, keeping it close here, which is definitely what Team Blue want. Oh, Hartigan with a great reverse. Are they calling that still in? Look at this. Wow. I thought he didn't get it, but I couldn't really see. Pilley again with the 2-all base. He's got to stop that. Yeah, this is good gets. This is the kind of point that Cuskelly loves.
Unbelievable.
Look at him. He's just waiting for it. Ah, Mikey with a drop. Great forehand drop.
That's a great
Too much for
point.
Pilley.
Great point. All
5-all.
court, lots of great gets. That's a really fun point.
Yeah. He
Yeah,
definitely got that.
He
That
got
looked
it.
good.
Yeah, he got it.
Fault. No, sold there. Hartigan,
Nice
he was
shot.
heading to the front. Pilley has this little three-quarter swing that he likes to
6-5.
play, and you know, he can either chip it in short or swing through hard, and it goes through to the back.
Yeah, it's gone.
Ah, broken ball.
Wow, broken ball.
All right, so 6-5 here, Cuskelly, Pilley. It'll probably go back to 5-all, will it, maybe? So we're at a point here where they'll need to warm up a new ball.
What is it? Yeah, it's gone, yeah.
So, yep, that should be a let on the previous point.
Clinton. That'd be a lead ball.
Yep.
The last one would be a lead, right?
Unfortunately. Pilley really liked that one.
Yeah. So it would be what, 6-5?
Okay.
I got lost here with all the right. No, they didn't. They just
All
said
right,
that
well,
they
we
took
are
the
here on
last
quarterfinals
one.
day,
Back to 6-5?
and we've had one quarterfinal
That's what it
already,
says here.
and
But it
that
got
was
messed
Zach
up halfway through,
Alexander
so
and Scott Arnold taking out Clinton Leeuw and Omar Al Kashef in a very entertaining match.
Great match.
First round, our first match of the day. Our second match of the day, which was delayed because that match was such a good match, is now going on, and we've got Ryan Cuskelly and Cameron Pilley who are up a game on the number 4 seeds, Michael Ferreira and Will Hartigan. It's a game and close now. It was they had a 1-point lead, but we're playing lead on the last point because the ball broke, so they are all even in the second game. Still to come are 2 interesting matches with our number 2 and 3 seeds. At 5:45, Adam Bews, who's the current pro here at the Heights Casino, and Colin West are taking on the number 3 seeds, Eric Bedell and Chris Callis. And then the night match is our number 2 seeds, James Stout and Yvonne Badan, taking on Graham Bassett and Ahmed Anvari. So we've got a lot of squash still to go today.
Cameron from the right.
One love for the Australian challengers.
6-5, Alat, the last one. So, no, 6-5. Salat.
Yeah, I think maybe we got it wrong. I think.
Did we have it wrong?
From the right.
According to Omar.
Right now it is 6-5 from the right.
I thought it was 5-all, but yeah, maybe we can watch that on the replay later. It's Cask. That's a good ball, Hartigan.
Nice get, though.
Yeah, late turn there from Cask. Just kind of hit the joint in that back corner. Mikey protecting his body.
Yes, that.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Look, it did look like he pulled his swing. He didn't swing through there.
For sure he did, but it was a late call.
Very late. So I think he's got off lightly there. That's a good lob. I really like Mikey's forehand drop. It looks so good. No, you don't got it, Cameron. Oh, air swing. Big gap between bat and pad, and that's gone straight off stump. See you, Cameron.
Where's my shot?
He's wondering what's happened there. All right, 6-all. Tight match up here in the beam. Interrupting play. Big rally. It's a good length. Pilley just not with the racket ready to volley that.
7-6.
Again, that's just a bit of an experience thing where Pilley needs to just watch Mikey going into that back corner and be ready to take that volley. This is a chance here for Mikey and Will to kind of stamp their authority and their experience on this game and try and get a bit of a run on, because 10-6 would be a great spot for him to be in. Cameron again with that 2-all. He's got to stop that. Yeah.
Yes, that's.
Oh, it hit Mikey. Yeah, I think.
7-6 from the right.
Mikey put his head down and went straight back to the corner there pretty quickly.
I think you're right. That could have been. They've gotten the benefit of the doubt twice now.
There was no verbal that call, so
no.
I think it's a. I think it's a basic call. Yeah, here we go. Some good work into the back corners. Cuskelly and Pilley just struggling to get in front of these two. And that's where they're going to dominate a little bit. Oh, Pill, careful. Hartigan.
Is that a winner?
Yeah.
Was that good?
Wow.
Yeah.
That was not what Cameron was expecting there.
8-6.
I don't think it's what Will was expecting either, but here we are.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, this is good because Michael and Will were in a little bit of trouble. And they're down 1 love, and they've now taken a 2-point lead in the second game, which is a game I think they have to get. I think if they were to lose this game, they're going to lose the match.
Yeah, Pilley loves that, and he's just put that straight in the nick. It's a great shot. He just comes a little inside out that ball, and it just dies in that front right corner. It's a great point for the boys in red, because they really need to just stay in touch here points-wise, because they're at risk of
9-7.
getting a bit out of touch.
I agree with you, although I think this is much more critical for Ferreira and Hartigan to get this game.
Yeah, Pill. Yeah, I agree with you that a 2-love lead would be massive for the boys in red here. And, that makes it pretty critical for them too. Boys are on the wrong wall here. This will be interesting. Good cross back. Oh, Willie Hartigan. He had the forehand into the nick like he wanted.
He was a little awkward though.
Caught the top of the 10.
Yeah.
Cameron, 8-9, coming in.
8-9. Lucky there was some confusion there. I think Cuskelly overhit that post and he could have been in a bit of trouble. Pilley with the tweener. Oh, where'd he get Mikey in the face?
Yeah.
Oh, it did.
Yep.
Right on the cheekbone. I mean, it was a frame unfortunate. Mikey's an
8-9,
understanding
Cameron
guy.
from the right.
He knows Cameron didn't mean that, but
Cameron
it's not
from
nice
the
to
right.
take one on the cheekbone.
8-9, left ball.
It'll look like a hickey. He's got some explaining to do when he gets home.
Oh, wow.
That's why they wear glasses in this game.
Yes. I don't know if you know, Jeff, but one of the things I'm most well known for in U.S. squash is that I was #1 player in the U.S. and I got hit in the eye by a ball and a torn and detached retina.
Did not know that.
Out for 2 years.
2 years.
Two major surgeries and 40 laser surgeries.
Second man.
About $80,000.
9-10. From the
Softball?
Right.
Very lucky to have my sight. I've been I'm the reason that adults in the
Cameron
U.S.
just
have to wear
from the left.
eye
When
guards.
Mikey missed that shot.
It was required for juniors before I got hurt, but it was not for adults until I got hurt. And it pretty much ended my stay at #1 in the U.S. I got back the ranking. When I got hurt, I was probably the best player. I, again, snuck into the ranking later on. I was not the best player. I played the ranking point game well. But I'm a big proponent of protective eyewear. I think it should be.
So Daryl Selby took one in the eye.
Yes, he
and
did.
He's been pretty vocal on social media, as is Greg Lobban just recently on what should happen. What are your thoughts on the top PSA players playing with eyewear?
I've always thought they should do it. The way to do it is just to do it the way
9-10.
in the U.S. and Canada. There's the NHL, hockey, ice hockey. And for a long time, you didn't have to wear helmets in that game. And what they did was they just grandfathered it in. And so every new player, because the juniors all had to wear them, and so when the juniors came into the pros, they just had to keep wearing
Great
them.
shot, Cusk.
And for all the people who were experienced, they didn't need to. And for me, that's exactly what the PSA should do.
10-0.
Is all the juniors
From the
worldwide
left,
have to wear
Ryan.
them. And
Ryan left.
we saw Mustafa Ada, who's,
Mustafa Sal.
Sal, sorry,
Yeah.
who's, going to be
He's the best
potentially
junior and he's a top 20 player.
already, and he's 18 years old. So many people are thinking he's going to be a #1 player, and he was wearing them at the Tournament of Champions, but he won't wear them once he gets out of the juniors.
We thought he's right behind you.
And if he could just keep wearing them, I think everyone would sort of see him.
11-10.
And it would be a no-brainer. And the reality is, I know what's going to happen here is that we're going to have to wait until a #1 or 2 player loses their eye, like I almost did, and then it will become mandatory. And
Can I ask you
Coming
about
in.
the situation when you got hit? How did it happen?
I was on the tee. I was looking back. I was playing a lefty, and I was cheating over slightly, not hugely, but I thought he was going to hit the ball down the wall.
Look at this, crush into the neck.
Second.
That looks like he's won on the PSA
11-12.
highlights reel.
That's the kind of shot that he.
So lefty's in the back left corner. You're on the tee.
Yep, cheating over slightly, but not hugely. Thought he was going to go down the wall. He decided to hit a hard cross court, went straight from his racket into my eye.
Wow.
Yes, that.
Do you know of any other high-level players who've taken a ball to the eye?
Sure, John Power.
Jonathan did.
Yep, he
11-12.
he was very close to having it be devastatingly bad. the reality is that when I got hurt, because I was so high profile
Yes,
in the
that's
States,
11-12.
I heard from everybody. And, I mean, I heard from literally hundreds of people. It happens way more frequently than people think it does.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Because you don't hear about it all that much.
Yep.
It, you know, but when you do hear about it, you start to understand the frequency.
And, you know, the good players think, well, I'm good, so this isn't going to happen to me. And, you know, I'm not at the level of Cameron and Ryan. I never was, but I was number 50 in the world, and I was number 1 in the U.S. I mean, I was a pretty good player.
Yeah.
And
I wouldn't expect it to happen at that level at all, but
I was
the fact that
playing
you're
a
saying
pretty
it's
good
happened
player.
a few times too.
I was playing a good player too, and what happened was he could hit it hard, and that's why I got such damage to the eye. That's the thing that people aren't also taking into account. Yes, it's not likely to happen a lot, but when it does, it could be really bad.
Yeah, yeah. If you look on the risk matrix, then the incidence may be low, but the consequences devastating.
Anyway, enough about me. We need to focus on this this match here.
Well, luckily, Mikey didn't take one to the eye. He only took it to the cheekbone.
I think it's great that in doubles you have to wear it. It just makes a lot of sense.
There is a photo downstairs of Jamie Bentley in this tournament playing doubles without one, and I think these days he wouldn't even think of getting on the doubles court without a set of glasses on to protect his eyes, because it is mad out there.
Yeah,
I've taken a ball to the glasses from Clive Leach.
Not to mention anybody in particular.
He hit a skid bow straight into my eyes.
No, that
wow, watch this shot. Right down the middle.
13-12, Ryan.
Cameron's right there, but he just didn't see it.
Yeah, look, the boys are mounting a good comeback here, because it's, you know, they were up 13, 10 or 11, and you know, Ferreira and Hartigan really need these next 2 points to get themselves this second game, because I agree with you. I think if they go down 2-love here, they're in a world of trouble. It's going to be a tough comeback. Not that it's impossible, but there's Kask with that left-hand snap. God, it's good.
I will tell you something. I mean, this is really do or die. I think I strongly believe.
You're calling it.
I am. I think that if Cuskelly and Pilley go up here 2-love, I think they win the match. Big upset.
Oh, Mikey, that's a big point.
That
He's peeled that off the wall.
Shot.
Yeah.
Wow.
Born of frustration, I reckon, because he's pretty upset with himself from the last point that he left Cuskelly open to hit that reverse.
All right, Jeff, this is big time right here.
Mikey.
Wow.
Big time player. All right, here we are, 14-all.
14-all.
Yeah, Mikey knows how to put it together.
14-all game.
2 winners off his racket.
This is a response.
This is exciting. Yeah, the intensity's on here. Everyone knows 14-all. This is do or die. Question is it going to come off an error or a winner here?
Oh, wow.
Hartigan.
Wow. The reverse 3-wall volley winner.
All right, so we've got a match in our hands.
We do indeed.
Crowd loved it.
That's unbelievable there, because I thought we were headed for a 2-love lead. Well, we won't get to see whether my prediction was true or not. I'm safe because we're back at 1-all. That's a very nice response from Hartigan and Ferreira. They were facing 3 game balls down.
Some good highlights here.
Well, actually 4 game balls, because they were down 14-11,
Yeah.
and they, they had a mutual game ball at 14-all. So very exciting. I think we are seeing the emergence of Ryan and Cameron as a real top doubles team.
Yeah.
They've been coming. They've qualified for 3 tournaments in a row, but as you said, they're about to start making the semifinals and finals of tournaments. I don't know if they'll do it in this match. They may, but this is one of the biggest tournaments in the world in doubles. And it's the oldest tournament in the world. This will be a very prestigious one, and they're 2 games away from getting into the semifinals here. And they're playing dead even with the number 4 seeds.
Yeah, and you know, these guys are both very experienced doubles players, and I think Cameron and Ryan are really showing that they belong at this level. They belong at this standard of the game, and it's great to see them. Great to see them here. And I love a 15-14 game. I love the tension. I love the action. It's good.
Can we just give some credit and some props to Mike and to Will, because when you think about it, down 14-11.
Great comeback from Mikey.
And all three, they were winners.
Yeah.
Winner, 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 winner.
Yeah.
And
well, I think if you remember, Mikey kind of hit a, Cameron and Ryan were up, 13-11, and he pushed the ball right into Ryan's sweet spot, and Ryan hit that reverse, and Mikey was really upset with himself, and then he went winner, winner, winner. Got him back into position there, and it just shows you the quality.
Winner on the last point.
Shows you the quality of Mikey Ferreira.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very impressed with them, because that was, as I said, I thought do or die.
Yeah.
I mean, really do or die. They were up against it there. So
look, I probably would have gone more die than do at that point, because they were in trouble. But that's why they make this point in matches and tournaments, because they know how to win tight matches. And I'll be interested to see what happens here with the Aussie boys, whether they can respond. So a great third game coming up.
this is the scheduled 3 o'clock match. We are at 4:30. We started this match about half an hour late. So they've been playing, they got on court to start the warm-up about half an hour late.
Level.
So,
Quiet, please. Quiet.
We're getting close to an hour of play.
Second match of the day.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mikey, here he goes. He's rolling.
Starting to feel it here, I think.
He's a great shot maker, Mikey. I played him 2 weeks ago in the O'Reilly Pro-Am event, and he took control and ended up winning the event. He was brilliant. Oh, Cameron.
Nice shot.
I'd love to see Cameron hit that shot a bit more, because he's really got a good feel for being able to put that ball into the nick and lay it down.
Yeah.
So. Watch that. There you go. Trouble.
Oh, it's a nice get.
And good cover from Cuskelly there. It's good middle ball. Good middle ball.
He's got a really nice sense of that, and he's got it in his head that that shot is going to work against this team. And he's hit it 3 or 4 times now.
A left-right combination that down the middle can work really well. That's a poor error from Hartigan there, just letting the boys back in. They could have been up 3-1, but instead we're at 2-2. Just a little overhit. Again, the middle ball. 3-2.
3-2. 3-2.
Right. Hartigan making up for his earlier error with a little cross-court nick action. Yeah, the boys are taking control here. Cameron and Ryan really need to be careful. They're just letting the ball come to Mikey's racket, and he's really ripping some good winners there.
Let 5-2.
Nice. That's a good recovery shot there.
Yeah, I think Cuskelly had a winner on his mind, but
he realized that they were slightly out of position.
Yeah, and a bit of a miscommunication. think Pilley's clearing to the side wall has really improved recently. Great shot, Hartigan. He's just crushed that hard and low, Nick. Where Cameron's not clearing all the way to the wall, he's giving himself a little bit of space there, and you know, there's something that a lot of singles guys do. They're a bit worried about getting drilled by the ball. Oh, jeez. And they clear a bit too much. So, oh, Hartigan tried the little muscle out, and again, bit of biffo going on the right wall here.
Yeah, I see it.
It's good. This is a good rally.
Yes, that.
All right. Good rally. 6-2 here. Cameron and Ryan really need to get a couple of points. Tight. Was that good? Shot, Cusk.
6-3 from the right.
Great shot.
Yeah, look good. Yep.
We'll hold up trickle boast.
Nice recovery. You see how Ryan saw that coming.
Yeah, he legged it up there.
Yes, that 6-3 from the right, Michael.
Well, this has been a very nice start to this game by Ferreira and Hartigan, the number 4 seeds. They've got to keep it up, though, because Ryan and Cameron know how to work their way back into long matches.
Oh, Pilley had the box out and he just couldn't lay it down.
Oh.
I think he hit his racket. Did he?
I think so.
6-3.
Yeah.
Yep.
Racket.
Racket.
Lucky. That would have hurt into the side of the leg.
Yep. We might have seen the old bullseye ball mark there.
Oh, good get, Mikey. Geez, he handles the pace well. He doesn't bother him one bit. Good cover, Cusk. I really like Cuskelly's positioning. He's getting right up the court and he's really making it tough to hit winners on his corner. You know, he's just, when he's not striking the ball, he's standing way forward of the line and he's just crushed that down the wall there.
That's the shot that Cameron needed to
Coming
hit on
in
his
4-6.
side about a point ago.
Good
Coming
length.
in.
Yeah, so I'd like to see Pilley just taking that same high position and Cuskelly just holding it a little bit longer with a couple of volleys. So 4-6.
No let.
Ooh. I thought Cuskelly was on that pretty early.
It was a let.
Let's see.
No let.
It's a little.
4-7. Ryan left.
Yeah, I think my sympathies were with the let there as well.
Anyway.
With you, Jeff. We should be refereeing.
Well, again, just burying that one in hard and low. He's got
Coming
that
in
shot going today.
8-4.
Alt. Ooh, interesting
Stroke.
call. I think from that angle that we just saw on the replay, I think if you look
9-4.
for Will to hit Cameron, he'd have to hit that down into the floor almost.
Yeah.
I think I don't know if I love that as a stroke call, but wow, great shot. Well, 10-4 here. There's a bit of a
10-4.
risk that Pilley and Cuskelly get this taken away from them. So they might be down 2-1. They really want to finish this game well and make this a contest.
I'm very impressed with Michael and Will, who have really stepped up.
Good time for a chat, though.
They haven't. They've made very few unforced errors. They've hit a bunch of winners, and they've stayed in it when it's been clear that Ryan and Cameron were trying to make a push.
Yeah, I mean, again, when was the last time Ryan hit a reverse winner, right?
Yep, he hasn't gone for it.
I don't know that he's had the opportunity to either.
It's a good point.
Oh, Hartigan with a really hard to play off balance backhand drop.
That was, I wouldn't call that the highest percentage, but he pulled it off. It worked. Nicely done. He's playing quite well though. Will stepped it up. He was
11-4.
using a nice combination of really hitting it hard and then hitting some nice soft shots as well.
Yeah, a few years ago I played against Will and Clinton Leeuw in Philadelphia, and we got a lead on him, and then Will just really got hot. So did Clinton. They were tough, and they beat us. Cameron just caught the top of the tin.
Watch, he got a little bit off balance here. Watch this.
12-4.
Yeah, just skidded away from him a touch. I mean, 5-11. It was the start of a comeback.
Yeah.
But 12-4. Here we are.
Well, let's remember that it was 14-11 for Cuskelly. They were up 1-love, 14-11.
No, that's true.
And since then, they have won 4 out of the last 16. No, out of the last 20 points.
That's very true. Yeah. Oh, did Pilley just have an absolute whiff at that?
13-4.
He's actually whiffed twice now in this match.
Head was not looking at the ball. 13.
Just keep in mind, number 11 in the world.
Happens to the best of us, right?
Yep. Makes us all feel better.
Cameron is human. Trouble. Yeah, Mikey. Look at that. Just straight into the nick.
14-4, game ball.
This is one of those situations where they were in desperate trouble. They got out of it, and all of a sudden their games have just... I mean, this is a spectacular game.
The question is, you know, if they win this now, can they come out and repeat this in the last game to win it?
This is definitely the best game that they've played in the entire tournament.
Did Will get that up?
Good get.
Yes, he did.
Oh, man. All right, that's game 15-5.
Wow.
4.
15-4.
Yeah.
So 14-11. And that means they've won 4 out of the last 22 points. That is...
it's not a good sign.
Or the other way to look at that is that Ferreira and Hartigan have won 19 out of the last... I mean, it's really impressive. I mean, that's a lot of points.
It's a good run for Mikey and Will.
We're getting better, huh?
They're playing very well. I think the adjustments they did, first of all, they got confident and they started shooting and taking it. And they also recognized, to me, a little bit of a let-up in terms of Ryan and Cameron. When they stopped going for shots, these guys realized we can actually take the offensive here and start to hit the shots ourselves.
And they've hit those shots in for winners, whereas they were probably hitting a few tins in the first game and a half, would you say?
I think there may have been a little bit. You said that Michael is so experienced that he might not have been feeling. That get is unbelievable.
Great shot.
That he might not have been feeling nerves. But I think there might have been a little bit of nerves about meeting up in the hot team. In that first game and 2/3 or 14/15ths, they were a little bit tentative, but there was no tentativeness in that last game.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Cameron and Ryan can respond to this, because they really need to come out and do something different. I don't know what that's going to be, but that's part of the journey for those guys. They're learning. They're learning how to play the game. They're learning some strategy. They're learning what to do with the game, and they really need to change something here.
Well, I'm going to put you on the spot. I'm going to ask you to put your coaching hat on.
Ooh.
So what would you tell them?
Yeah.
We looked at it the other way, right? When Michael Ferreira and Will Hartigan were down, and we talked about some of the things that they might do against Ryan and Cameron. But now that you're Cameron and Ryan, and you've got Michael being very hot and Will not making any errors, what do you do?
Yeah, look, I think they probably go back to playing, some good squash, which is getting Mikey and Will behind them.
Yeah.
And then letting you know, Cameron hit that cross court into the nick and letting Cuskelly hit that left-hand reverse and try and work their way back into this.
So it sounds like really the top priority has got to be to press forward.
They got to stay in front of the guys. You're not going to win this match from behind. They got to be the team in front. To do that, they need some good length, some good balls to their back, and then they need to execute on the shots, which I think they're both very capable of.
Great seeing you.
So we'll see. We'll see whether, you know, I mean, they were both actually very good singles strategists.
Yeah.
As well as good singles players, but they actually were both thoughtful about the game as well.
Very much so.
And we'll see whether they're, I mean, they're still so new, but we'll see whether they have some doubles adjustment strategy that can come up here. It could be a very interesting game here, but boy, I mean, again, we just have to give Will Hartigan and Michael Ferreira some due here. They played just a brilliant game there.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Pete Kelly just had a chat to him there in between games. You know, and we'll see if Pete has helped them or made it tougher for them, you know. But Pete Kelly again is another good strategist. All right, so about to start the fourth game. Yes, welcome back. And this is going to be a real interesting run here. The real question is, can Pilley and Cuskelly change this game around and start getting some points? Or are we looking at a whitewash here with Hartigan and Ferreira? For the sake of the crowd, I hope we see a bit of a comeback. But we'll see what happens there with Mikey Ferreira just making a bit of an uncharacteristic error on his forehand. Looks like they're trying to really heat this ball up a bit and get the ball moving. So, yeah, good let call there, Cusk. I think he didn't really have much space for that ball, so he's Cameron going for it. Mikey, he's good. Again, Cameron just way too back in the court. He's got to get right up in front of Will there as soon as he's hit that cross court to cover Mikey, because Mikey's so good at that.
One of the things I thought Cameron did really well in his first match, and even in the first game of this match, was he was the one who was really in front. And he's a great volleyer. I mean, he's a great volleyer. He's always been a good volleyer.
Brilliant. So
I'm a little surprised. I give Will Hartigan just a ton of credit because he's gotten, for the most part, in front of Cameron.
Shot. Cuskelly with the corkscrew Philly, and that's glued itself to the back wall.
Great shot.
Oh, good get, Cameron. All right, we're back in this rally here. Cask with a great lob. There's some good attacking and defending going on here. This is the kind of squash that we really like to see. Trouble. Will
nice
again
shot.
with that 3-wall reverse.
You know, he and if you just watch the right side of the court, you'll see that Cameron is now really starting to battle with Will over there for position. So he's realized it. But what Will did very well there, the first time in that point he really got Cameron behind him, he hit that reverse.
Yeah.
And took advantage of it.
Oh, yeah, shot. And good defending from Hartigan.
That is a great defensive lob.
There it is. Cusk is getting himself back into this game. Mikey's getting back all his reverses. So this is turning into a really good battle.
Yes, 2-all.
Yours?
Shot, Cameron. Oh, just sat up and Will got back and got it. That's high. Stayed in though. Oh, man. That's just Miss Mikey's leg. There's that 3-wall. Good corkscrew. Oh, it's crushed. Hartigan handles the pace well, though.
These points are fun now. They're moving the ball all around the court.
I think this is the best squash we've seen out of both teams so far this match. Good get, Pill.
Well, it's...
Oh. Hartigan with the...
Oh, wow.
The fake swing and then ripped it back. I think he was trying to get a bit of side wall there, but it worked out anyway.
Will has really played well. In the last game and a half, it's been very impressive.
3-2.
But Cameron was listening to us because
You reckon?
you can see that. I mean, look how much further forward he's trying to play.
Oh, Cuskers mishit that, and it might be a winner. Oh, I think Mikey wants a stroke. Cuskelly wants a no-let.
It's a let.
And a yes-let, and no one's happy.
Stroke, so we'll call it that. Haven't seen that before.
So we got 3 referees, one called let, one called no-let, and one called stroke. There's mass disagreement.
Unbelievable.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know whether Mikey saw it. What do you think?
Well,
I think let is probably the right decision. 'Cause I could actually see the argument going either way.
You're a fence sitter, Will.
Yeah, I know. Where I am.
All right, here we go. Couple of big points here at 3-2. See if Team Blue can get another lead on these boys. Shot. Good get,
Nice
Hartigan.
dig.
Oh, Will. He had the opening there. He had Pilley backed out.
That's the first error he's made in a long time, though.
Yeah.
He's been playing really well.
All right, 3-0. Mikey.
I do like the adjustment by Team Australia, though, because
God, he's good at that. He's just got such good racket prep, and he just pushes that drop in there.
4-3.
Sorry to interrupt.
No. It's a great call. I'm just impressed with them. Let's keep in mind they just lost the last game 15-4, and they're now up 4-3. So this is already a reflection of an adjustment. Look at that volley through wall.
5-3.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I think they maybe got away from taking the ball in that last game, and they've made a decision that they're going to live by the sword, die by the sword, and they're going to hit some shots.
Well, the other thing is they've really moved forward in the court. I mean, they're both of them, but Cameron in particular. Look at how far Cameron's moved. He's determined to stay in front.
That's noticeable. Good luck.
Yes, lad. 5-3.
And again, I give Will a ton of credit for battling over there.
Oh, there's Will's favourite shot at the moment. He's burying that one well. Oh.
Trouble. Nice get. Just to stay alive here.
That's your only job. Pilley's done that well. Cusk with a really good skid boast. Oh, it's set up.
Didn't quite die.
I love when he hits that shot though, because it comes in so quick. Mikey again. God, Mikey's quick with his hands on that.
No, lad.
No.
Oh, what do you mean no let?
Ryan from the right. 5-4.
Wow. You see it on replay there. I mean, watch. He hits him. It hits him pretty hard there. Right at the end of the follow-through.
I think maybe the argument there is that Will's playing his shot, and you can't really call that when the other guy's playing his shot.
That's a good point.
You know,
that's a fair point.
Yeah. So, Pilley not really arguing with it either. So, I'd feel a little hard done by, but yeah.
Well, thank you, Jeff, for bringing me back to. I was a little extreme in my reaction there, but I think your logic is good. You probably don't know this, but a long time ago, I was the head referee for this tournament for 3 or 4 years.
Okay.
So that was my job to make a bunch of those calls. And back in those days, there was one referee and 2 judges, and the referee would make the call, and you had to appeal to get it to go to the judges.
I remember.
So
Now, do you think Do you think the no-let stroke calls have changed a little bit in the
Oh,
past?
hugely. And back in the day when I was doing it, there was you almost never awarded a stroke.
Yes,
And I thought it was silly. I mean, I thought there were times when you should have done it. I'm really glad to see now that there are real stroke situations, because I think you should be penalized, and I think that it potentially encourages people to do the wrong thing if you don't award points in some situations.
Do you think there's more no-lets now going on when guys have got opportunity to hit the ball and just
Yes.
there's a
Coming in,
lot.
5-all.
We don't really give the pros the option to take a safety let out here, which I think is fair. They got the racket skills. Oh, Cuskelly just missing his reverse there. It's a good shot. Oh, he's missed it again.
Yeah.
I hope he keeps hitting it though, because the more he hits it, the better he'll get at finding the spot.
Oh, wow.
And a great get. I love that Mikey just stands there.
This
He's
is a
just
great
prepared to
point,
take
Jeff.
whatever
This is a
happens.
great point here.
Great point.
Oh, no.
That's a
It's decisive.
fair enough racket to throw. I'd be upset with missing that one too. To be fair, he caught the racket, so we'll give him that.
Yes, that.
It's actually a pretty good defensive shot there from Hartigan, because he was in a tough spot, and if he hits that wide there, at least the point can restart. Oh, I don't know about that one.
Yes, that.
Oh. Cuskelly didn't get that call last night where he had one behind his back. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I sure do. And Cameron, did you see his smile there? He's like,
He knew.
"Yeah, I don't think you were really ready for
Second
that."
man, 6-6.
All right, 6-all. Great game we got here. I'd love to see a 5-setter, but we'll see what happens here as we approach 5 p.m. local time. It's definitely going long.
Yeah, so that's a good opportunity just to, those of you who are tuned in for the 5 o'clock match today, we are still in the 3 o'clock
7-6.
match, and that's partly because the original 145 match went the full
7-6.
distance. That match was between Zach Alexander and Scott Arnold, who overcame Clinton Leeuw and Omar El Kashef in a really entertaining match. This is the second quarterfinal, and the teams are the number 4 seed, Michael Ferreira and Will
Coming in,
Hartigan,
7-0.
taking on the team in red, Ryan Cuskelly and Cameron Pilley. And we are at 2 games to
7-0.
1 for the
Coming
number
in.
4 seeds, 7-all in the 4th game. This is, I'm Will Carlin. I'm the host all the way through the tournament, and I'm being joined by a variety of color commentators, but currently with Jeff Osborne, who played in the tournament last night.
Shot, Mikey.
And we are
7-8.
enjoying this match.
Yeah, it's a great matchup, and we're really seeing Cuskelly and Pilley getting better as the match goes on, and we'll see if they can pull a game here and make this a 5-setter. Cask. Trouble. That's a great filly there from Hartigan.
And if you guys
Coming
are
in,
just tuning in,
9-7.
Cameron and Ryan won the first game 15-12, and they were up 14-11 in the second game before Michael Ferreira and Will Hartigan hit 4 winners in a row to win that game. And since that moment, they've looked more in control of this match. But it's been a nice adjustment in this 4th game. But for a while in this match, it looked as though the Team Australia might actually pull the big upset.
Ooh.
Yes, that. 9-7.
Yeah, he just hesitated on that a little bit,
Right.
so I think that's fair to call that a let for sure. Wow.
10-7. Good. 10-7.
Hartigan.
That's Ryan Cuskelly-esque.
Yeah, I think we're in a point though in this this match where either Pilley and Cuskelly get themselves back into this or it's over. Oh, Hartigan, he got that one
He
bounce
actually
up on him.
overran it. It looked
Yeah.
like he was
Second.
it got too close to him.
Yeah.
10-8.
All right, 2 big points here. 2 big points. We'll see what happens. Oh, he's hit Pilley, but they've played on, which is good to see. Mikey. Oh, good leg lift, Pilley.
Yeah, it was.
I think he was taking that one if he didn't. Oh, how did that miss him?
Oh,
no. I think he was just happy he didn't get drilled.
Yeah.
Hartigan with
Smart
the
by
apology.
Hartigan, though. And he kept it tight.
That's that. 11-8.
There you go, Pill.
Wow.
He needs to do that a little more. You know, it feels risky, but he's got the racket
Coming in
skills to make
9-11.
it happen.
Yeah, he's got a volley, but
All right, 9-11. Oh, yeah.
Lead ball. 9-11.
these are big points here. Big points.
Well, yeah, no, it's going to be the difference between whether we see a 5-setter or if this match is over these next couple of points. So, it's just whether the boys have got the ability to take the shots when they're there. Mikey definitely does. We know that for a fact.
God,
Great shot.
since
Right on the left.
14-11 in that
9-12.
second game, Ferreira has really played well.
Oh, we're still in it. Will, rightfully frustrated with himself because 13-9 is very different to 10-12.
He's
10-12.
been playing so
Right.
well, but he has made a couple of errors now.
Just
Are
silly
Are
ones.
sneaking in here.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been playing brilliantly for a while, but he's got to keep it together here.
Oh, Pill. Oh, Cuskelly looking for the nick. And you got to watch Mikey up high here if they give Mikey one. Oh, as I
Wow.
say, the curse. Mikey buries one in the tin.
That was as we say, a very, very
11-12.
strong 10.
I would say that's an uncharacteristic one from Mikey Ferreira because he's usually really good at the back end of games. So 11-12. We'll see what happens here.
Nice
good
gap.
reach. Oh, he's gone for the 3-wall.
Good defense.
Get up. Yeah, good get. You feel it's tense out there, right? Everyone's really working hard for this point. They understand the importance of it.
Well, it's
Tusk.
huge. It is huge for both these teams.
Oh!
That's that.
Well, good let. Good let.
11-12.
Oh, Mikey. Good wherewithal there to pull his swing.
Yeah, I will say so.
Again,
From the left.
a late
Right.
hesitation that meant that he probably had a let rather than a stroke. All right. Again, this is a huge point. Mikey, just reaches across, whips that in the nick. That's a great shot. 13-11
13-11.
at a critical time. With
That was, yeah. That's not much more pressure put back than that. Except for perhaps here.
Yes, that. 13-11.
Someone get it. you go, Cus. Keep hitting it. Watch out for Mikey.
That was a weird shot.
Yes, lap 13-11.
Yeah, and see, this is where we're going to find out whether the experience, really counts to get them over the line, because this is some critical points here.
High ball 13-11.
He chipped that, did he?
I'm glad he called wet there.
Lap 13-11.
Oh, it's tense out there, Will. I like this.
It was a little late of a run over by Michael, but
Hartigan with an error, 13-12. Here we go.
Wow. That's a big error, Jeff. I hate to say it, but that's a big error.
Yeah, at a time when he didn't really need to make it either.
It's almost what you would call a concentration error.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Pilley just crushing the ball at the moment. That's good length.
Wow, a nice dig by Will.
Ooh. Could be trouble here.
Plastered that one, Michael did.
Yeah. Oh, Mike. Oh. Here we go.
Wow.
Yeah, watch here. This is where Ferreira's good.
Oh.
Yes, lap.
You can't see us, but we're applauding the booth here.
It's a great rally.
13-12.
13-12. This is where it all comes together.
That's really fun.
Yes.
Good dig, Cameron. He's defensive here. He's got to watch himself. Watch Mikey. Oh, Mikey.
Wow.
Great angle. Great length.
All right.
Cameron just picked that one up late. 14-12 match ball.
14-12 match
That
ball.
brings us to a triple match ball here.
Yep.
I like the quick serve from Ferreira there, trying to keep the momentum going. Oh, Cuskelly.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
Just bury that in the net.
Coming in.
First match
13-14
ball erased.
match ball.
Okay, this is some big points here. Let's see what happens, boys. Mikey's good in these situations, so I think they need to be careful. Doing a good job by keeping it on Hartigan's racket for a bit. Oh, and then he hits the winner. Good match, boys. Really well played.
That is nicely done. So that is the number 4 seeds, Michael Ferreira and Will Hartigan, coming through in 4 games over Ryan Cuskelly and Cameron Pilley. Just to recap, Cameron and Ryan won the first game 15-12, and they were up 14-11 in the second game, and it looked as though Ferreira and Hartigan were in deep, deep trouble, and they hit 4 winners to end that game, and then they went on cruise control in the third game, played an extraordinary game, 15-4, and this last game here was very close all the way through, and I have to say both Will Hartigan and Michael Ferreira played very, very well. Hartigan had a couple of errors, but my God, he had a bunch of winners, and he hung tough when Cameron was really trying to press up and battle him on that side. Very impressed with how Will played, and obviously Michael is just a gifted, gifted shot maker. Jeff, your thoughts?
Yeah, look, I mean, if you look at the scoreline there at the bottom of the screen, you can see 2 of the games that Cuskelly and Pilley lost there were 15-14, 15-13, and that's while the boys are very experienced squash players, I think a bit more experience in the doubles game is going to get them to a place where they win at least one of those 2, right? If not both of them, but the experience of Ferreira and Willie Hartigan, they're just showing when it really counted. They had what it took to get over the line.
Well, that is, believe it or not, only our second quarterfinal match. We've had a 5-game match and a 4-game match. Both have been, long-lasting. We have 2 more matches to go tonight. We've got Adam Bews and Colin West taking on Chris Callis and Eric Bedell.
Yeah.
And Chris and Eric are the number 3 seeds. And then we still have a night match after that, which is James Stout and Yvonne Badan taking on Graham Bassett and Ahmed Anvari. But we've seen 2 interesting matches today. Any thoughts on the first two quarterfinals?
Look, they've both gone to the seedings, which isn't overly surprising. I did predict that maybe if we were going to see an upset, we were going to see it in this match that's just gone, and it didn't happen. So I personally think that the next 2 will also go to seedings, but there's a reason why they play these games, Will. It's because anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
It'll be really good. So, I think the next match due up at 5:45, which is in about 30 minutes' time, gives us a little break before the match starts. Now we might go investigate to see if the boys are going to go on early or if they're going to wait till the time slot. But it's going to be an interesting match. Adam and Colin really hit the ball a ton, as do Chris Callis and Eric Bedell. Eric being a guy who's played here a lot as a junior.
Yep.
Chris is a local guy in New York, and and Eric and Chris both at the Racket and Tennis Club in New York, so they know each other really well, even though they're a late pairing that's come together. And Adam and Colin have been playing quite a bit together. Adam being the pro here, and Colin's such a strong player as a guy on the right wall. So, it's definitely not a foregone conclusion. It's going to be a really tight match, and I'm really interested to see what's going to happen.
Well, we're going to take a little bit of a break here as we get ready for the 5:45 match. I'd like to thank Jeff Osborne. Great job. Really appreciate you being here. It was really fun watching you play last night.
Thank you.
And welcome back to the game.
Yeah.
And hopefully we may see you out here for a few more matches with me.
Yeah, no, it's been great. I'm hoping to come back for the next 2, and it's good that we've had a bit of a look. There's quite a few people watching on YouTube, which is great. Shout out to my kids at home who are watching from Australia. I saw Sophia and Liliana and Brookie watching the squash on there, and I'm sure Zach was watching as well. So I'm glad people are enjoying the squash, because it's been some great matches so far.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back just a little bit before 5:45. And we will see you then. 2 more great matches to come. Thanks, everybody.
Great.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the 2020 David C. Johnson Memorial Squash Tournament. We are here at quarterfinals night, and we've already had 2 quarterfinals that have been played already, and we have 2 more to go. I am here tonight with co-commentator Rob Dinnerman, whom I will introduce in a second, but let me give you a quick rundown of what's happened so far. In our first match of the day, we had Clinton Leeuw and Omar El Kashef. They played against the number 1 seed, Zach Alexander and Scott Arnold, and it was a very entertaining match and close to being an upset. It was a 5-game match, but Zach, the number 1 seeds, did in fact prevail. The second match of the day went also a very long match. It was very interesting. It was between Michael Ferreira and Will Hartigan, who were the number 4 seeds, and playing qualifiers, Ryan Cuskelly and Cameron Pilley, whom some of you may recognize their names. They were number 11 and 12 in the world in singles, and that was a 4-game match, but 15-13 in the 4th, and again, very entertaining. We are now up to the evening slate, where we will have Adam Bews and Colin West taking on the number 3 seeds, Eric Bedell and Chris Callis. That's the one we're about to comment on. And then after that, the late night match will be James Stout and Yvan Badan taking on Graham Bassett and Ahmed Anvari. So it should be a very interesting lineup. So with that all said, let me introduce Rob Dinnerman. Rob is a longtime squash player, one of the best New York players ever, a writer of 6 books on squash, columnist for Squash Magazine, for Squash News back in the day, for Daily Squash Report. He writes all the time about everything. And certainly, I think his reputation is perhaps the most encyclopedic knowledge of the game of anyone alive. So with that said, Rob, welcome.
Thank you very much, Will. I'm very, very excited to be here for the quarterfinals this evening.
And in the first match, Adam Bews and Colin West against Eric Bedell and Chris Callis. What are you looking for there?
I think this could be a really, really good match. Bews and Colin West have done very, very well over the last couple of years. Last year they got to the finals of the Canadian National Doubles. They got to the semis of the U.S. National Doubles. They got to the finals of some of the events on the SDA Tour. They're a very good combination. Colin West won the Intercollegiate Individual Championship 10 years ago when he was a senior at Harvard.
Yep.
And he's really a terrific doubles player as well. And Adam, of course, is now the head pro at this club.
Yes.
So he'll be having plenty of crowd support, I suspect.
And Eric Bedell has been a member of this club as well. So, okay, so let me give you some of the stats here. So Adam Bews, he is currently number 19 on the SDA Tour, and Colin West is just a single spot behind him, number 20. Adam has been here for a little more than a year now as the adult and doubles pro here at the Heights Casino in Brooklyn. And Colin West, as you said, went to Harvard, won the intercollegiates, and really had an unbelievable undergraduate career.
He did.
His senior year, I believe he was undefeated at number 1.
He was.
In addition to winning the intercollegiate. So a terrific player. He's from Canada originally. And the opponents, Eric Bedell is number 34 on the SDA Tour, and Chris Callis, of course, is numero uno. Right. And he is defending champion here, although not with Eric Bedell. He and Zach were the champions last year, and Zach is now playing with as the number 1 seed this year. He and Scott are played earlier today and did well in a long match. So anyway, Zach Alexander, Scott Arnold, they're the number 1 seeds. Chris Callis and Eric Bedell are the number 3 seeds this year. And this is a little bit due to
quarterfinal
the
match
last-minute withdrawal of Manik Maher, who would have been paired with Chris Callis because they've won 3 tournaments in a row on the tour.
And they would have been the number 1 seed.
Yes.
Had they played.
Yep. So tell me what you're looking for here. Are
Chris
you
Callis
thinking that
Eric Bedell
we are that this is a domination by the number 3 seeds?
No, I think there's going to be a very, very competitive match. I think that Bews and Colin West have a very good chance of winning this match. I don't think there's going to be a walkover at all.
Well, we should get back to the court because the match is about to get underway. They've just been introduced, so let me identify.
Match is to be the best of 5 games.
Let the referee talk for a sec.
First game, level.
So that's Colin West, who's about to serve, and Adam Bews, his partner. They are in the blue, the royal blue tops. And in the black are Chris Callis and Eric Bedell. Eric is on the left-hand side. Chris Callis is on the right-hand side. And we are underway. Oh, an interesting first point. Looked to me like they were trying to feel themselves. Both teams were sort of feeling things out.
I agree.
One love.
But they hit most of the balls to Eric Bedell, and that might be a pattern later going through this match as well.
Well, I think you think correctly. Eric's going to see a lot of action and really, how well he played. Both Chris and Eric played very well in their first match in this tournament. And they beat Jamie Haycox and Ricardo Lopez Valdivia 3-love, and it wasn't that competitive.
Right.
And I should say that Jamie Haycox and Ricardo
Side
are
out,
good players.
1-2.
So that was more a reflection of how well Eric and Chris played than a reflection of them. So we'll have to see here.
3-1, 1-3.
Now the interesting thing here is that Adam Bews, who is wearing the white headband and got the beard on the left-hand side of the court, he's the current pro here. But Eric Bedell, who he's playing against on the left wall, is a Brooklyn Heights and Heights Casino member who came up here. So he's got a lot of fans as well. So I'll be interested to sort of try and figure out who the crowd is really rooting for here. It's a decisive 10,
Side out.
Rob.
Yes, right. Colin's very good at covering behind Adam when Adam gets stuck up front. He did that on that point to keep the play alive, and he's very aggressive about doing that. A
5-1.
couple of racket errors early from Chris and Eric.
We were talking about this in some of the earlier matches tonight, which is the trickiness of being the higher seeded team. Is that you're expected to win, and you're in the quarterfinals. You haven't been challenged so far, and I think there's nerves that can come out. When you're sort of the pressure's on you to you're supposed to win this and win comfortably, and all of a sudden the other team's playing pretty well.
Especially when this is a very good team that they're playing.
Yeah.
This is not a match that they're favored to win by a large amount. Colin and Adam have been improving steadily for quite a while. And they played together for a couple of years. They got to the semis of the Briggs Cup 2.5 years ago. So they've had a couple of years of experience playing together. Court.
Yep. Overcooked it a
7-1.
little bit. And my guess is that Eric Bedell would be maybe the most nervous of everybody out here.
Good shot he hit there, though.
Adam from
Yeah.
the right.
Well, he's a good player.
7-2. Stroke.
Good call.
Side out. 3-7.
Yep, hit it right back at himself. Couldn't hit the ball. That's a stroke every day. I'm counting about 5 shots to Eric for every one that Chris hits.
About
I
right.
mean, literally, I think it is almost that
Second
ratio.
from the
here.
left. 3-8.
And the trick for Chris, Chris is obviously he's number one. He's a great, great player. But the trick for him is when your opponent is getting the majority of the balls. I think sometimes it can be you may feel like when you finally get a ball, you have to do too much.
That's absolutely right. And you also get a little bit itchy about being frozen out and wanting to sort of get into the action one way or
ball.
another.
And to show your
3-8.
stuff too,
Right.
and especially if you're the number one player in the world. Now, my
Right.
guess is that Chris will keep calm and not fall into that trap. But it's a very easy trap psychologically to fall into, I think. You know,
4-8.
He apologized, but in a way, I think that was the right shot. He just missed
Yes.
it.
Yeah. Colin hit the ball very well, and he's getting good position.
Yeah, talk about that position for a second, because it seems like he's actually in front of Chris right now anyway, more than Chris is in front of him. Is that what you were talking about?
Yes, and he's very, very aggressive about getting in front whenever he can, which is very important to do against
ball.
Chris.
Eric right. 4-8.
It's a good dance to make sure he didn't get hit there. He's a little bit nervous.
Nice shot.
Coming in.
That's going to be a smart
9-4.
shot, I think, to go down the middle, because it's to Eric's forehand. And again, Eric's a very good player, but he's definitively the weaker player on his team.
And he's looking
Second hand.
He's looking to not get past also, which also makes him vulnerable down the
9-5.
middle.
Yep, exactly right, because they're both trying to play up a little bit.
9-5.
Nice
shot there.
That's a great shot.
Side out.
Well, so far in the tournament, we've
6-9.
seen a bunch of seeds pressed, and some pressed to nearly the very limit, but we haven't seen any of them break yet. So
I think
I would say that Bews and West have a long way to go.
I think of the matches remaining tonight, though, this is the one where there's the best chance of that happening. Stout and Ivan looked so good in their match the other night that I think they're going to be very tough to beat.
7-9.
Yep. Well, they'll be playing a hometown team in a lot of ways too, with Graham Bassett, who's the former pro here, and Anvari, who's he was a junior. He played his entire junior career here. Oh, wow.
Nice reflex.
Great reflexes.
Yeah. But not the second time.
It's tough.
Yeah.
He is seeing, as we expected,
Yeah.
but he
Carried
is
from
seeing
the
a
right,
lot of balls.
7-10.
Oh, good.
Oh, nice serve.
Yep.
8-10.
An ace. Don't see an ace that often,
No,
Rob.
Adam kind of lost track of it coming around on that.
And then it nicked, I think, also. That's a nice get. Nice shot.
Nice shot there. Colin got kind of
9-10.
fooled on it.
Yep.
So they've crept back to 9-10. I think Bews and West is an important game for them to try to win.
I agree. This is
They
an
had an
important game for either team, but definitely for Bews and West, especially because they had sort of a decisive lead for a good portion of the game, and now that lead has been cut to 0.
Yep. Great shot by Bedell. He's hit several winners in this last stretch.
The other trick is that if you are seeing a lot of balls, occasionally it's like a practice session. You can start to get pretty good.
You can get very grooved.
All right, well, this is the end of the game where things get very interesting here.
Absolutely. That would have been a winner if that ball had not hit the tin.
Yeah, it was the right shot. I mean,
yeah, it was the right shot.
I think Eric's, you know, he's matching up well to the task here so far.
Little reflex winner. Wow.
Wow.
That's the kind of play that can change a game, though, at this stage of the game.
And it was a feathery drop shot in reverse corner, which you don't really see all that often. When people zing it into the corner, they usually zing it in. It's not sort of this, let me have all the steam taken off of it. Nicely done.
Nice shot by Colin.
That's a really nice shot. He found the nick from that angle. He's hitting a backhand into the forehand wall from about 3 feet off the forehand wall. So that's a very impressive nick to get there.
And if it had sat up, Chris would have had an open swing at it.
Yep. That makes it 13-10. So, as you said, Rob, very important game for Bews and West to get. I would say it's similarly important for Eric Bedell's confidence, but maybe less so. They have more time, and they are the favored team. Nice get. That ball was right on the wall. Nice get again. God, they are just pounding Eric.
Let.
He called light. If you see it again on the replay, if Steve, we can see that one more time. You'll see that he gets his racket caught sort of on his bottom as he's going across, and that's what he's.
Colin's not happy about it though.
No, but if you look at, you can definitely see he definitely did get his racket caught right on his gluteus maximus. Nice get.
Nice get there.
Oh, wow. Very casually done by Colin, but well done. That
might have been one of those situations that try to do a little too much.
Yeah, really it was, I mean, I hate to say it, but it was the bottom of the 10. It wasn't really even that close. God, that's a nice shot.
Beautiful shot.
Well done.
Beautifully hit by
Look
Colin.
at that, beautiful.
Several nicks he's cut this game.
And a bunch with his backhand when he's playing on the right wall, which
That's
is
right.
interesting.
That's right.
So, very nice game. Adam Bews, the pro here, and Colin West, the former Harvard #1 superstar, and against Eric Bedell and Chris Callis, who are the #3 seeds. This was a very good game for the local pro.
Right, and a very important part of that game was that fluke winner at 11-10. The ball that
Right.
that Bews just steered off his racket. That's a 2-point swing at a huge time. 12-10 instead of 11-all.
You're absolutely right. I didn't even think of that, but you're absolutely correct. All right, so Rob, put your coaching hat on. If you are coaching Bedell and Callis, do you just tell them to just stay calm and everything's going to work out? Do you tell them they need to adjust their strategy? What do you tell them?
I'm not. They've sort of played that. They played that game pretty much the way they should play a game. It's not like there's that much that they can do different that's going to be effective. I don't think. I think I might make Adam Bews move to the front more. They haven't really made him get to the front left. I think maybe Chris could hit a 3-wall.
And what are you telling Eric as, he's seeing so many balls? Are you telling him just hang in there? Are you telling him go for more shots? What do you...
I think he went for the shots that were there. He actually played a perfectly good tactical game.
I thought he played a good game too, yeah.
Yeah. And he hit, and there was one stretch there where he hit a couple of winners in a row.
Yep.
I'm not sure that there's anything that different. I think Chris has been very aggressive about volleying and about hitting hard. Chris has a good short game. We didn't see much of that in this first game.
No, we didn't. He wasn't really using it. To be fair to him, not a ton of opportunities.
No, and also I think he's a little bit concerned about how fast Colin is.
Yeah.
Colin's the fastest player on the court.
Yeah, and Colin's playing well.
He's playing very well, and he's doing great.
Colin's backhand drop shot winners in that game. Remember that he's playing the right wall, and he's a right-handed player.
Right.
So hitting a bunch of backhand winners is not necessarily what you would think of.
Especially that cross drop to the front right nick.
It was beautiful. And when you say cross drop, it was a cross drop, but he was about 3 feet from the side wall. It wasn't like he was really across the court. It was, sort of hitting it really almost a rail around his body. It's crazy. It was a very nice shot. Really
Colin actually did lose one match when he was a senior at Harvard. He lost badly to Trinity's #1 Bassett Chaudhry, who had been the 2-time defending individual champion. Chaudhry got into a fight with a Yale player the week before,
which we all know. We all remember that one.
And had to back out of that tournament, and that opened the door for Colin to win the tournament. He actually beat Todd Harrity in the final. Yeah, 11-1. Yeah, one match. He did lose the one match. He beat Todd Harrity in the final, who's the current U.S. national champion.
Yeah.
And a 3-time winner of the event.
Todd's playing really good squash these days. On the PSA Tour, he's playing at a level where I don't want this to sound wrong, but he looks the part. So he doesn't look like an American trying to play sort of the international game. He's playing really good points against top-level players, and it's been impressive to see that sort of growth from him over the last couple of years. And there are a bunch of good Americans who are playing right now. He's looking the most like an international pro.
He's also looking the most not like someone who's trying to be on the tour, but someone who now feels he is on the tour.
Correct.
He's established himself.
And, a bunch of the other guys are very good and can beat Todd, but they haven't found that kind of groove that Todd has found. Anyway, we're back here now. We have a potential upset in the making with Adam Bews and Colin West having won the first game against the #3 seeds, Eric Bedell and Chris Callis. I'm Will Carlin. I'm sitting here with Rob Dinnerman, and I think we were both pretty impressed in that first game by both Bews and West.
Colin gets his swing ready really early. He cocks and sets very early in his swing, and he's got plenty of time to then hit the ball.
That's my current mentor, Richard Millman. That is one of his biggest principles, is early racket prep is much more important than people think. It's a nice dig by Adam there. This is a good point, Rob.
Yep. Best point of the match so far. And Adam hit a 10, right? Yeah.
Yep. Just the bottom. Just that one was pretty close. That was just below the top of the tin. But it was a good point. And all four players were moving around and covering a lot of court in that rally. Interestingly, Chris Callis was much more involved in that last point than he has been. Now, maybe that's why they're going back to Eric on this point.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that Chris is hitting a lot of lobs?
Yeah.
Looks like he's trying to get it over Adam's head. I wonder if that's a strategy that they've talked about.
Maybe. I'll tell you one thing. He certainly isn't looking to shoot.
No, I mean, watch when he hits it. I mean, a lot of cross-court lobs. Turns out to be a nice shot.
Yep.
That's also a nice shot. I mean, Eric's played, as you said, between games. Eric's really done nothing wrong. He's been playing good squash.
Good shot. Very rare that Chris gets passed on a cross court like that.
Yeah, that's a perfect angle with enough pace on it to really do the job.
And no second chance off the back wall.
Did he make that?
He
Yes,
sure
he
did.
did.
Wow.
That's a great shot. Eric's played very well at the beginning
Adam
of this
never
game.
even saw that. Another great play, another good shot by Eric.
One thing, if any of you out there are watching and sort of looking for some technical do's and don'ts, watch Eric Bedell's backhand, because he really turns his shoulder, and what he does, particularly when he's volleying up high, is that shoulder turn both has deception involved with it and also allows him to strike with a lot of power. and he's a tall guy, so he can hit the ball from a high position, but he really coils. I mean, he really turns that shoulder around on that ball.
And it's not easy to do that at that height.
Even there on the return of serve, you can see it. It looks really, it's kind of a gorgeous shot. Look at that. That's that shoulder turn I'm talking about, and it's beautiful. You can see how much pace he gets on it too. And occasionally he can hit a beautiful drop shot winner. Thank you, Eric, for illustrating my point.
Even if you weren't intending to.
It's a nice point.
Yeah. That's where they have to win this match.
Yep.
It's the cross-court battle between Colin and Eric.
Yep. Colin hasn't been finding that angle off the side wall as well so far. Oh, nicely done. It's good stuff.
Yep. I think Adam might have been expecting the Philadelphia because Eric's hit that a couple of times in that spot. He's definitely too far back. Good call. Perfectly good luck.
That's a nice defense by Adam. Oh,
Court, a little too far.
hit the tin. You could sort of hear it on the microphone there.
That's a loud tin they have back there on the back wall.
Yep. It is an actual tin. Well, it seems to me the Callis Bedell strategy is to play the ball to Bews' side of the court slightly more, even if that means, I think they're okay with lobbing over his head, even though they know that Colin's going to go get that, because it means that Colin's going to be playing to not his normal side. He's going to be running after the ball. But they're doing almost what Bews and Colin were doing in the first game, which was trying to play Bedell. And I think that now Callis and Eric are trying to really play Adam.
Yep. Both teams are working the left wall, basically.
Yep.
Adam's made a couple of, he's felt the pressure in this game a little bit.
Yeah, and I think, I think he's realized they're playing him, and I'm not so sure that he's comfortable with that. It's a nice lob. I think the key for Adam is the same as it was for Eric, is just to stay calm. Make sure you don't make silly errors. Eric's done that extraordinarily well, I think, in this second game. God, I love that shot.
That's a perfect angle on the cross court. He's played a very good game this game. Much better than the first game.
He's gotten, I mean, as we said, if you see a whole ton of balls, you can start to get grooved, and he's looking sort of grooved over there. And Adam, who was playing brilliantly in the first game, has looked a little less grooved in this game. Oh, that's a nice shot, though.
Yep, Chris will get it.
Nice. God, that's a great shot. Great get at him. Last minute communication there. But you see that? That's a lob I keep talking about. The Chris just keeps hitting that. They're doing a good job of getting Colin to have to run over to cover the back of the court quite a bit.
That's a great shot by Adam.
That's a great point, though. Lots of strategy. I actually think it's a well-played point by both teams. It's a good final shot to win that, but I think both teams should feel good about that point.
It was a great point, both offensively and defensively.
Yep. And Colin, who was being run around, should feel very good because he just kept his cool and stayed in it.
He's a greyhound out there. He's really quick to the ball.
Nice shot. Just very casual, very easy. Just the right place.
It's kind of in no man's land.
Yep.
A little bit of a stoppage here.
I didn't see what for. Did you see what for?
Maybe it's a new ball. I don't think so. That's a very nice shot.
Oh, it is a broken ball.
Colin
he immediately threw it up. Huh. So that'll be a let.
So there's no well, the point didn't count. Wow. Okay.
I mean, that's
maybe why that ball.
I don't want to say anything, but that smart play of Adam is to immediately throw the ball up to the gallery.
And that's also maybe why that ball died so fast.
Yeah, maybe that's why they stopped.
Right.
Because I did like the way Eric played it. I mean, Chris played it because he was just very relaxed about it, and he sort of saw. But maybe they had all realized. You know how sometimes you realize halfway through the point that a ball is broken.
Yeah,
you're not 100% sure.
I don't think they did. I think they thought the ball was going to be okay. I think Chris played that like someone who was hoping to hit a winner.
Well, we're looking like the number 3 seeds, Bedell and Callis, have adjusted very nicely after losing the first game. And they've adjusted their strategy. It's clear they've adjusted their strategy. It's very clear that they are trying to play the ball to the left side of the court in general, and in particular to the deep back left-hand corner, even if that means just lobs over Adam Bews' head. And that's worked pretty nicely for them, partly because Eric Bedell has also played a really good game this game. Very few errors and a bunch of really nice shots. Adam and Colin have not played badly this game. They played very well in the first game. They've not played badly, but Adam has played a little less consistently than he did in the first game. And coupling that with the much superior play of Eric and Chris, I think that's the difference. That's what the turnaround is.
Adam's also shorter than most left wall players are, and that does make him more vulnerable to a lob.
Yes, very true. But Chris is hitting that lob a lot, and he's hitting it well. Cross-court lob in particular.
Great shot.
That was kind of spectacular, really.
Colin on the backhand to the front short.
His backhand, he hasn't done it as much this game as he did in the first game, but I'm very impressed with his backhand, particularly since he's playing the right wall.
Yeah, he nestled that one in perfectly.
Everybody's okay with that because nobody wanted to get hit, and it was clear that Eric had hit the ball hard from there, that position. So
Same
Yes,
position there.
similar situation.
7-10.
Oh, nice. First, it was a nice get by Adam, but that's a nice put away by Eric.
7-11.
So you probably heard it on the score, folks, but the score on screen right now is a couple points off. It is 7-11.
Another winner by Colin on his backhand.
Now
8-11.
8-11.
Let, I think.
I don't think he's going to get that let. Oh, he did get
8-11.
it. You see,
Adam left side, 8-11.
I don't know if you saw Colin's shoulder slumped when they said yes, led. He thought he might have had a winner on that one. Oh, that was the backhand that Colin's been hitting so well. Didn't quite get it there, but jeepers. Did he hit the 10 here?
Yep.
Yes, it was a 10.
Side out, 12-8. $12-9. Second serve.
First one of the day that's hit the beam, I think, of this match.
I think there was one on one of the first 2 or 3 points, but yeah, very few. And considering how much Chris has been lobbing, the beam is not coming to play. Nice shot.
Yep. He needs to shoot more. When he has shot it, he's done well with it.
I don't know, Rob. Their strategy in the second game seems to have paid off very well, and he hasn't shot a lot. Maybe it's
Out of court. 14-9.
You did say that it would be a lot of that cross-court battle between Eric and Chris, and right now, Eric and Colin, I mean, and right now, as well as Colin has played, I think in this second game, Eric has outplayed him.
Yep, for sure.
And
That finished it off beautifully with the 3-wall break.
15-9.
That's very rare to win in front of Colin as far up in the court as he is.
Yep, that's a beautiful, beautiful way.
That was a very impressive way to finish that game.
Steve, before you start playing the replays, do you mind if Rob and I just chat for a second here? Rob, it's, you know, we both lost a friend today. And he's a friend that's in the squash world, and I think that it's worth, for those of you who are out there, a lot of you knew him, and this is Pat Canavan. He was going to be 62 years old on Sunday, and he died of brain cancer, which I only found out about, believe it or not, today, so it's sort of kept it a secret. But he's a longtime pro at the New York Athletic Club. He was a pro before that, and the Lincoln Squash Club. He played on the WPSA Hardball Tour. He, especially for New Yorkers, he was an integral part of the New York squash community. And it was just this afternoon that he died, so many of you may be hearing this for the first time. And we wanted to let you know. And Rob, I know you wanted to say a few words about Pat as well.
Absolutely. Pat, in addition to what Will had said, was a co-captain with Ned Edwards of the University of Pennsylvania team in 1980, and part of the Penn teams that did very well during the late 1970s. He was the manager of the First Avenue Racket Club between his position at Lincoln and when he moved to the New York Athletic Club. He just finished his 25th year as the pro at the New York Athletic Club. He was the chairperson of a big stop on the SDA Doubles Tour, which was the Big Apple Open, which happens every October. And he and I go back 40 years or so. He was one of the nicest people in squash.
He really was one of the nicest people in squash.
There's nobody in the game who disliked him. He was a friend to everybody. He was always welcoming whenever you showed up at the club. And it's really a tragedy that he passed away this afternoon after a several-month battle with brain cancer.
Both Rob and I played with him and against him. We practiced with him. And as you said, everybody loved him. And when you told me, Rob is the one who told me this afternoon, I felt a real lump in my throat. And we weren't sure when exactly to tell you guys, but we thought that you all should know. He was really a member of the squash doubles community as well as the greater squash community, and we're sorry to have lost Pat Canavan, a friend, today at 61, just about 62 years old. So, all right. I'm sorry to do that in the middle of the match, but we wanted you all to know we are in the middle of a great match here. As has happened in a number of other matches where the challengers have come out strong, the seeded players have adjusted their games and reacted well accordingly, and so we are at 1-all.
This match is dead even in the score, and it's pretty much dead even in terms of the control of the game. This match is now a 2 out of 3.
That's exactly right, and just. The seeded players are in dark, and it's Chris Callis who's about to serve and Eric Bedell. And the upstart team is Adam Bews, who's on the left-hand side of the court about to hit the ball now in the white shirt, and Colin West. And Adam is the pro here at the Heights Casino where this tournament is taking place. I think
Side out, one love.
He got hit, right? He hit his racket or something there. Anyway, we're playing let.
One all.
So what's your prediction for this third game? Do you think that Eric Bedell and Chris Callis have sort of solved the puzzle, or do you think that it took extraordinary play from Eric to hold off Adam and Colin?
I think that it's very even. I will say this, in both of the first two games, one team moved out to a fairly substantial early lead and were not threatened. So I think the first 10 points of this game are going to be quite important in terms of that as well.
That's a great point. Here's that lob again.
He did, and he had other options available too.
Yep. It definitely, I've just got to believe it's their game plan, Rob.
Yep.
This is one where many of you out there may know me as the MC of some of the big singles tournaments. like the NetSuite Open and the Tournament of Champions. And I have to admit that right now there's a part of me that would like to be going down and interviewing them after this match, because I'd like to know, was that your strategy? And we won't get to interview them on camera, so we'll just have to do our best to divine it here.
A couple of loose points from Bedell. It's 4-1 against them right now.
Yep, you said the early part of this could be a very important stage.
Down.
Yep, hit the
Thanks. 5-1.
Wow.
Just barely, but you could hear it. It made a sound.
That was a pretty open swing. That's very unusual for Chris to have done that.
Not up.
Good shot there.
Made up for it
Yep.
right away.
Side out. 2-5.
That was right at Adam's shoe tops.
Wow.
Good get.
Nice recovery by Adam there. Oh,
But he couldn't
not
handle
enough.
it. He was stuck up front, and Eric hit a ball he couldn't
3-5.
handle.
Quiet, please.
It was
3-5.
a good recovery by
3-5.
both of those guys. That's a good call by the referee to get everyone quiet down. You know, one of the things about this club is that those stands are very packed, and they know squash doubles, and they're interested in it. But
Good.
they also
3-6.
enjoy each other's company, and you know, there's a social aspect to this, and it doesn't mean, unlike many places where the people are socializing and not paying attention, they're paying attention here.
They certainly are.
But they are
4-6.
also having a good time talking about what's happening and what they're seeing and all. So.
And they were there almost a full gallery, even in the Pro-Am match before this began.
That's right.
So they like their squash, and they've kind of gotten to know a lot of the players, and they feel very much on a familiar
Side out.
basis with them.
7-4.
Yeah.
And as you pointed out, a number of the players have connections to this club itself to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, and really a lot of them. And even tonight on these last two matches, on each team here, there's a player who has a strong connection. Adam Bews is the pro, and Eric Bedell was a junior player here and grew up on these courts. And in the next match, we have Graham Bassett and Ahmed Anvari, who are a team. And Graham is the former doubles and adult pro
Colin
here,
left.
and Ahmed
8-4.
Anvari is another junior product of here. So, you know, in our last two matches, we've got 4 players out of 8 who have a direct Heights Casino connection.
8-4.
Trying to get the crowd. I promise you, the crowd is enjoying the match. Oh, that's beautiful.
8-5.
It's almost like a little bit of topspin rolling it into that corner.
Adam was looking a little bit at Colin like, where were you on that?
Out of court. 9-5.
Lob to Chris. Oh, another lob to Chris. That's a beautiful lob. Love that.
But a good recovery by Chris.
Yep. This is fun, though. These guys are... That's a great... Wow. That's a great last shot. Off the back wall.
Side out. 6-9.
Nicely done. But what I'm liking about these points, Rob, is it's there's a combination of hitting the ball
6-9.
hard and lobs, trying to get some angles, and then some nice little short shots. It's really sort of a full court. It's not just slam bang doubles.
That's right. And it's a lot of what we saw in the great match last night with Chris Walker and Clive Leach.
Yes. Which, boy, wasn't that fun?
Out of court.
It's almost hard to believe they lost that match. They did so many really good things.
Yeah, well, their opponents proved their mettle by getting through their match today. That was Michael Ferreira. Oh, that's nice. Michael Ferreira and Will Hartigan were the ones who took out Chris Walker and Clive Leach last night, and they came from behind and took out Ryan Cuskelly and Cameron Pilley this afternoon. That was the match just before this one started, and it was a long, exciting match. Sorry, we're seeing a slow motion replay here. We'll get this fixed in a second. There we go. We're back live now. Sorry about that, folks. Meanwhile, this is a terrific point that's happening here. You can tell the intensity is stepping up. And a nice pound by Eric Bedell.
Right side, 10-9.
And tensions are high here. We've entered into it's 1-all in games, and it's 10-9. We are right in the middle of the crunch of this, where this match could be won or lost in the next few points. And that's two really good shots in a row by Eric Bedell.
11-9.
And two winners from the front left, both of them different.
Yeah.
And very well executed in each case.
11-9.
I mean, we know that Chris is the star of the team, but Eric has really played well in this last game and a half. And there's Chris. Yeah, I'm
Asserting
number one.
Asserting himself. Well, they've had a nice run here. Good shot by Adam.
Yep, that's a good shot.
12-10.
They needed that point for sure.
12-10.
Are you so if Bedell and Callis win this game, are you saying last night you had an interesting phrase, which was, I don't think this is going to go to 5. Would you be in the same place?
I think that they've outplayed them for 2 games in a row. If they close this game out.
That's not what I asked, Rob.
I think it'll take a lot of doing on Collins and Adam's part to turn this around.
Okay. Are you running for office somewhere? I'm just wondering.
No time soon. That's a great shot though by Adam.
11-14 or 11-13. Excuse me.
This is a really, really important game.
Yes, it is a really important point in a really important game right here.
Yep.
Right now. And you can tell the Heights Casino crowd has suddenly gone quiet, all on their own. They know this is big.
Not up, stops, down. Thank you.
As fast as Colin is, both of them were so out of position at the back wall that he couldn't get to the short response.
It was a good shot, but
yeah, it was a great shot.
All right.
Out of court game.
Wow.
2-1.
Not a good way to end that game for Bews and West. They sort of sighed at the end of that game.
But let's give Eric Bedell in particular some credit here.
No, you're good.
I mean, again, I take nothing away from Chris Callis, and when he had some opportunities, he had some spectacular shots. But
You gotta go for it.
we just have to admit that Eric is getting the huge bulk of the work here. And, in a way,
Yeah, but
he's
it's going to
really
the internet
beating
back.
Adam and Colin.
Yeah.
He's the reason they're ahead 2-1 right
No.
now.
He is.
Yes.
I mean, I agree with you. He's the reason.
But
And go ahead. No, please go ahead.
the replay just showed Chris hitting a great rail down the right wall, and that was a very important point at that stage of that game.
That was the one that we had just said, and then we joked about.
Yeah, right.
Chris reasserting himself as like, I am number one after all.
Right.
So Rob, Adam, Bews, and Colin West, they have not played badly, in my opinion.
Nope.
And tell me what you think they should do now to get, if they have a chance of getting back in this match, what should they do?
Well, for one thing, I thought they did play. They were more sharp in the first game than they were in the last two, and they
Particularly Adam. Is that fair?
Yes, absolutely. And I think they were just a little faster. They looked more sure of themselves in their retrieving and in their execution. They've been a little bit on their heels at parts of the end parts of these last two games.
And do you have an explanation for that or a theory?
I think maybe just the constant pressure that they've been under. It's been territorially very close, but Chris and Eric have been carrying the play more than Adam and Colin have.
I wonder too if it's maybe that, they had a game plan where they were going to just pound Eric, and Eric has responded to that.
Yes.
And so I wonder if that may not throw an element of doubt into their game plan and into their psyche as a result.
Well, it's interesting. I don't think that they have abandoned or are abandoning that game plan, but I do see some a little questioning as to whether that is the proper plan, and I also don't see any sense that they have an alternative plan that they would switch to.
Right. Well, that's a good point. I haven't seen that either.
Right.
It's they're sort of putting all their, at least so far, they're putting all of their money on.
Right.
Let's see if Eric Bedell can beat us.
Right, and that's what Ferreira and Hartigan did last night against Clive and Chris.
Yes.
They never really went away from their game plan. It was either going to work or it wasn't going to work, and they managed to get enough of a lead wedged open in that fifth game to sort of bring themselves home.
Yep. It'll be interesting to see here. I will be watching to see whether Adam and Colin have a different game plan, although, as you said, I don't know exactly what it would be. And it will be interesting to see if Eric can keep it up.
Right. That's right. That's another, which is basically what Michael and Will challenged Chris and Clive to do last night.
Right.
And they couldn't quite
Can
do
you
it.
keep it up all the way
Right.
through?
And there was just that little bit of a gap there in the early part of the fifth game that got Michael and
just enough of a
Chris.
wedge, because at the end of that fifth game last night, Clive and Chris actually mounted a nice little comeback.
Yeah, they got to 8-12.
If there hadn't been that wedge at the beginning of the game,
That's right.
it might have been a different story.
Right. Or there was also one ball that acted a little funny against Chris that got them to 13 that sort of stopped that rally a little bit.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, we are here. It is the third quarterfinal match of the day, and we are, having so far the number 1 seeds and the number 4 seeds have both come through. This is the number 3 seed here in the black, Eric Bedell and Chris Callis, and they have now taken a 2-1 lead.
All right, 2-1, level.
Chris looks very relaxed to me. He looks like he thinks he's going to win this game and win this match.
And you know something that's really interesting about that, Rob?
Level.
If you're Eric, Chris's partner, don't you think the fact that Chris looks so relaxed actually sort of relaxes you?
Absolutely.
There's something about it's showing that he has confidence. You're going to do your job. You're going to get it done. No problem.
Right. He had confidence not just in himself, but in his partner.
Yep. And there's something. It's very understated. It's not him going out and doing it, but his whole demeanor actually, I think, gives a lot of confidence to Eric, and maybe one of the reasons why Eric's played so well. And Eric really has played well. As you said, he's got a challenge to keep it up for another game here, but let's see what happens.
Good shot by Adam there.
No indication so far that Adam and Colin are changing their game plan.
No.
Nice
play.
shot. Nice
Great
shot.
play. Chris made a great get to keep that point alive, but
Yeah,
he
he
was
did.
too far in front, and Colin hit a great backhand cross court to win that point.
I mean, again, we said it earlier, but Colin and Adam have not played a bad match.
Nope.
It's not like there's a lot of errors.
3-1.
They've hit a bunch of winners. It's just that, really, to a large extent, Eric Bedell has been the difference here in this match.
Ooh,
Yes, Len.
that's a close call.
3-1.
You thought close to a no-let?
That was close. Saw that a little late, I thought.
Yeah. Wow, nice. That's great.
Done that a couple of times.
You know, the thing about it is that you forget just what good athletes these guys are, and you see something like that and you realize, oh yeah, they're real athletes here. They're not just great squash players, they're great athletes.
Down.
Because so many of them hit sort of a casual shot like that, either a ball between their legs or behind their back, and it's just like part of the rally. You know,
And
no
it's
big deal. And, you know, I'm a pretty good squash player. You've been a pretty good squash player. And it's not no big deal.
It's a very, very tough play to make with no reaction time to speak of available.
Nice. Oh, he should have let it go. Colin actually was there. He had that covered.
And Colin's very good at getting back into that.
3-all.
It was such a
cover
great
behind
get
him.
by Adam.
Yeah, it was just his instinct took over on that.
I know, it did. It did. He's like, they're hitting it at me. I got to hit it.
Right.
But Colin did have it covered. He really did.
Great shot.
Yep.
4-3.
They are moving Adam around, which is sort of what I kind of felt they needed to in that middle part of the match. He's had to make a lot of tough gets in the front left. Oh, good
Nice
reaction
get.
there.
I
Wow.
thought he moved too late for that. That was a great
That
get.
was a very good reaction.
That's a good.
Not up.
He's apologizing, but I actually thought he was just taking the space.
Absolutely. Chris was crowding him and he moved him out.
Yeah, and he moved.
Eric on the
then
right,
hit and then hit a great shot.
Yeah, and did
Yeah.
a great shot. That was really nice by Colin.
Yep.
Very well done. And nice of him to apologize, but I really think he was completely within his right to take that space. That's a smart shot.
Oh, they fooled him on it.
That's a very smart shot. They weren't near it.
Second
It's gonna
serve.
be out. Yep.
Okay,
Yes,
safety
flat.
call. They'll give it to
5-4.
him.
He's smiling, but
Yes, left.
I don't
5-4.
think anyone's objecting to that,
That's
Eric.
right. That's right.
We all saw it took a weird bounce.
Even though he actually had an open swing out in the end. But no, that's a good safety call.
Yeah. Oop,
Out of court.
there's that high 10 again.
Side out.
And I said it earlier, but there really is actually a 10 on the outline on the back wall of this court, which is not a usual thing. But it makes it very clear if you hit a ball. And it's surprising how often that 10 does get hit. But it does get hit. And and it does make a sound. So you really are hearing a tin on that high ball at the back wall.
And the result, there's no question as to whether the ball was out of court or not, because it's not a question of just having to see if it's above or below a line.
That's exactly it.
Right.
Yep, that's exactly
6-5.
right. Which leads you to say,
Oh,
on a singles court, why isn't there a tin along the out-of-court line on the side walls?
no.
Because that's where all the controversy comes, are on those balls.
Ooh.
6-all. Adam on the right.
Checking the ball for a break.
Oh, it's immaculate. 6-all.
That's a nice quote from Graham
Second
Bassett,
serve.
the referee. You can try throwing it up here, but the ball looks immaculate. All right, so Rob, this game, no one has gotten away early.
That's true. The first game that's true of. It's going to be probably a dogfight all the way to the end of the game.
It's a nice shot.
7-6.
Nice shot by Adam there.
Yep.
Out of court.
It's actually
Side out.
one of the first balls. There have not, as you said earlier in
7-all.
the match when we saw an out of court at the front of the court, that there haven't been a lot of those.
That's right.
And there have been a bunch of points with some very nice lobbing going on as well.
Down.
That, poor Colin, that was a decisive 10. Very strongly hit into it.
8-7.
2 errors in a row, though, just now.
Yep. 7-6 now to 8-7.
Oh,
Stroke.
that could be a
Yeah,
stroke. Yep.
You called it.
9-7.
Wow.
Adam knew it. I don't think he's really objecting. He's upset at himself, not at the referee.
Yep.
So you said it earlier, but it was 7-6 for Bews and West. We're up. They're now down 9-7.
Two errors and 1 stroke.
Yep. That's a big 3-point swing right there. And 4-point swing.
Wow.
3 errors, Rob.
And
3 errors and 1
they
stroke.
gotta let-
10-7.
No, they asked for said a yes let. Wow, they're trying to encourage each other. They're definitely on their back foot right now. Whoa,
Ooh.
looked like he tripped for a second.
Yeah, he got his foot stuck somehow. Meanwhile, Chris and Eric are looking calm and relaxed.
And they're just executing.
The intensity is ratcheting up on
Oh, good shot there. That was
Colin and Adam's part, and you know it has to. But Chris and Eric are staying relatively relaxed. But that's good intensity by Colin. That was a good shot.
Down. Second serve. Uh-oh. Yes, it was.
I wasn't sure of that one. What did you think?
I wasn't actually watching him
Okay,
at his feet.
too fast.
It looked like he almost foot fault on the second serve, though.
Mm.
Good get. Good
Yes,
call.
let.
Good call.
That's the same one that
10-8.
Eric called when it's popped out like that. Eric called it, and now Adam's calling it. Good on both of them.
Maybe stroke.
Yes, let.
Sure.
Oh, they
wow.
That could be a big part of this match if they rally here, because that really looked like a stroke.
I don't know how that's. I have to tell you, I don't know how that's a let.
10-8.
Whoa, that's
Rob.
that's an absolute classic stroke.
I think you and I are on the same page here. That one was a stroke. Well, in fact, it was not. We can say it is for all we want, but the referees have called it something different. So we're at 10-8. Wow, nice shot.
What surprised me was Chris and Eric
Side
didn't really
out.
protest that much.
No.
9-10.
You'd have thought they'd have really.
I would have
said
thought. I
something.
thought it was really
Right.
clear, but maybe they're just trying to stay calm and in the moment, and they need to because Adam and Colin are making a good little run here. They look to be potentially almost out of it. Oh, nice shot by Adam. Good defense, but look, I will say again, look how relaxed Chris and Eric look.
Whoa,
That's a
with
nice,
cross court.
beautiful shot. Watch this. Relaxed, though. Doesn't he look relaxed?
9-11.
Yep.
I mean,
Yep. Colin was sort of covering the middle, and he left the right side open a little bit.
very smart shot.
That's a big point.
It's huge. So here's what I think happened here is that Chris actually called let when Colin
side,
started to
10-11.
crank up his swing, sort of almost calling it for
I
Colin.
get you, but
And
yeah.
Colin understands it, but it actually wasn't Chris's let to call.
I'd be
Colin
afraid of
played
that
it.
forehand
What's Chris
too.
doing calling a let?
10-11.
Because I think he thought that Colin should call it and was going to call it. He thought he was going to get hurt. But
Well, that cost him a point.
it did, because it's not his call. But I actually understand why he did it, but it was
Not the right thing to do.
no. And it's not like Colin hasn't hit him or anything with the ball today. Colin hasn't come close to hitting him. So.
That's right. That's right.
Not up.
Good shot by Colin.
It's a very good shot. Good power, good,
Perfect.
like perfect actually, on
11
terms
all.
of width.
But the angle was
11 all.
exactly right.
Exactly right, exactly where it needed to be. 11 all, Rob.
Yep.
Just want to make sure everybody's aware where we are.
This is the best game of the match.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
Chris has had a
that's
couple of
great
winners from
drive.
there. From deep from the back
Side
court.
out.
Look at that drive. I mean, that's just a
As
beauty.
fast as Colin is, too.
12-11. Hit the door.
Oh, he misplayed that.
Graham Bassett said that it hit the door. Hit the door frame.
12 all.
Okay, that's okay.
But you play the court.
Yep.
Second serve. This goes 5. You want to do it for me? Down.
Wow.
13-12.
Wow.
The shot was there.
It's
The
a
shot
big
was
point.
I've got
to
Eric right.
miss that on. Big point.
That was the right shot, though.
Every point from here. These are tense moments here.
There's a huge point, obviously. Whoa!
Oh.
Good there. Good play by Colin.
Oh, wow.
Good play.
Nice get.
Whoa.
Whoa, wow.
Great play by Colin, staying out of the way on that.
This is a great point, Rob.
Yep, point of the match.
Big stakes.
The most important
Great
point
point.
of the match and the best played point of the match.
Oh. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Wow, that is a great point.
Yeah. And Eric hit a great shot to end it.
I don't know if you saw in that replay, but Adam actually had a smile on his face. I mean, knew it was a great point. That's that great get by Adam in the middle of that point.
Oh boy.
All right, so we are at match ball here, triple match ball. 3 chances for.
Okay, I missed that
Well,
one. So
one of
that's
them is
point.
gone.
Yep.
So 2 more chances for the number 3 seeds to advance. As we said earlier, you know, there have been challengers in all 3 quarterfinal matches, but the seeds have all come through so far. Let's see if they do it here as well.
Whoa. Probably give him a let,
I
right?
think he's going to get a let.
He hit a pretty good shot, and he
But
had
he
Chris
didn't,
on his hip.
but he didn't clear. He really didn't clear.
Didn't really have time to with that follow through.
But he didn't give any opportunity to the ball. I think you got to give a let
Yep,
there.
yep, I agree. Oh! Colin is an acrobat out there. Whoa. Oh. He made it.
Oof. Adam almost had the angle on that cross court. Another good point, Rob.
Yep. Great play by Colin just now to stay in it. Wow.
Wow.
Then he hits a shot that Eric can't handle. Wow, that was a great shot. They have to serve to Chris now, don't they?
All right, 14 all. So we're either headed to 5 or it is match ball.
Okay. Chris could try something on this return. He probably won't, but he might. He hasn't tried a serve return short court winner the whole match.
It's going to depend on the quality of the serve. It's a good serve.
Yeah, too good a serve. He can't do anything on that one.
Wow, that was close.
Whoa, careful. They got the signals crossed for a second there. Whoa, good call. Good call.
I'm sitting here in the stands and I'm nervous.
All right, 14 all. The team in black has match ball. The team in white has game ball.
It's got to be a good serve to Chris. It's very dangerous on that.
And that is match. Believe it or not, the dreaded beam came into play on match ball. Unbelievable. That's a great match. That's terrific, terrific squash.
And a great win for Eric and Chris, really. They lost the first game. They were in trouble parts of some of the other games. And they really
You're absolutely right. And again, Chris is fantastic, but a huge amount of that credit goes to Eric.
Absolutely.
He hung in there. He played great. Actually, in this fourth game, Adam and Colin didn't play as heavily to Eric as they had. And as a result, Chris was much more of a factor in this game. And, you know, he played, as you would expect, he played very well.
Right.
But I really give a lot of credit to Eric in this match, because I think in front of his hometown crowd, being the favored player, knowing that you are going to see a huge amount of the balls, and I mean, it's, you know, that's pressure. That's a lot of stuff you got to deal with.
I know that you're probably going to be blamed if your team loses.
Exactly.
Right.
And part of that, you know, as we mentioned earlier, one of the understated things that Chris does is he shows relaxed confidence in his partner. And I think that made a huge difference, because it allows Graham to play well.
That's exactly right.
I mean, Eric to play well.
Right.
And Eric did play well.
Yeah.
And, you know, those psychological factors that happen in doubles, you know, somebody, you know, rolling their eyes if you miss a shot, or the negative body language can have a really deleterious effect. And by the same token, when somebody you can tell is like, oh, I'm glad you went for it, that was the right shot, and you make an error, it changes your whole attitude around.
Absolutely.
Because it's part of about is a huge part of squash, singles and doubles, is your internal belief.
Right. And I think in this case, Chris actually did trust Eric. He wasn't just acting
right, it
like
wasn't,
he did. Right.
Well, that's a very important point.
Right.
I think he acted well too.
Right.
But I think you're right that he did believe in him, because he saw that Eric was handling it.
Right.
Not a problem.
Right. Eric, by the way, made a couple of those last couple of points that caught them at 14-0 were at Eric's expense.
Yes.
And he still hit a really good shot on the last play that Colin couldn't handle.
Yeah. I mean, it's impressive performance.
Very
impressive
much so.
performance.
Very much so.
So we've had 3 quarterfinal matches, and all 3 seeds have gone through.
And
but I wouldn't say any of them were super easy.
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. They were really challenged. And Chris and Eric, of course, easily won their match, their first round match.
Yes.
So they were. This was the first time they were really challenged, and they managed to fend it off.
Get through. Yeah.
Not by much, but they did. Right.
Okay, folks. Well, we still have one more match to come tonight, and we've got some hometown heroes here. We've got Graham Bassett, who was the pro here a number of years ago, and Anvari, who grew up here, and they are playing the number 2 seeds, who looked very strong in the first round.
Certainly did.
Playing James Stout and Yvonne Badan, and that match was scheduled for 7 o'clock. We are almost an hour behind that time, but they will be coming out in a second, and we're going to take a couple minutes break while they get warmed up, and we will be back in just a few minutes. Stay tuned, everybody.
Okay, I've got to. mics.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back for our final quarterfinal of the evening. We are at the 27 David C. Johnson Memorial Squash Tournament here in Brooklyn Heights at the Heights Casino. I'm Will Carlin. I'm here with Rob Dinnerman, and we've seen 3 very entertaining matches this evening. All 3 have been won by the seeds, so we have our number 1 seed won the first match. That was Zach Alexander and Scott Arnold beat Clinton Leeuw and Omar El Kashef. In the second match of the day, which is the 3 o'clock match, which started much later than 3 o'clock, we had Michael Ferreira and Will Hartigan overcame Ryan Cuskelly and Cameron Pilley. And we just saw Adam Bews and Colin West play very well, but ultimately fall to the number 3 seeds, who were Eric Bedell and Chris Callis. And that was a match that just concluded about 10 minutes ago and was really entertaining. And we've got one more match, our number 2 seed, whom we haven't seen yet tonight, James Stout and Ivan Badan, and they played great in their first match. And they are playing hometown favorites, Graham Bassett, who used to be the doubles and adult squash pro here at the Heights Casino, and Ahmed Anvari, who grew up playing here. Rob, it's been fun commenting with you, and I think we both really enjoyed that last match.
Great match.
But we're looking forward to seeing whether the number 2 seeds can keep up what they did in their last match, because they looked super sharp.
They look they looked like the best team in the tournament in that first round match.
I actually agree with you.
Right.
In fact, I think you were incredulous when we were talking that they were not the number 1 seeds at that point.
They certainly played like the number 1 seed.
They did. And Graham Bassett and Ahmed Anvari, they played very well in their match. They actually adjusted in the strategy of their match very well, because they were getting a little outplayed in the first game, adjusted their strategy and won the next 3. And it was a very mature and smart performance. But they've got their hands full tonight.
That's right, and they have to establish some real credibility at the beginning of this match, because that's Stout and Ivan just ran off and hid in their first round match, and they can't be allowed to do that early here, or it won't turn back.
So if you were Graham and Ahmed, what would you be thinking? What would your focus be?
I'd be playing the first half dozen points very conservatively, and just seeing where their opening is. I think you can get in trouble if you try to go on a shot making spree right off the bat.
Okay.
Although the temptation might be to do that.
Yep.
And
both Graham and Ahmed are both good shot makers, and they like to shoot.
Right.
So for them, it may be a little bit sort of against their natural tendency to want to sort of play back. All right, I think we are the referee's doing the introductions. So here we go. So let me just get clear who we are here. So the team in black are the number 2 seeds, James Stout and Ivan Badan. Stout is on the left-hand side of the court with the beard and no hair on top, and Ivan Badan is on the right-hand side of the court. The team in red are Graham Bassett, who's on the left-hand side of the court, and Ahmed Anvari, who's on the right-hand side of the court. And that was a strong shot that sort of caught Graham a little bit off guard there. That's the first point of the match.
Ivan just hit a 10, which he did very little of in his first round match.
Yeah. Jamie and Ivan, they played Alex, Dominic, and Peter Kelly in the first round. And Dominic and Kelly both have good doubles pedigrees, but as we discussed earlier, that was 3-0 and not close. And Graham Bassett and Ahmed Anvari, they played Tor Christofferson and Elroy Leong, and as we said before, they came back from 1 down to win 3-1 in that match.
2-1.
Well, they're coming out shooting. They're not
3-1.
just playing conservative, and so far it's worked.
Well, I know that's what you said they probably should do. I thought perhaps the sophisticated listener will know that based on my saying that they both really like to shoot, that it wasn't necessarily a likely possibility.
Graham from the left. 3-2.
Ooh, that was a good cover. It's good to get it back.
Down. I saw it down. 2 downs, 1 up. It's all right.
So what the referee stopped play there because he saw a ball that was a double bounce, and I don't think the players really saw it, although Graham heard him say it, so he stopped play. And the referees, keeping in mind there's a 3-referee system, 2 of them said yes, it was not up, and the other one said that it was up. So ultimately the point was stopped and awarded.
Coming in, 3-4.
So that was a nice reverse corner by Yvonne Badan.
Out of court.
That's the out of court on the back wall. That, I think, may have been even above the 10.
Yes.
That back wall 10.
That far up, yeah.
It's a beautiful little backhand reverse corner
5-4
by Jamie. Jamie hitting it, you know, he's a lefty, and he's playing the left wall, so for him to hit a backhand into that left corner, it's not that usual, but it was a nice little winner.
Don't worry about it. Oh, Jesus.
That was a little bit crazy. So
6-4.
That was Graham hitting a ball sort of above Jamie's head there into a little bit of a wild 3-ball attempt that didn't really come off. It's a nice recovery shot because both of them were up front, and it gave them time to get back into position there.
Out of court.
Out of court. 6-5.
It's interesting to see how far up Ahmed's playing. He's playing way up, and as a result, Graham is taking a lot of balls Ahmed's not even trying for that are going to his side.
Yes, lap.
And they both look relaxed about it as though it's part of their game plan.
Right, it's almost like he's playing a high tee.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, got hit, eh?
Oh, wow.
Right in the head. He actually had his racket up protecting
Yeah,
his
I
head
saw
before
that.
the
He
swing.
had it. He was there protecting it.
And that was a pretty hard hit ball, too.
That was very hard hit.
Whoa. You see his
Watch
racket
it.
up there?
Yeah, his racket's up.
And he took it
it's
down
still
just at the
he
wrong
took
spot.
it out.
Because he was ready. He wanted to ready his racket for the swing.
Boy. That's
Total accident. Stout's
oh, of course, a total accident. I mean, nobody means to do it, but and in fact, you know, one of the interesting things about when somebody gets hit is the person who hit him is often the person who's most affected in terms of their play afterwards.
Absolutely.
Because there's a guilt and a
Boy, he had his racket up right to the last split second.
It was Jamie that hit him, right? Yeah. So one of the interesting things about Jamie Stout is he has been the world rackets champion. And rackets is a sport where if you were to get hit with the ball, you could literally get killed, especially a ball like that would be serious problems because the court is slate and the ball is the consistency of a golf ball,
Absolutely.
not a squash ball at all. People may mistake it because it's about the same size as a squash ball or a golf ball, which is about the same size also. But it is brutally hard. And because you're playing off of slate walls with much heavier rackets, the ball really moves, and it literally could kill somebody. So in that game, they have a referee who lets you know whether or not you can hit the ball before every time you swing. So Jamie's used to that, and he's so it's a little surprising that he clocked Ahmed there. But again, obviously an accident, and we just hope that Ahmed's okay because it looked like it hit him hard and in the temple area.
I think he's all right. I think he just maybe got. I think this match was resumed fairly soon.
And maybe just a little bit stunned.
Right.
You know, I think what happens sometimes when you get hit is you're sort of so surprised, and it does hurt. It for sure hurts, no question about it. But more than that, I think there's sometimes just like a little, and particularly when it's in the head, there's a stunned aspect to it.
Right.
So. But anyways, what do you think of the play so far, the strategy?
It's been a very competitive first third of the game.
Yeah.
Graham and Ahmed have played well, and they've stuck right with them. What I'm very impressed with, though, is how efficiently, especially for a team that doesn't play often together, Yvonne and Jamie have the court covered. They really don't leave much place to put the ball. They position themselves well. They read off each other well, and it's just really hard to catch them out of position.
Well, we heard them clapping, and I think we're about to go back to the court. Yeah. So Ahmed is okay and is back here. One of the things that's worth mentioning, we haven't talked about Yvonne very much. You know, he's number 7 in the SDA. And he has, you know, one of the most impressive squash pedigrees out here. He's won a whole slew of tournaments, and with a number of different partners. He's played with Manek Mathur. He's played with Eric Volchek back in the day. I mean, he's a very good player. He's played with Mike Ferreira a lot. They won a lot of tournaments together. So, anything you want to say in addition?
Well, no, he's been an excellent player for over a decade. One of the titles he has never won, though, is this one, and so that would be something that would really complete his record if he was able to. And he's got certainly as good a chance as anybody else in this tournament to do that.
He also was the men's Swiss national champion in singles. That's, you know, a prestigious title, and he was another one of the Trinity grads who he played for 4 years during Trinity's undefeated streak in those 4 years. So he's both a good singles and he's turned out to be a very good doubles player.
Wi-Fi keeps dropping.
This is a good point, Rob.
It certainly is.
There's a lot of court coverage going on.
But Jamie seems to be doing it so easily somehow. He's slides around out there.
That's too bad.
Yeah, Graham's a little bit error prone. He's a little bit hot and cold.
So Graham was going for I guess you would call it a near wall, although it's a near wall across this court. He was hitting a forehand into the forehand corner.
From the left wall.
Yeah, from the left wall. Exactly
It's
right.
not broken, but
And it didn't come off.
No, it
He didn't.
gone
He did
squishy.
not successfully execute that ball.
One thing you mentioned about
It's
the
not
players
broken.
Yvonne's played with.
Okay.
He's not playing with the Trinity player now, but the Trinity players tend to
Six,
play
seven.
with each other as partners.
Yeah, which is interesting. I know that Paul Asiani has completely stressed team camaraderie.
Whoa.
That's
Whoa.
a
like Nick-
crazy shot.
Right.
This is what we were talking about in the last match, when you realize what good athletes they are. So just in case you didn't see exactly what was going on that replay, Yvan Badan
if you're gonna
was surprised
check
by a
every
ball,
time, you
hit
can
Adam
switch
on
it,
the
but-
opposite side, and he went around his back and actually hit a front wall, side wall nick
On the front left.
It's six.
on the other side of the court. So, this is about sort of the athleticism and just sheer coordination of a lot of these guys. And Yvonne has it. So does Jamie. Jamie not only has been the world rackets champion, he's the reigning world's doubles rackets champion, but he also is a court tennis champion, and obviously a great squash player as well. So if there's a racket, he likes it.
That's for sure. And just what you're saying
9-6.
what you're saying about Paul Asayante, that team camaraderie thing does not end at graduation.
Yeah, that's the real point, is he does such a good job of building up the team that it feels like he, the players, once they graduate, and I think even some players who barely overlapped, they connect with each other as well.
Right.
Because there's something about sort of having played for Trinity as a whole that makes you feel like you are part of a community. There's something stronger going on there, and really that's a credit to Asianti.
Absolutely. And by the way, that's even true of some players who don't overlap at all.
Right.
They still feel that way.
Stout from the right.
As it happens,
9-7.
Yvonne was a teammate of Michael Ferreira and was a teammate of Monik Mathura and of Johnny Smith, so he did overlap with all of them. But that, as I say, there are some combinations where the players aren't even at Trinity at the same time.
10-7.
That was a attempted front wall, side wall, cross court by Ahmed Anvari, and it hit the tin, so it did not come off.
That number of tins the last half dozen points, and that's why I said it's a little risky for them to be too aggressive against this team.
It doesn't look like Ahmed is feeling any super bad. Well, I say that and he gets a ball into the roof. So that was an error into the roof, and I fear that it hit the dreaded beam.
Yes.
But what I was starting to say was Ahmed doesn't look like he's. I mean, that's an unbelievable shot. That is just a quick overhead into the nick right there by Anvari, and it looks like he's doing fine after getting hit in the head.
Absolutely.
The points have been fast and furious as I've tried for 3 points to make that 1 point.
Right.
This is a nice little run because they were down 10-6, and I think it's now 9-11. So they're getting back within reach here in a game that looked like it was fast getting out of their reach. That's going to be a let, I believe.
Yep.
Right back. Not a stroke, just a let. Stout and Badan are the team in black. Bassett and Anvari, the team in red. Team in black are the number 2 seeds that some have felt have been playing well enough to be the number 1 seeds. Bassett and Anvari are 2 players both with Heights Casino ties. And that ball was a reverse corner that went into the tin. Did not get pulled off by Graham Bassett. So it's now a 3-point lead as we get into the really critical part of the game here. That's going to be a let. It's a ball that went right down trying to go down the middle, I think.
Right.
It didn't quite come off down the middle. It was a little bit too far to Yvonne's side of the court. That is a very decisive backhand reverse corner winner by Graham. Really nicely done.
And right after hitting the same shot a couple of points earlier.
Yeah.
He didn't back off it.
He didn't back off it. Hit it well.
And there's another winner from Ahmed.
That was I guess also you would call that a reverse corner from Anvari. So that was nice. They were down 12-9, and it looked like it might be getting away. They've closed the gap back to 12-11. This is a nice point by... Wow. 3 points in a row.
A look-away shot there.
A look-away blaster that he caught the side wall just right opposite Ivan, and it worked out well. So we're now from 12-9 to 12-all, and I believe it was 10-6. So that's a good let.
I do think Graham and Hamid need this game more than James and Ivan.
Yeah, I mean,
and they've got another point there on the same. It's unusual to get it for Ivan to be passed twice like that.
Yeah, almost exact replay of the other shot where he had sort of this loop, you know, kind of a crazy cross court, but it has just the right angle on it. That is a beautiful overhead by Ahmed Anvari from the forehand side to the backhand, or to the left wall, front wall floor nick. And they have now taken a lead. After being down 10-6, they're now up 13-12. Keeping in mind that the team in black are the number 2 seeds and heavily favored in this match. Heavily favored.
Wow.
That is spectacular. So, just to be clear, that's Graham again. This time he was going for it looked like maybe a reverse corner, but he in fact hit a front wall, side wall nick. And that brings us, is that game?
Yep, 15-12.
That's game. So that's an unbelievable
6-point run.
comeback. That's a crazy, crazy comeback. That's really well done, and a little bit of a surprise, but I have to say a lot of fun for the spectators here. It makes it seem much more likely that we are going to have well, we're already going to have a competitive match.
That's for sure. That's for sure. They went from 9-12 to 15-12, 6 straight points, and all of them on winners. There was no loose tin in there by Jamie or Ivan.
So we see that one behind the back ball. That was spectacular to watch. And another behind the back. I mean, it's just, you know, what some of these guys can do is just kind of spectacular.
Look how many times Colin made gets between his legs or behind his back or from really almost impossible positions.
Yeah.
He's probably the most agile player in this tournament.
Now, I'm guessing that Jamie and Ivan do not seem like the type of players to get stressed. I don't know why I say that, but I've known them both for a little bit. They just, it's not their demeanor somehow. So I'm suspecting that, as with the other seeds today, this may come back and get really quite, they may get right back into the match.
I'm sure that I think there's a very good chance of that. But they're having a bit of a conversation right now that they didn't think they were going to have 6 points ago.
Yeah. I mean, they were in control of that game.
That's right.
And all of a sudden the game was gone.
Exactly.
And you know, it's like, what just happened?
Right.
What did we do wrong? And part of it was some great shot making, and part of it was that all of a sudden Graham and Anvari got hot. Now, it wasn't too long after Ahmed got hit in the head that they started to suddenly play well.
There were a couple of
Are
points
we?
gap.
Are we? I'm asking Rob. Is there a correlation there?
I don't think so. I think it just happened the way it did.
Ahmed needed a wake-up call of some kind.
If he needed one, he certainly got one. That's about as emphatic a wake-up call as you could have.
I mean, that ball was hit hard.
Yes, it was.
And I think it partly caught the frame of his glasses. I'm so thankful that everybody wears goggles
in,
now.
one love.
And doubles. But I suspect he's actually going to have a mark on the side of his head.
Oh, for sure.
You know.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right.
1-0.
Now we're back into slow motion here. I don't know why we're into slow motion. And I know the game has started. And we will get that technical difficulty ironed out as quickly as we can. There we are. We're back to live action. This is the first point.
Good shot.
Oh. That looked like just a little bit
2-1.
It almost looked like Ahmed thought that Graham would be over there for some reason. I don't know why he would think that, though.
No, and he couldn't have been over there in that situation.
No, didn't it look like that?
Yeah, he looked like he was looking for some help. Yeah.
That was a little bit strange. Oh, dear. That's a tin from the back of the court by Graham. So, Jamie and Yvonne have gotten off to a quick start in the second game, as we discussed that they might. They've been challenged by some very good play. They're a little bit surprised to find themselves down 1-love, but they are also, I'm sure, very intent on correcting that impression and getting back into it.
Coming in, 2-3. A
couple of errors off Graham's racket.
That was a backhand tin by Yvonne that went into the tin. He was trying I guess you would call it a straight drop shot, but from across the court.
4-off.
And that was a
Great
winner,
shot
right?
by Graham. Great reverse.
I think Graham hit a volley reverse court winner there.
Maybe a stroke? Just a let, probably. Yeah.
No, it would have been just a let, I think.
Yeah.
Because part of it was, I think he was expecting Jamie to go around the other way, and Jamie took the long way around.
Shot. Coming in, 5-4.
Good shot there by Yvonne. Front left, Nick.
Oh, wow. That's a great shot.
And Hamed backing up to back up Graham.
Yeah,
and there was nobody at the front right.
And then Yvonne just sort of leaves it there. What I really like about the way he did that is he hit that forehand almost as though I'm just going to drop it over there and see if he can go get it. Really pretty.
And it's also the same spot where he can sometimes lobs it.
And he just did it again, slightly different, but another volley drop shot into the right and front corner. Those are two really gorgeous shots by Yvonne. That was an error.
8-4.
into really, I hate to say it, but the bottom half of the tin. He was attempting a forehand reverse corner.
We saw Eric hit that shot in exactly that spot in the earlier match.
Yes, that's right. You're right.
And it's a hard shot to see coming. It
8-5.
doesn't look like he's going to hit that, but we'll cut the angle over a little bit.
All right, so Jamie and Yvonne, the number 2 seeds, have definitely, well, they were, to be fair, they were at about this point in the first game, too, until at the very end they weren't.
8-5.
So I think they're going to be eager to try and put this one away and not let it.
Well, they already know the danger of letting it get close.
It's another drop shot that was well hit by Yvonne. They got it back this time, but
9-5.
that, I'm not quite sure what he was going for there. That
He
tin
wanted the front side. I think he was trying for the front side.
front side,
Which would have been a pretty low percentage shot, but he pulled a few off of them at the end of the first game.
but the ball hit the tin in the middle of the court. He must have just mishit it. Well,
Good angle by Jamie on the cross court.
10-5. Right side.
Jamie has found the spot right opposite Ahmed. It seems like they are intent to not let a repeat of Game 1 happen, but it was at the very end of Game 1 when they suddenly lost a bunch of points.
Right.
So, but I have to say that Ahmed and Graham don't look nearly as sort of sharp as they did at the.
They're trying the same shots, though.
They're not making them
No,
now.
that's right.
It's another good drop shot by Yvonne over there on the forehand side, but a good get by Ahmed to keep it alive. Oh, that was another
12-5.
Another
Right.
error by Graham. He's clearly trying to get the ball to go front right to put pressure on Yvonne to go to that front court, but he's made, I hate to say it, a bunch of errors now.
Right. And you got to put the ball in a very good spot up there because Yvonne's so good to the front himself.
Yeah. It's an interesting strategy because I don't think of Yvonne as being particularly slow to the front wall.
That's for sure.
But there's no question that Graham's going up there. I mean, just look how relaxed Yvonne is as he goes to the back wall. They are, Jamie and Yvonne are two of the most
13-5.
relaxed players.
Absolutely.
Out there.
Absolutely.
So 13-5.
It's almost like them losing that first game didn't phase them at all.
No. That's sort of what we thought. I don't want to give ourselves too much credit because it wasn't too hard to see, but
Oh,
wow.
it's up there.
So that's a great shot. And if you can see here on the
14-5, game
replay,
ball.
He caught Hamed.
Yvonne looks like he's going to hit a reverse corner, I think, and instead he pokes it down the wall, and Ahmed bit on the reverse corner.
He was absolutely leaning way too far over and had no chance to recover.
Game to Stout
That's a great-
Badan. 15-5.
So that's an overhead reverse corner from the left-handed Jamie into the right corner. And, well, as we suspected, the number 2 seeds asserted themselves here.
They certainly did, and the question now is...
Is that it?
Well, I think that Graham and Hamed, when they fell behind, kind of let the last part of that game go. And they sort of, basically they exhaled that game after
Right.
playing so well in the first game. And the question is, can they get back to what they did at the last part of the first game? Don't forget, they got outplayed most of that first game. They had just a great late run.
Correct.
And they need to play at that level to have a chance to win this match.
Yeah, and that's always a problem, right? When you know that you have to play at your best to even be in the match,
That's right.
it makes it trickier just to stay alive. I mean, when you know that if you can just play your game, whatever your game is, and have a shot, that's a whole different kettle of fish than to know that you have to play at, your 85 or 90 or 100%
Right.
to just have a shot. And I feel that that's, and great to Graham and Ahmed's credit, they pulled that off in the first game.
Absolutely. But to sustain that all the way through,
Well,
against a team that's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
They are not going to get nervous and tend to give them points or anything like that. They're going to have to earn all the way through this, and they did at the end of the first game. And whether they can do that again in this game is what's going to be the story of this match.
So what I'm hearing, Rob, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what I'm hearing is perhaps this game is not going to go to the fifth.
It might not go to fifth. That's possible. That's possible.
I really love that line
Down
you
to
said
serve.
yesterday. I do not predict this is going to the fifth game.
I was going to say I would be surprised if there's a fifth game.
Love
Yes,
all.
I'll be surprised if there's a fifth game. So good. I am with you, just for the record here. I think that it may have taken Jamie and Yvonne a little bit to get going, and it took some great play by Graham and Ahmed, and take nothing away from them. It was great play at the end of the first game. But I think that Jamie and Yvonne have hit their stride, and it's going to be hard for Graham and Ahmed to steal another game.
Shot, Graham. Coming in, one love. One all.
I thought Graham called for some help a little late in that point. Ahmed was in a position where he had too much ground to cover to get to that ball after it got past Graham.
That's that desperation. Yours.
Right. Great overhead by
Coming in, 2-1.
by Stout. It's like passing the ball to a teammate at the 23-second mark of the 24-second clock in the NBA.
Yeah, just at the last second. But it was a nice overhead by Jamie just down the line there. I will say the quality of these points is still high. Graham and Ahmed, to their credit, have not given up. They know they may need to play at their best, and they're giving a go of it here. And I respect that and impressed by it.
It's lat. 3-1.
That was almost
close call, but
yeah,
definitely a let. Boy, oh boy, yeah,
it's definitely a let. Yeah.
It stayed up enough.
I thought it was a lower neck than it turned out to be.
Yep, it was stayed up enough. Oh,
wow.
Great play by.
I mean, this is a great deceptive shot by Ahmed, and then
4-1.
just, Jamie wasn't fooled by it, and he put it in the one part of the court where it was very hard for Graham to cover because he was covering already the whole court because Ahmed was up in the court.
Yeah.
Very aware play by Jamie.
Yeah, and I think Ahmed should have hit a roll corner.
Well, he definitely should have, but, if he had faked him out properly. But that's another one. Jamie's not falling for that at all.
Right, not at all. No.
Jamie's all over it.
They're lucky to get a let out of that, actually.
That's a great shot.
Front left Nick.
5-1.
Yep.
backhand. So he's a lefty, and he's hitting a backhand into his own left wall.
And you can
Front
get
wall, side wall, drop shot.
And you can get caught for a stroke if you
If you miss it, yep. If you don't pull it off.
And it's a tough angle to get it into the nick from there anyway. So it's a great shot by Stout.
6-1.
And that's a beauty, fading backwards. Yvonne Badan hitting an overhead, front wall, side wall, into the left-hand front corner. It's really a beautiful shot. It's also a hard shot. It's, I don't like to use another sport, but we all know how great Federer is, and it was a little bit Federer-esque. Oh,
yes, let.
That's a good call by Ahmed. I mean, it was a let, but it's
6-1.
good
yes.
because Graham was out of play on that point. But look at the score, Rob. It's kind of what we predicted. That's a nice shot by Ahmed.
It is. Right down the middle.
6-2.
Boy,
Well
he really clocked that one, didn't he? That's another forehand
7-2.
overhead drop shot. I mean, Yvonne's really hit into that front right corner. Hit a couple of beautiful drop shots and beautiful volley softballs into that corner. There hasn't been a ton of them, but every time he hits it, it's kind of gorgeous. Nice lob.
Yep.
I didn't see what happened there.
8-2.
Oh, he just missed it into the floor.
Right.
I guess he was trying a straight drop.
He's backpedaling and trying a drop shot from that spot with Jamie in front of him to begin with. You're going to have to be awfully accurate to pull that off.
That's
9-2.
That's what I call a wish shot.
Yeah.
It's just unlikely.
9-2 now.
I was about to say how well, even though the score is getting away from them, Graham and Ahmed have sort of hung in there. But that last shot was a little bit of a wish. Yeah. And that's a 3-wall. Again, I would say this is a little bit of a wish. You're out of position. You're going for it.
Right.
So they've started to fall apart here at the end. But give them credit. They have battled well. And they played, at the end of the first game, a brilliant last few points. They deserved that game. They got it. But the superior team is...
they still have a fourth game. They're not going to win this game.
Right.
But they still have a chance to get back into this match.
For sure. But I'm just saying that it's... this game scoreline is not going to be good.
That's right. Shot.
That's a backhand roll corner.
3-11.
Wow.
Over to Graham's side of the court. Beautiful shot. Finding the open space. The interesting thing about Jamie and Yvonne here is they aren't pressing.
Absolutely not. And they weren't pressing when they lost the first game even.
Yeah, you're right. They're very calm, very relaxed, and they're not making any unforced errors for the most part.
Or bad shot choices.
I mean, one of the things about Jamie's game is I think he's got just an unbelievable awareness of where to hit the ball in a, almost like a Clive Leach order of magnitude. It's like that sort of
Graham Wright.
Just real
4-11.
understanding of where the open space is.
He doesn't quite have the genius that Leach sometimes brings into it.
I mean, Clive's in his own thing,
Right.
but it's similar to him.
Yeah.
In that, he's sort of like, he'll hit a shot that you'll go like, oh, I didn't see that was the open part of the court.
Right. No,
and that was always what Clive did.
4-11.
He knows where everybody is.
But when he hit a ball, you as a spectator would be sort of like, oh, I didn't see that was the open part of the court.
Right.
I mean, I was always surprised at how often that happened with Clive. And I think Jamie does that a few times too.
Yep.
Where it's sort of like, oh yeah, that is the open part of the court right there.
Right.
And especially for a lot of people have watched a lot of squash doubles, and I certainly have never played at that level, but I've played a lot of squash doubles, and for him to surprise me consistently as where the ball is going means he's doing something really kind of cool.
And that may be partly because of how good he is at some of the other racket sports too.
Yeah, although that doesn't explain Clive's genius. Clive was just a genius.
Into the ceiling, I think.
Yeah, I mean this
13-4.
I was alluding to it a moment ago, but this game's
13-4.
This game's gone.
Yeah. Oh, it's been gone for a half dozen
gone
points
for,
at least. Yeah.
Exactly.
Shot, Barry. 13-5.
At the first half of this game, Graham and Ahmed were definitely in it, competing, but they got a little bit into that wish mode. It's hard though when you're playing a team that's obviously so relaxed. And that was an overhead into the
14-5. Game
Ahmed.
ball.
Another, in my opinion, I would call that a little bit of a wishful shot.
Yep.
It's going for a quick winner.
Which he got a quick winner a couple of points ago.
Yeah, I know. I guess what I was impressed by them in the first half of this game was they were competing throughout.
Yes,
they weren't looking for the wishful shot.
That's right.
And the second half of this game, they've decided.
Yeah, they basically took the easy way out the last half of this game.
I didn't want to say it that harshly, but I agree with you.
6-14.
Yes. So what will be interesting is to see whether or not they can get back to
Reload.
what they were doing well.
That's right.
And what they should do, in my opinion, is just try to compete all the way through. And it's hard against a team that doesn't make mistakes and a team that's playing as well as these guys. But in the long run, that's going to do them more good. Oh, come on, Ivan.
That's a great shot.
Come on.
Game.
Wow.
Stout
Ivan
man.
keeps it alive with the ball
19-6.
behind his back, and then Graham makes another error. I will discount a little bit, the number of errors that Graham and Ahmed made at the end there because they could feel that the game had gone.
That's right.
And they were, there are two ways to go there. One is you can continue to compete, and try your damnedest. And the other is you can hope, and it's not necessarily a bad percentage play to go for a couple of wishful shots because it can turn things around sometimes.
Right.
It's not a percentage play,
Right.
but it's not necessarily a stupid play. The problem was that they did it too often and too many times, and they weren't going to get back into it.
Right. And
But they are now going to be at love all in the fourth game.
Right.
What do you expect?
I think it's hard when you have a game end the way that one did to really turn things around on the spot. And they're going to have to start this fourth game well. They're not going to be able to work their way into this game.
Yeah.
But a couple of good shots and they're up 3-1 or something, and now they're back in the game. Now they're not 5 or 6 points behind. They're right even when this game begins.
You never know. I mean, it's sort of so. If you were coaching them, would your advice be to just try and play consistently, or would your advice be to go for it and see what happens?
I think you look for a chance, and when you have it, you go for it. Not in a low percentage way, but in an aggressive way.
Okay, so
but
play good squash.
Yes, that's right.
If you get any sort of opening, just go for it.
Exactly.
But not on a wish, winning a wing and a prayer. I guess
you push the envelope a little bit.
Right.
You don't push it all the way.
All the way. And clearly, at the end of that game, you and I are in agreement that it was just.
Right. They were looking to get out of the court and start the fourth game.
Well, there's also that sometimes that's, we don't ever want to see somebody throw a game away, but sometimes it's better to just
clear the slate,
pull it out of your mind and move on.
Right.
And so we'll see whether any of that works for these guys. We'll see whether they can get going here or not. They certainly have the crowd on their side. They're two very nice guys.
Okay.
Graham is.
The
done
Dan
an
Stout
amazing
lead
job
2 games
with
to
the
1.
SDA Tour. He did an amazing job growing the squash program here at Brooklyn Heights. Ahmed's a super nice guy, so it would be great to see them do well. But boy, Jamie and Ivan look, after that first game, they've looked very strong.
Plus the crowd's behind them because they also want to watch a fifth game. They don't want to go home yet.
Yep, crowd's still hanging out here.
It's actually a little less full than I thought it might be. This is about the same size as that was there at the Pro-Am. The characters have switched a bit because it's gotten later into the evening.
Well, the thing about today is, to give the Heights Casino some credit, is the first match started at 1:45 this afternoon. And I know because I've been here all the way through it. But we've been going almost non-stop since 1:45.
Because those first matches went so long, too.
The first two matches both went very long. Then there was a Pro-Am before the third match, and a lot of people stayed and watched that. Then the third match had the current Heights Casino Pro in it, and the stands were packed for that. And I got to believe that some people said, you know, the semifinals are tomorrow.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Let me come back tomorrow.
Exactly. That's for sure. Plus, there was a luncheon earlier today. It's sort of been a full day at the club.
It has been. If you were a squash fan, this is your ideal day, but it's a lot of hours.
That's right. That's right.
And by the way, the first Pro-Am match today, in which Jamie Stout was playing, was at 8 a.m.
Oh, wow. So he's had a really full day.
And Jamie Stout's Pro-Am match last night ended at 10:45 p.m.
Wow. Wow.
And then he was on the court again at 8 a.m.
Wow.
And I hate to tell you, but they lost. He said, I'm not surprised we lost, but we lost this morning. So I said, are you done with the Pro-Am? He said, we're out.
Okay.
So
probably with relief in his voice.
I think he said he had a great time playing, but that's, I mean, you know, that's a tough road to hoe.
Right.
Being on the court until almost 11 o'clock last night and back on the court at 8 a.m. this morning.
And what time's it now?
And then to play, you know, it's 9 o'clock in the evening now.
Right.
I mean, that's, you know, 13 hours difference between when he got on the court this morning and now.
And he's still playing.
Right. That's you know, these are long days.
Yep.
It's flat.
That's tricky.
Well, I'd call a stroke.
I don't think I would. I think Ahmed, who was the one who hit the ball, was clear out of the way.
I guess I agreed. That's close, though.
It was close.
Both of them were in a swing.
But I feel good about my decision there. Says referee Carlin, which he is not.
Great shot by Stout. Front left Nick. Wow, that is really almost. He did it so casually too.
I mean, that's the thing. That both he and Yvonne, when they've hit some of these winners, it's been casual. Now, having said what we just said about Jamie, it could be that he's just exhausted, and so what we're taking is casualness.
I don't think he's exhausted. I think he's fine.
Wow. Watch this. This is a very beautiful,
beautiful top
spin reverse corner. Yep, exactly.
Yep.
You and I saw it the same way.
On a low hard ball that wasn't that easy to get to.
I mean, the thing is that he hasn't really had a chance to show it a ton this game, but Ahmed is a beautiful shot maker. He has a very nice instinct for the ball.
Wow, and Graham just hit a good backhand cross court for a winner. Very rare for Yvonne to not be able to handle a cross court.
He's gotten him on that cross court a couple times though. It's the third or fourth time he's hit a game over there.
That's a stroke.
Did they say it? Yep, they did. Yep. Stroke. Had to be. Right back at yourself. He did clock it though. I'll give him credit. Probably felt good hitting it. he asked for a let there. He got his racket caught around Ivan's
He
legs,
did,
but
no.
I don't think he's getting that let. Or maybe he did.
Ball sort of nicked. That was a pretty close call, actually. That's a let.
Yep.
That's a let
That's
for sure.
a let for sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
Graham looked a little unhappy, but that Ivan was very much positioned to play that.
I think it's a no question let. Well, I like the way Graham and Ahmed have come out here. They have not been going for wishful shots.
Yep.
You know, they're behind, but they're playing.
Yep, they've been patient, and they've been, but also aggressive. They played right completely on even terms, just like the score shows. Oh, there's our first one, though.
Yep. This is the problem. Is it's really
That
hard
wasn't
to
the
do
right.
that.
That wasn't the right choice.
It's hard to sustain it.
Trying to go for too much on that one.
Wow. I want to show you that I can hit it hard too.
Stout from the right, 4-3.
But now you'll probably see he won't sort of hit it super hard like that.
His
It's a let. It's a let.
Definitely a let.
Right side, 4-3.
Still 4-3. Wow.
Pinned it.
Yeah,
5-3.
I mean,
That didn't really move his feet or anything on that. That's a.
just a little
if
too casual going for
it would have been a
drop
great shot if he, and he almost did make it.
Yeah, he almost did. That would not qualify in my book as one of those wishful shots. Just a bad execution there, and not that bad because he just barely missed it.
But it was pushing the envelope to try to cut it that close.
Yeah, but it's the shot you were talking about.
Yep.
That what they need to do is they need to go for some of those shots. I think it was the right shot to go for.
Yep,
I mean,
it was.
and-
And it might have been a
and
winner too.
They're not hitting a lot of wishful shots right now. They're playing.
No, they're playing good, solid squash all the way through. Good call. Left call.
So we are in the fourth
5-3.
game of the final quarterfinal match of the night. This is the number 2 seeds, Jamie Stout and Ivan Badan, playing against Graham Bassett and Ahmed Anvari. We've had 3 other matches in the number 1,
Whoa.
3, and 4
6-3.
seeds have all gone through in a very full day of squash. So if Jamie and Ivan win here, we will have the semifinals being contested by the top 4 seeds, which doesn't always happen, but will happen this year.
This is a dangerous couple of points here, though.
This match has been interesting because it's
7-3.
really been dominated by the very fine play of Jamie Stout and Ivan Badan, including in the first game, which they lost, where they really dominated that game until the last 6 or 7 points in a row that were won by Graham and Ahmed.
Coming in 4-7.
After that, that kind of resurgence did not happen in the second and the third games, and Jamie and Ivan won those 2 games, and now we are a little less than halfway through the 4th game. And Graham and Ahmed are playing much better than they did toward the end of the 3rd game, but they still have a very steep hill to climb at this point.
Ivan might have went to the ceiling there.
Yep. That Ivan hit the beam.
5-7.
So
Little mini
The
rally
nice-
here.
I'm sorry, Rob. The nice thing that Graham and Ahmed are doing is that they are staying close in this game. And I think they're doing that by playing, as we said, not wishful thinking squash, but really sort of hanging in there. But it's hard to do something about that kind of overhead, which is
5-8.
a cross court, front wall, side wall, overhead, into the neck by Ivan Bar.
And not the first time he's done that tonight either.
No. Oh, no, that's a 10.
That's it. Okay, had an open
That
swing
was,
there.
he likes that little backhand
Yeah.
into his own left wall there, but Jamie hit that ball into the 10. And so again, Graham and Ahmed in this game are hanging in there. They're just 2 points behind. They're doing what they need to do to give themselves a shot here.
Wow, great shot by Graham.
This is a beautiful little roll corner in the
7-8.
middle of the court. Roll corner from deep, not your traditional roll corner. A little bit short Philadelphia there, but
Great get by Stout.
It's down.
yeah, the ball hit the 10.
Thank you.
Ivan's
Left side,
ball
Graham.
hit the 10.
8 all.
So we are dead even. And I want to just, I was criticizing Graham and Ahmed at the end of last game for not really, for going for too many wishful thinking shots. I want to give them a lot of credit here because they've,
Coming in,
they lost 2 games in a row badly. And they were outplayed in the first game. And they've come and they've competed really well in this game.
Thanks, Graham.
Ooh.
Wow.
Graham called the ball down on himself.
And with sportsmanship.
Yep, absolutely.
10-8.
But they adjusted their strategy and they did what we said was their only shot at doing, and I think they've actually pulled it off pretty well. They're playing a very, very, very good team.
Just tipped it though.
That was good. That was good.
Oh, they're saying that Ahmed's shot was good?
10-9.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow. So
it's a
Ahmed
big
went up
swing.
and took a big swing and hit a very sharp reverse corner. And I think most people thought it hit the 10, but not the referee and not Ahmed. So they got the point.
10-9.
That's a huge swing, 11-8 instead of 10-9.
It's great.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great for. I sort of feel like I want Graham and Ahmed to be rewarded for not conceding, not throwing in the towel, and not mentally giving up to the challenge here. Oh,
good shot.
That's a great shot. So that is Graham going for maybe a reverse corner, but it winds up being a front wall, side wall that has a steep little angle on it. Backhand, very nice volley there.
And I think Yvonne and Jamie are having a conversation between points. I don't think they thought it'd be 10-all when they were up 7-3.
And I think, except for the first game, they haven't had a conference since the first game. So. Oh, that's a nice shot. Ivan runs up, looks like he's going to hit a cross court, and instead smacks it down the wall.
He has a good look away rail on that spot because it looks like a cross court right to the end. His whole body's leading for a cross court.
Oh, no.
Just caught it.
That was the first.
Coming in, 12-10.
A little bit of wishful thinking there.
That was a little too ambitious.
Oh,
that
Graham.
A great shot if
You've
he
done
pulled
so
it off.
well, Graham. Hold it together here, bud. That's a beauty.
Yep.
That's a beauty. What a way to
12-11.
rebound. Nicely done.
Yep.
All right, 11-12.
Wow.
No matter what happens here, really nice effort by Graham and
Yep,
Ahmed in this game.
Two great gets by Ivan.
Oh, no. See, now,
13-11.
interestingly, by contrast, this is not what I would call a wishful shot.
No,
that was
that's
the
right.
right shot to hit.
Yep.
You know,
It could easily have been a winner.
could easily have been a winner. And this one, too, he makes an error on this one,
14-11.
but that one's a little bit more wishful, but that was actually the right shot also. He just wasn't set up properly.
That shot was angling pretty dangerously away from him. That was an awfully tough swing. Oh, they've got triple match point, quadruple match point, really.
It's lot.
So we should have said it, but we were at
Match ball.
triple match ball here.
Right.
And
Whoa.
that's a great winner
Shallow
by
rail.
Ivan Badan. Just a beautiful shot.
Well,
So we do in fact get our number 1, our number 2, our number 3, and our number 4 seeds into the semifinals. Been a really good day of squash here. And let's, give our props to Graham Bassett and Ahmed Anvari, who, after losing the second and third games, could have thrown in the towel or just gone for wishful shots, and they did not. They played really well in the fourth game. They earned that close game, being as close as it was. They got all the way back to 11-all. They did lose the last 4 points to lose 15-11. But they didn't really throw in the towel, and it's a competitive performance, and I think that serves them well and serves them, proud. They can be proud of that.
Absolutely. There were a couple of tins late in that, but they were sort of semi-forced tins, and certainly not just going for broke.
Not what we saw at the
That's
end of the second and third games.
That's right. No, now all 4 seeds this time were challenged today.
Yes.
There was one of them that had just a walkthrough,
Yeah.
which is a major change from what had happened in the first round.
There are no 3-love matches here today,
Right.
all the way through.
Right.
So let's review them very quickly. So today we started out a long time ago at 1:45 in the afternoon. We had Clinton Leeuw and Omar El Kashef played the number 1 seeds, Zach Alexander and Scott Arnold. And that match was a very entertaining match where Clinton and Omar had some real chances, but eventually it was a 5-game match and a victory by our number 1 seeds. So that was the number 1 seeds making it through the first round, or making it through into the semifinals. In the second match of the day, we had Michael Ferreira and Will Hartigan, who are the number 4 seeds, playing against Ryan Cuskelly and Cameron Pilley, who I'm sure most of you know. Most of you are squash fans out there. Were number 11, 12, and 12 in the world in singles just 2 years ago. They both since retired from PSA singles and are devoting their time to SDA doubles. And they are certainly maybe the biggest team on the rise out there right now. They are coming. And they won the first game against Ferreira and Hartigan. And then Ferreira and Hartigan played some really, really brilliant squash, particularly Ferreira making just beautiful shots, and Hartigan never breaking down. And they were facing an onslaught there, but they put them down in the next 3 games and won that match in 4. So that put us about almost an hour and a half behind schedule at that point with those 2 matches, but 2 great matches. We then had a Pro-Am, and we went to the third quarterfinal of the day, which was Adam Bews, the local pro here, and Colin West, a former Harvard star who's been playing very well on the SDA Tour, taking on the number 3 seeds, Eric Bedell and Chris Callis. Chris Callis is number 1 in the world. Eric Bedell came from the Heights Casino, grew up here. Adam Bews is the current pro of the Heights Casino, and that was a very entertaining match where Adam and Colin made no bones about the fact that they were going to play every ball to Eric Bedell. Eric withstood the charge. They lost 1 game, but that was a 4-game match also.
15-14 in the fourth, though.
15-14 in the fourth,
right,
exactly. Thank you, Rob. Exactly right. It's a really close match and really fun to watch.
Absolutely.
A great match. And then finally, So that was the number 3 seeds into the semifinals. And finally, we just had the number 2 seeds, James Stout and Ivan Badan, playing Graham Bassett and Ahmed Anvari, also Heights Casino favorites here. And Bassett and Anvari somewhat stole the first game.
Yep.
And then Stout and Ivan showed why a lot of people are picking them to win the tournament, and sort of steamrolled through the next 3. They definitely steamrolled through the next 2. And the third one, they won 15-11, but they were largely in control throughout the next 3 games. So with all that, Rob, what would you like to add as a sum up for today?
The matches had a similar complexion to them in many ways. In each case, the seeded team had to fight off a challenge either at the beginning of or in the middle or in some cases at the end of the match to close out the team that challenged them. And every one of these matches was very competitive, which has not been true of the first 2 days of this tournament.
That is true. Yep.
And this is shaping up now to be a set of semifinals. There's not one of these 4 teams that doesn't have a realistic chance of winning this tournament.
That's really true. All 4 of them should be going home tonight thinking, if we play well, we can win this tournament.
Exactly.
And
Certainly
I think
if
all
we play
4
well,
of
we
them
can win
have
tomorrow.
that chance.
Right. If I were to pick one team that I think I would say is the team to beat, it would be Stout and Badan.
You think so?
Yeah, I think
Okay,
they're
you
playing
still
a
think
little
they're
bit, just a little bit better than anything
Well, I
else.
said that they are many people's hot picks. That one of those many people is our own Rob Dinnerman.
But I'm saying they're not a shoo-in by any means. They're going to have to earn their way through this, just like any of the 4 remaining teams. I definitely think the 4 best teams in the tournament are the 4 that are playing tomorrow.
That's great, and that makes it really exciting here for the Johnson to have that kind of lineup. So before we say goodbye, I think maybe both of us just want to acknowledge again the sad day. Pat Canavan, longtime friend of squash doubles and squash and New York squash, did pass away at 62 today, or almost 62. He's going to turn 62. And it was brain cancer, and we are very saddened because both Rob and I and lots of squash family from New York, where Rob and I grew up playing squash. Pat was a real mainstay here in New York squash and sort of beloved by literally everybody.
Absolutely.
Nobody did.
And not by any means just in New York. He was a Philadelphian. He went to Penn.
Yep, you're right.
All the way through the squash world.
Yep. So a sad day for that, and maybe the best honor is that we had great squash all the way through. That would have made Pat happy. Rob, thank you very much for being here again.
Absolute
You've been
pleasure.
a great partner, and we will be back tomorrow. Let me just check. I think I know the times, but I want to make 100% sure before I say them. We have the first semifinal is at 5 o'clock tomorrow, and the second semifinal is at 6 o'clock. Although it will probably be following on if we have matches as long as today's. The second semifinal will not start at 6 o'clock. It will start much later than that. But that's when we are scheduled to go. We hope you all can join us. We know there are hundreds of you out there. Almost 1,000 of you have been on at various times, and we know you're coming from all over the world. We really appreciate it. We love doubles. We like that you are liking doubles. And we will see you tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody. For Rob Dinnerman, this is Will Carlin. Good night.